In Marietta, Georgia. A chance to see a couple of teams play some games right out of the gates here on day 2. We've got the green and black squads. I'm Brett Dolan along with David Ronsley. Excited to be with you. Yesterday cranked things up, but a chance to see these teams in action. Black against green to begin again day 2.
Yeah, Brett, this is day 2.
There's David. Good to have you with us, and it's good to have a couple of baseball games. It was fun to see the 60s. It was fun to take batting practice and whatnot, but I know you and I really enjoy seeing these kids go head-to-head.
Yeah, no doubt. We have all the information on the players. We've got the run times, the throw times. We watched batting practice. We got to see 2 great games yesterday. Got to see a number of very talented pitchers. Today, 2 of the teams going again before we switch over to the next 4 teams. But I'm really looking forward to some new pitchers today. We've gotten to know these players so well, so there's some players I'm going to be really bearing down on today.
Well, our green
First
team
pitcher today
will be the home team. So, David, tell us about Nick Newburn.
Yeah, Nick Newburn is a young man from McLean, Virginia. First thing that stands out, 6'4", 185 pounds. These projectable pitchers, the tall, thin guys, they get better so much quicker. The last time we saw Nick Newburn throw, he was, 83, 84 miles an hour. I expect him to have ramped that up a bit today.
Well, Ryan Mitchell will lead off, and again, we're batting somewhere in the neighborhood of 15, 16 players playing showcase rules. But always exciting to see these pitchers over a couple of innings and then see if these hitters can have some success. So it looks like already an adjustment. Jack Zeller is going to lead off, one of our mini Wisconsinites, and he'll wave and miss and goes down on strikes.
Good start for Newburn. He plays for the Canes American team as his travel team. The Canes, of course, one of the top travel organizations in the country. Gets solid coaching there, and also at Langley High School there in Northern Virginia.
Should be Bennett Gary, another left-handed batter.
A quick refresher on a couple of different rules at PG showcases from normal baseball. There are no walks or hit by pitches. If you are walked or hit by a pitch, a ghost runner will go down to first base, and you'll stay in the box and get all fastballs. So that's fouled off. And secondly, there's a 5-batter max every inning. If we don't reach 3 outs by the time there are 5 batters, we'll roll the inning. We don't want these pitchers running up any big pitch counts, not necessary.
Understood. Bennett Gary takes a strike on kind of an overcast morning here in East Cobb, just underway. Brett Dolan, David Ronsley. Pitch just a little bit in.
Newburn working in the low 80s now. That was a slider at 76, I believe. Doing a nice job filling up the strike zone, obviously.
He's working with a pretty good tempo. It's amazing how the new rules have kind of changed things, not only from the major leagues on down as far as just getting the ball, getting a sign, and going to work. There's a tap for foul.
We had part of the excellence of yesterday's games, Brett, that I was blessed to do them with Steve Lennox. Steve will be back this afternoon for the workouts, is that they were such fast games. The pitchers threw strikes. We had one young man who got 6 outs in 12 pitches to end the game. And the game really went briskly. I think the pitchers at this level, even though they don't have a pitch clock, they watch Major League Baseball. They read the headlines. They watch the social media. And, that's been such a big success, this working faster as we see a ghost runner after ball 4. That they're catching. I really think they're going to catch on, and it's going to be fun to watch baseball at all levels like this.
Here he's going to pop one back and out of play. Is 6 outs on 12 pitchers some type of showcase record, David?
What I said was it may not be a record, but it sure is above average. Now
you think about the dominating pitchers, you're going to throw 2 or 3 pitches. You might waste one. You're going to overpower some hitters, but it's amazing to get outs on contact such as that.
Back.
Yep.
Come on.
Ghost runner takes off, and that throw's going to end up in center field, so he's going to continue all the way over to third base.
The only comparable thing I found it yesterday was, I remember years and years ago at a similar event. I don't think it was a perfect game event. I watched Carlos Rodon the great major league pitcher, throw. And I went into my notes afterwards, and I had hardly any notes. And I'm like, did he pitch? And somebody told me, yeah, he threw like 14, 15 pitches in 2 innings. You just might have just almost missed him. But it happens. You got to bear down during warm-ups if you're a scout and get every bit of information you can.
Indeed. There's a wave of a miss by Gary. So Zeller struck out. Gary also struck out. We did have that ghost runner put on base, and he's over at third now with 2 gone.
Yeah, that's a nice running fastball there. Lots of life on just about everything that Newburn throws.
This is Charlie Wortham, St. Peters, Missouri native, and he gets one high in the air, down the line and left into the corner. That thing yanked foul just to the left of the foul pole near the monster.
That running fastball ran right into Wortham's swing. Wortham, young man from DeSmet Jesuit in St. Petersburg, Missouri. Primary catcher.
Newburn's next pitch is up and out. Haven't had a chance to kind of dive into the bio yet of Newburn, but I will, because he's got an interesting story, and many of these guys do. As you see our ghost runner over at third base, that is KT Thompson. Next pitch just is off the corner and missing. Wortham trying to drive in the first run of this game, take advantage of that earlier walk. Newburn is a young man, though. We mentioned he's from Virginia, but he grew up in Chicago. One of his early coaches was a guy by the name of Coach K. We would know him as Kerry Wood. That's going way back. Next pitch is up and out. That was at the age of 5 years old, so I'm not sure how much of an impact Gary had. But I would imagine his stature meant something even back then. Next pitch. Low fastball's drilled in the air to center field. It should be caught and will be put away to end the inning by Andrew Duncan. A couple of strikeouts, and that fly out to center ends things, so Newburn has a scoreless inning. We'll take a look at the rosters of these two teams, kind of reintroduce you to the green and black teams. Had a couple of games yesterday, but a chance to see this group again after their workouts yesterday. This is the green roster. And again, they will be the home team. So Yosti, Race, Rodriguez, Billings, Duncan just made that catch in center. Perillo, Terry, Wiegand, Abrams, Hemmings, Pilat, and David, you also see the rankings. I know the one thing about some of these squads, such as the black team, they have a number of committed players already, as we see the rest of the green roster as well. And for a number of these players who got caught up in the new recruiting guidelines, I would imagine a large number of these players will be committed in the fall soon when they get that opportunity again.
Yeah, and these are previous commitments that have been made. So they're still going to honor them. I've talked to a number of people who've made those previous commitments, even in younger classes, and they have no plans at this point to use this as an excuse to reopen them. They made the commitments for a reason, and for now at least, we're not going to be publicizing new ones, but these old ones, you can bet in most cases they're going to stick.
Well, for the black team, Carson Martin will be on the mound. He's a Lakeland, Florida native. Big, tall right-hander. Probably the first of 2 innings for Carson going up against the green team, whose lineup and roster we just showcased with the graphic.
Yeah, Carson's a 6'3", 200-pound young man, and young man, I really mean that. He just turned 16 years old. Goes to Lakeland Christian. He's been up to 87 miles an hour in PG play and had a very effective 2022 playing for Ostinger's Academy. 39 innings in PG tournament play. 56 strikeouts versus only 11 walks. So a young man with good stuff and good command to go with it.
David, he said he's finally found his changeup grip. He's been able to get that pitch in the zone in high leverage situations. We'll see if he's able to utilize that today. Pitch downstairs and missing to Andrew Wiegand. They established these batting lineups early, and then they'll resume the next game where they left off in the previous contest. That's why Austin will lead off the game here today with Abrams and Visconti to follow, I do believe. Sometimes there are some changes and adjustments. Working quickly and pumping a strike right on the outside corner is Carson Martin.
Yeah, it's a good point you made there, Brett. The idea is ideally to get every hitter the same number of at-bats. As you said, we're going with 16-man lineup. So you're hoping for, in this setup, 4 at-bats per player during their 2 games. Today's game, I believe, is going to be an 8-inning game. So we'll have 8 innings to hopefully get at least every player in both lineups 2 at-bats each.
I think the count is 3-1, maybe 2-2. Carson Martin, again, as we mentioned, young man from Florida, pitched his team to a state championship, gets a wave and a miss, and a strikeout to begin his contest here this afternoon.
Martin sitting at 84. We saw the big curveball for him. We haven't seen the changeup yet. But a high fastball over the barrel is certainly a good pitch as well.
This is Abrams. Demarion Abrams. Takes a pitch right at the belt for a strike, but Martin said again he went from not being able to throw a single strike and not being able to throw a changeup before the start of the season to figuring it out, pitching his team to a state championship, and now throwing the first of a couple of innings here at the Junior National Showcase. David, I really like that pitch at the knees over the outside corner. He's been able to hit 3 or 4 times already.
Yeah, he seems to have no trouble throwing the ball where he wants to. He seems to have no nerves either. A lot of times pitchers go out in this environment. They know they're on TV. So the runner goes.
The throw is going to be well off the mark. Diego Rasa Burgos couldn't put that on the money, and a good break and a stolen base for the green team.
I think our catcher stepped on the plate on that throw and threw off his balance and got the throw offline. There's Spartan already standing on the rubber, ready to go.
It's Pilot running at first, and that one is hit on the ground to third. The play is made off the carpet. The flip to first a little bit high. Was the tag made? Indeed it was, on the throw from Ethan Moore. Lynch, a nice job to climb the ladder, make that catch. I'm not sure if he came down on the pillow in time or whether he used that glove to slap the tag, but he also finally got that out.
That was a nice pitch from Martin. First time we've seen a slider at 74, and it was a perfect pitch for the situation. Located it perfectly. Got a little easy rollover ground ball.
Visconti will sock one into center. It'll drop for a base hit. And we will not have a play at the plate. So with 2 outs, that break to third wasn't good enough by Pilat to score, so he will stay at third with 2 gone.
Good piece of hitting by Visconti. Just jumps on a first pitch curveball that hung a bit. And nice aggressive approach. Same thing we saw yesterday from young Mr. Visconti.
And Preston Armstrong bats with runners on the corners. 2 outs here in the bottom of the first inning. Tell you what, most of these players and pitchers, when we ask them about their thoughts on baseball, they hate the pitch clock. They do not like it. I'm talking about 95% to 5. Martin's one of the few who says he likes it. And I would say, with the exception of now, he's been pretty up-tempo, working with a couple of runners on base, trying to really kind of dictate the terms and tempo of his outing.
Now, you mean you asked the players in this showcase whether they liked it or not?
That is correct. But I've got 650 pages, so I feel like I got a pretty good sample size of data.
Yeah, and I'm saying they by that percentage didn't like the
overwhelming. I mean, it's not 100, but it is darn close. And you would think these kids with their video game mentality and everything, the social media, how quickly can you get it to me? They like it, but they do not.
That's interesting. I would have, that really honestly surprises me, Brett, because what they should be reading on their social media, whatever, is how big of a success it's been in Major League Baseball, how much excitement there is about the way playing 2.5 hour, 2 hour and 20-minute games, the brisk pace of action. And we get some grumpy Max Scherzer, and I say that with all due respect to the future Hall of Famer. But it seems like the players are responding positively, too.
I would agree. Nice play off the carpet by the shortstop. Bauerschmidt had to wait for the big bounce, but he throws out Preston Armstrong to end the inning. So Martin was able to work around that one hit, strand a couple of runners, keep this game scoreless through one inning. And kind of with you, David, I would think that these young pitchers would really enjoy it because of the opportunity for them to kind of create the tempo. And let's take a look at the roster for the black team. And the one thing, David, again, we just touched on this earlier, there are a number of really high rankings on this squad, as you can see already, with Moss and Kendall and on down the list.
Yeah, this is a very talented black team. I was just looking at the DK numbers, Diamond Connect's numbers from yesterday, and Dean Moss's DK numbers look like typos. They're kind of stand out as different in terms of bat speed and stuff. It's going to be fun watching him swing the bat today.
There were some eye-popping numbers, not just from the 60s, some of the outfield velocities, some very good BPs from this group. As you see the entire roster, 14 black. Some individuals and names that we're going to be discussing and talking about for a number of years to come, whether it's throughout their high school careers into college or for those that get an opportunity to get drafted and go on to the professional route. There's a lot of names here early this morning that we need to know and will continue to discuss.
Yeah, and that's something to really remember, you know, for everybody out there as we watch Nick Newburn warm up for his second inning, is that these are the future big leaguers. If you look down past rosters of players who've been at the junior national, there are so many future big leaguers. You know, are there going to be 40, or they're going to be 50, or they're going to be 6? I don't know the exact numbers, but there is a significant number of players every year from this game who get on that track and who end up playing in the big leagues. So this is the future of baseball here, looking at it through a window where they're 16 years old.
Well, Nick Newburn ready to go back to the mound. A young man, as we just started to talk about last inning, lives in Virginia, had a chance to go to a Virginia regional baseball game and loved it. Of course, they were playing in a super regional yesterday, but he's got quite an academic background. His father was a basketball player at Brown. His mother was a basketball player at Princeton. This ball hit in the air out there into shallow center field, and the play is going to be made. And Ryan Mitchell retired to begin the top of the second inning.
Yeah, Mitchell, an aggressive hitter. We saw him one quick trip to the plate, first pitch single. We also saw a 10-pitch at bat from him. And yesterday, Brayden, when he comes up again, he was one of the most impressive players from yesterday's action.
Here's Landon Schaefer. Know his father well, the women's basketball assistant coach at the University of Arkansas, and Landon has committed to the Razorbacks as well. And for all the bios I had, David, I'm talking 600 pages. I didn't have one from Landon until late last night, early this morning, and I emailed his dad and I said, how do I not have one from your son? But I would say it was worth the wait. He said his mom is his idol, and he really didn't want to go too far away from mom and decided to stay here and play for the Razorbacks. At least that's where the commitment is at, but that rank is in the top 25 in the class. And he's going to roll one up the middle on the carpet into center for a base hit. Retrieved out in center and played back in. Here's Damian Gatson. Pitch just runs outside and misses for ball one. Kinchen ran a 6.75 60 yesterday, threw about 90 miles an hour from the outfield.
We had a number of runners running in that 6.7, 6.8 range, and by a number I mean like 15 to 20. And that's one thing players do as they get older and stronger. Much like their throwing velocities, especially on the mound, as they get older and stronger, they get faster. So anytime you see a 16-year-old running a 6.7, you're almost sure that's going to get better as he gets more physically mature and stronger.
Right on the inside corner for a called strike from Newburn.
Much like his pitching mate Carson Martin, you don't see many pitches down the middle of the plate from Newburn. He works inside, he works outside. works up and down. There seems to be a lot of intent with his locations. His catcher's doing a good job moving his target around. That one looks like he wants it up inside.
He has a heavy 12-6 curveball, but he's going to get the wave of the miss against Gatson for the second out of the inning.
And you saw there the catcher set his target up high, put the glove up. He wanted that pitch up in the strike zone, and he got it up in the strike zone, and it was the perfect pitch for that at bat.
All right, David, here's the self-scouting report. He says his fastball plays up in the zone, so he's pitching to his strength. You might be intrigued by this because you scouts never miss anything as Chris Levi Gutierrez in. He's 6'5". He says he's projected by doctors to be 6'8". So there's more growing to go in this young man's frame.
I wouldn't be surprising at all. And he seems for a young pitcher with that size. And you mentioned both his parents were college-level basketball players.
You're
so
right.
You know there's coordination and height there. But he seems very coordinated for his age and his height. He repeats his delivery. He repeats his release point on multiple pitches, and he's throwing strikes. And that can often be the biggest challenge for a young pitcher. It's just that simply repeating your mechanics when you're that tall and that young.
It's fouled back and out of play by Chris Levi Gutierrez. He has a chance, though, to get out of here with 2 scoreless innings in a very efficient manner. Schaefer's over at first, had the 1-out single. Next pitch down, and that one's going to kick away, and it's going to provide a free base for Schaefer.
That was an example of a young man trying to throw, only needing to throw a good slider, and he tried to throw an awesome slider for strike 3 and end his outing. And usually when you try to throw a pitch outside your envelope, something like that happens.
Pitch high, and the count has gone full to Levi Gutierrez. See what he wants to do on the 3-2. A breaking ball that rolls in there. There's a chopper to third, and the play to first is made. And Levi Gutierrez is retired. So a single here in the second inning. No runs over 2 frames. Nicely done by Nick Newburn. As I would imagine that'll finish his day, but he does so, David, in rather efficient fashion.
Yeah, and if you're here to look for velocity, you're not going to see it, and you shouldn't even be concentrating that because Nick Newburn had every other element you wanted. He pitched in the low 80s, threw strikes. What impressed me most was he had that power curveball that he mentioned. He's thrown at 73, 75 with good spin, good action. And sometimes the best predicator of future velocity gains is how hard you throw that breaking ball because that's showing your true hand speed and all. He gets stronger. He gets to be 6'8". He's going to be a really nice young pitcher.
Just around the zone.
Yeah, he's throwing pitches exactly where he wants to, and that's so nice to see.
Confirm, Mr. Steve, to leave that, so leave the on base and just
You
go
talked
on
about the
and
well-pitched games yesterday. I think we started at least day 2 with a similar philosophy, and I know these hitters would like to change that going forward, but the one thing about these showcases that I know I enjoy, David, and you've been doing this for years and years, the fact you get to see these pitchers for 2 innings. Every once in a while you see somebody come out and throw a good first inning, and maybe that second, whether it's just facing the caliber of hitters that they do, or maybe things just don't go quite as swimmingly in the second inning, but you do get a chance to see them with an up and a down and different hitters to kind of evaluate them a little bit longer.
Yeah, and some people might be out there saying, hey, how do you evaluate a player in 2 innings? Maybe, Newburn just threw 25, 30 pitches. Well, it's very possible. The basic things you're looking at, you can see in 2 innings and get a full evaluation. We certainly don't want to be running up the pitch counts on these young men. They just coming off a spring season. Carson Martin pitched his school, Lakeland Christian, to a state championship. We don't want to see them out there throwing 50, 60, 70 pitches in a longer outing. We can do our evaluation without, stressing out the pitcher like that.
Here's Austin Weiss. He's going to lead things off. Maryland native, Maryland commit for Weiss. He pitches at the belt over the outside corner for a called strike. David Weiss told us the other day that he can windmill dunk a basketball. We talked about that, and I think that needs to be one of our stations for your skills day, but he'll wave and miss, so we don't get a chance to see him run the bases here.
He can windmill dunk a basketball. That is interesting.
Put the fade on that pitch downward.
Yeah, that looks like the changeup. That was Martin's changeup.
Jordan Yost, next man in, is quickly retired. Some soft contact. How about that? 2 quick outs. Brings up Luke Billings.
Billings was one of the most impressive hitters yesterday. Had a double into the corner that was just rope and another single to the pull side. Took maybe the strongest batting practice of any player. So he really shined yesterday with the bat, and also stepped on the mound for 2 innings and was up to 91 with his fastball.
You articulated it better than me. I just wrote BP and I put 2 asterisks next to it. So I guess that meant really good from Billings on my quick score sheet.
I could read you my notes. They're right in front of me, but
Well, I tell you what, Tennessee likes hitters. He's a Tennessee commit, even though he's a Texan from Prosper. So I have no doubt Tony Vitello and crew, they identify those guys that can do some damage with the bat, and will be able to do so at the college level.
well, an interesting thing about Billings, not only did he pitch yesterday, he took drills at 3 positions, infield, outfield, and a catcher, and he's listed as a primary outfielder. I thought he drilled best at catcher. I think he has a real chance of being a good quality catcher, just based on that short look. I don't even know whether he's going to catch in these games or not. But it's something I think he should continue to pursue, because a catcher with that bat, as Carson Martin has an easy inning there. A catcher with that kind of hitting ability is kind of special.
No, I think that's a very good note, because there's certainly a lot of demand and opportunities as well for Billings. But how about Carson Martin, David? That was 2 very efficient innings as well. Give up the single in the first to Visconti, but a perfect inning with a couple of strikeouts in the second. So well done.
Yeah. And we saw the same thing both innings. The ability to work quickly, whether he likes the pitch clock or not, and the ability to throw strikes with multiple pitches. He was up to mid-80s, very consistent with the fastball velocity, but even more consistent with the location. And that mid-70s breaking ball was a weapon too. And just an outstanding outing for the young man from Lakeland. With second inning highlights, I think he only threw like 5 pitches. So
It was not many. He got after it. And again, just kind of spotting on that inside corner, mixing in some pitches. And well done. Both of these pitchers, Carson Martin, Nick Newburn, got their 2 scoreless innings out of the way before breakfast, really officially, at least on my neck of the woods. And we'll go back and take a look again at what this young man was able to do. Carson Martin. Keeping those hitters off balance.
And when you see young pitchers throw pitches to both sides of the plate, that's a basic scouting thing, is looking to both sides of the plate. But especially when you can see a young pitcher who is willing to throw inside to a hitter, that always, kind of stands out. Because it's a tough thing to learn how to throw inside. That's the changeup that he was bragging to you in his information he sent us.
Indeed. So on we go to the 3rd inning. Should be looking at a new pitcher. See if this is Christopher Hemmings, and it is, from the outstanding baseball program Tampa Jesuit in Tampa, Florida. See what Christopher Hemmings is able to provide as he begins his morning of work.
Well, Christopher Hemmings did throw 93 from the outfield yesterday. So the arm strength's there, 6'1", 185 pounds. Talented athlete, also took a strong BPs. In addition to his outfield work, has been up to 88 on the mound at PG events, but that was almost a full year ago. So we really haven't seen him yet this year with a radar gun on him. But in 60 perfect game innings, 83 strikeouts, so some real high quality stuff.
Colin Lynch is going to lead things off. Hemmings said he did have a visit to LSU before the recruiting rules changed. Got to throw a bullpen for Wes Johnson, who is now the new head coach at Georgia, but it gives you an idea of some of the caliber of schools considering Hemmings. And we'll see what he can do against Colin Lynch, working here in the third. Young man who's really worked on strength and conditioning, though, and he said Hemmings, that his velocity, David, has increased from about 84 to 89 over the last year. And I don't think that's certainly out of line with some of these young men who are getting stronger and really putting forth gains, whether it's velocity with the bat or certainly with their arms.
Well, those are interesting mechanics there. Pretty unusual mechanics. You see there's the slow pause, slow turn, slow pause, and then right over the top. And I bet you the hitters don't see that ball until it's coming right out of his hand. I'm going to watch that again, see how well he keeps that ball behind his body, which is very important because the hitter can't see it then.
It's like that old-fashioned pitching machine where that arm would swing up and you'd wait for it to cut loose.
You're bringing back memories because I do remember throwing off those, and they really weren't fun to hit.
Two balls and a strike to Colin Lynch. There's that little the hesitation, the pause. Kind of Yu Darvish-esque maybe, and there's a strike over the inside corner. Lynch from Pennsylvania, Pitt commit. Plays for the Bucks County Generals for his travel team. I can see where that would lock these hitters up. That'll put a ghost runner on base, and Lynch will stay at the plate, of course, in these showcase rules. Lynch is a big fan of Austin Riley, a man who makes his money not that far away from East Cobb, playing for the Atlanta Braves. Well placed at the knees for strike three.
Yeah, even there you can just see Lynch really didn't see that ball. It's only 85 miles an hour, but perfect location, and he didn't look like he saw that in time, recognized that pitch in time to start his swing.
Ethan Moore looks at a pitch a little bit up and out.
Try to change up there. Still a developing pitch for him.
Ethan Moore, Illinois native. Oak Park River Forest High School. Dave, this is a switch hitter, correct? At least I had that in my notes from BP yesterday.
Yep, switch hitter. Louisville commit. Thought he was a little better from the left side, so he's hitting from his strong side right now.
Coach Mack in Louisville loves his Chicago kids. And that one's upstairs.
I've never looked at the Louisville roster from year to year to see what percentage is from Illinois, but it has to be it's certainly more than are from Kentucky.
No, I had a long conversation with Coach Mack. His team played in the Shriners College Classic in Houston, and he just likes that blue collar attitude that comes from Chicago and gets a lot of high caliber players. Moore's going to get a chance, though, to stay in there after the runner was put on first. Looking at a fastball, and he's going to sky one in the air to center, and this ball's going to hang up there a long time, but be put away by Abrams, I believe, for the second out of the inning.
Yeah, I don't expect to see a lot of balls, going off walls, over fences and stuff. It's very heavy air day. We're expecting some rain later this morning. Hopefully, knock on wood, that will not happen. But it's humid. It's that humid, sticky Georgia day out there. And that usually means the ball's not going to fly too far.
Yeah, you better be knocking on wood a little harder than that as Bauer Schmidt steps in. He's going to foul one back, not a play, but it has been a little cooler, I think, in the last couple of days than normal for Atlanta. I mean, you're talking about temperatures in the 70s and got that threat of rain, so it's had a little different feel to it than I think we're used to seeing the ATL in the summer months.
Well, it used to be back in the days where we ran huge tournaments here, smaller than there, but it seemed like huge tournaments. These fields were grass, and you get, Atlanta weather in the summer can be rather wet, and when you're playing 5 games a day on every field and they're grass and it's raining, it can make for a mess. And now, of course, all the fields are turf, and that's a wonderful thing. Nice curveball there from Christopher Hemmings.
Gary, the opportunity runner, the ghost runner, swipes the base. That was a good breaking ball, though. Yeah, turf changes everything. There's no doubt.
Yeah, if we have a rainstorm here and it stops at 10 o'clock, let's say, we can be playing baseball at 10:05. So while it can be an inconvenience, unless you get one of those all-day washers, it really doesn't imperil the course of the showcase. Inconvenience, yes. Imperil, no.
Good choice of words as Bauer Schmidt fouls one back and out of play. One of the many Wisconsinites we've seen for these couple of teams. Young man, as you could imagine, some of the guys he looks up to. Gavin Lux, from the home state, played for his travel club. Kelnick, another, the guy that he follows. But a big frame on Bauer Schmidt. Trying to provide us with a run here in the third inning. Kind of a deep crouch before the pitch out of the stretch. And it's downstairs.
Bauer Schmidt did a nice job on the mound, too. Was up to 88 yesterday, throwing strikes. Good power curveball with 2,500 plus spin rates. So just a real versatile all-around athlete.
Basketball player as well in high school. He's going to swing and actually foul tip that one into the glove of the catcher. So that is a strikeout. That is the third out. So a couple of Ks and a fly out to center field. Well done. Nice job in that first of maybe 2 innings for Christopher Hemmings. David, I feel like kind of a broken record early, but it's kind of been location and maybe working ahead of these hitters for the pitchers we've seen at this point.
Yeah, and Hemmings is, we talked about, it's going to be a tough at-bat with those mechanics. Now, those mechanics can also sometimes make it harder to execute because you're going from a slow delivery to energy into release. And you can see the hat flying there, a little bit of head action at release. So there's some effort there, but there's a lot of arm speed. We saw in that breaking ball, he maintained his arm speed real well. It might be difficult for him to develop a changeup with that kind of effort on release unless he really gets confidence in a grip.
Good note. I enjoy that. Hit a piece as we go to the bottom of the third inning. Should be due for another new pitcher, and indeed we are. Wells Twining from Bethesda, Maryland. Going to reach his scouting report when we get a chance, but Walt Whitman High School.
Yeah, Brett, anytime they have a self-scouting report, I love hearing those.
I know you do, David.
Yeah.
The challenge is scrolling through 650 pages now to find it, but I'm getting close. I can sense it.
Well, part of his scouting report is going to center around his size because he's listed at 6'6", 180. He's 17 years old, a little older than a lot of these young men, but just look at that frame there. That's a basketball body.
Here you go. David, 6'6" right-hander. I've been up to 90 in games. I've set 85, 87. A 4-pitch mix of fastball, a slider, which comes in at 75, 79 with 2,600 RPMs as my primary strikeout pitch, a changeup and a curveball.
All right.
And Tyler Wood is going to lead things off. Locked up on a pitch that ran in and waves and misses. Lee Summit, Missouri native is Tyler Wood, Tennessee commit. Highly ranked player in this class. I think I had him throw a 93 from the outfield yesterday.
Tyler Wood, yeah. That would not, I don't have the number in front of me, but that wouldn't surprise me. He's an arm talent as well as an outfield talent. In fact, when I first saw him as a 14-year-old, he was definitely an arm talent, throwing in the mid-80s as a 14-year-old. And it's been interesting seeing him now listed as an outfielder, Tyler Wood, that is, and see him take BP, see him go through his drills. Just a very talented all-around athlete. Yes, 95 from the outfield, or 93 from the outfield yesterday. And I would expect, I think he's on the pitching schedule to throw later in this game. Yes, he is. He's scheduled to go follow Christopher Hemming, actually, with an inning of work.
Ken has gone full to Tyler Wood. Here's a payoff pitch, and that is a dandy strike 3 called.
Well, we saw a couple of the sliders that Wells Twiney talked about as his strikeout pitch, and it was a strikeout pitch there. You can see the nice break on it, some depth, kind of locked up Wood's knees right there. And that was the second one he'd seen, so it wasn't the first one. And it looks like he really has a feel for the release point on that. It might be a bit lower than his fastball release, but it's a quality pitch.
A.J. Terry's going to sock one out into the gap in left center field. It's down. It's going to go all the way to the fence. He'll turn second, hold there with the double, a ringing double by A.J. Terry, by far the best contact we've seen in the game to this point.
Well, that was impressive for the North Carolina commit. Got a fastball over the plate, and I mentioned the ball's not going to travel today. That ball traveled. That's going to be out of a lot of parks that don't have that big left field wall.
One down, back on line.
Good swing from the big right-handed hitter.
And that'll bring up Andrew Duncan. And the pitch to Duncan is a little bit up, a little bit in for a called ball.
Like to follow that ball
the Duke commit for Duncan. I want to finish the thought, though, on Twining. He said he really likes to watch Marcus Stroman pitch. He feels like it's kind of helped him see how to work inside and out on the plate with breaking balls into and off the plate. And he said in his last outing of the high school season, he threw 104 pitches, held 85, 87 on his velocity to that point. And I guess it kind of gets back to what you mentioned, though, David, as far as utilizing these guys for an inning or two, because they've come off maybe some deep high school runs just not that long ago, a couple of weeks, maybe even a month.
And they're all getting, ready for a summer season as well. And the travel ball's just getting into full swing now. July is really the most intense time for tournaments, especially the WWBA Age Group National Championships. And he'll be throwing plenty for the Mid-Atlantic Red Sox, I'm sure.
I have a feeling Andrew Duncan might want to get down with his games today and watch the Duke Super Regional Game 3 to see if they can get to the College World Series. And that pitch a little bit outside. You might also hear a couple of raindrops falling in the background as we play here in the third inning. When you're a pitcher and you just start your outing, you don't want to see those raindrops come down or any type of interruptions. Twining's pitch had a little bit of arm side run to it, but called a strike over the inside corner to Duncan.
This is just a small passing squall, nothing behind it whatsoever. Not to say there aren't other things in the area, but I don't think this one's going to.
Strike 3 called to Duncan. I've lived through a few of these college lightning delays during bright sunshine in the last week, and they may be jumpy, David. So just talk me off the ledge a few times if need be, but watch this strike 3 pitch.
Great location. There's a Marcus Stroman lesson right there, working the bottom of the zone to both sides of the plate. It's one thing to get the lesson. It's another thing to be able to execute it.
No doubt. One thing to learn it, to understand it, then to execute it. As Jack Hellett will bat with 2 outs and a runner at second base. Got another Wisconsin native. We're heavy on the Wisconsinites here for this team. Well pitched. Strike 2. Comes set just a little bit away from that body, then the big leg kick, and that's a comebacker. No, that was handled easily. Thought it may have bounced, but it was right in the glove of Twining. Casually makes the catch to end the inning. So, David, he gave up the double, put a couple of strikeouts, and fielded his position.
Yeah, the double didn't seem to faze him at all. He has that smile coming off the mound. He's enjoying himself
He's
out
still
there.
smiling.
I like that. Yeah, I think he's getting a few comments from his teammates, but that's fine. We'll take another look at Wells Twining, the 6'6" right-hander who takes his baseball lessons from 5'9" Marcus Stroman and got an A from those lessons, at least in that first inning of work. That we've seen consistently ability to spot the fastball. I don't think this Twining's going to like the overall numbers. Actually, threw a 90 up on the board there. Mostly 84, 86, reach back for a 90 on one pitch. Gets nice running action. But that breaking ball is a good solid pitch for him. That was an example there. He got the hitter pellet reaching, nice little harmless line drive right back to the pitcher.
I think your scouting report as far as watching these young pitchers be able to command the fastball, but also work both sides of the plate, in, out, if you can go up and down, or at least get that pitch at the knees and work the corners. Mixing a breaking ball, certainly it puts them in a pretty good spot. And we're about to see the second pitcher as well for the green team. Cameron Uzzillia, an NC State commit, another Tampa native, this time though from Calvary Christian High School. See his rank inside the top 200 in the class.
Now I'm going to just close my window on pitching rotations because I should know better. Second day of a showcase, the planned pitching rotations never unfold the way they're supposed to. Pitchers say, hey, I can only go one, my arm's a little tired, blah, things like that. So there's always a lot of flexibility that second day, and I think we're probably going to see secondary pitchers for the remainder of this game, as a matter of fact.
You beat me to it. I was on that path to saying something very similar. I was looking at all of the paperwork we have. We've killed some serious trees. KT Thompson is going to lead things off against Uzzillia. First pitch hacking. And sends one fair down the line and left into the corner near the monster. And Thompson is going to have himself an opposite field extra base hit to begin the fourth inning.
I like that new pitcher on the mound, first pitch swinging. They know they're only going to get 3 or 4 at-bats, and Thompson made that swing a good one. Interesting, I'm looking at his BP notes. He was a straight pull hitter during BP. Pulled everything. First pitch there, lines a double down the left field line.
Diego Rosa Burgos, next man in. Young man from Puerto Rico. Going to chop one up the middle. Nice play made at shortstop, and the flip to first is going to be in time to result in the out. Well done by A.J. Terry to cover a lot of ground, even though it wasn't hard hit. Had to get there to make the play and get the out.
Terry having an impressive game so far with that double at the left center field. Showed very nice range there. Uzzillia had a good day. Oh, excuse me. Uzzillia had a nice day yesterday with the bat. Really took some good swings. He attends Calvary Christian High School, where I can bet he doesn't pitch much because Calvary Christian had three senior PG All-American hurlers this year. Doesn't leave a lot of innings left for the rest of the players on the roster, especially a sophomore in Uzzillia.
It's a good note. David, I really enjoyed watching J.C. Martinez yesterday going through the skills. Did you see that outfield velo at 97, a 6.75 60?
And this is a young man, J.D. Martinez, who really wasn't. He's on the radar. Obviously, he's at the National Junior Showcase, but without a high rank and everything. And there's no better way to open eyes and in drills by running fast and really lighting up the radar with the throws. That's going to really get you extra eyes during the games, especially.
Coconut Creek, Florida native. Going to wave and miss. Uzzillia able to retire him with the K. So he had a runner at third with one gone. He might have been thinking about getting the strikeout and threw that bender off the corner and got the wave and a miss. Gabe Hilsing, next man in. St. Louis native. Thought he may have sawed off that bat, but Tap fouled instead. See the runner at third. That was the leadoff double by KT Thompson. I'll get you a couple of notes on Hilsing. Uncommitted guy. No surprise, a big-time Cardinal fan. He's been trying to attack balls in the zone a little more often this season. A sister that's a college softball player, someone that really inspires him. Dealt with a bruised hamate bone last fall, had to work around that. He's going to wave and miss. Uzzillia gets the K. The throw to first completes the strikeout. So, David, after that double to begin the inning, you have to like the way Uzzillia got the soft ground out, back-to-back strikeouts to keep a run from scoring.
I think he developed feel right away for that big breaking ball. We see right there. It's a really good pitch for him. He throws it hard, 73, 74 miles an hour, but gets that big break, and he seemed to have really good command of it. I think he threw some of those breaking balls outside the zone, like that one to Martinez, intentionally outside the zone to get, as you mentioned, the swing and miss with one out and a man on third. And that shows some maturity on the mound for a young man who probably hasn't thrown, as I mentioned, a lot this year and is a primary first baseman.
Well, I think that's a real good additional nugget, because whether or not he's fresher or just has kind of benefited from maybe playing some different positions, swinging the bat, hitting, watching some talented high school teammates, has a chance to take another big step forward this summer, which so many guys do at this age range. When you come to an event like this and you have success against some of the best talent from across the country, it does buoy the confidence a little bit heading into the rest of June, July, and August.
Yeah, and it does. And just when you go down the high schools and the travel teams that these young men play for, you see the same thing repeating themselves. So many of them go to premium programs, which makes sense. The premium programs because they have the best players, and they're all playing on Ostingers and Canes and the top, Jupiter winning type programs in the country, and they get to play, not only get the high level coaching, they get to play with very good players, and that's how you get better, is playing against players that are as good or better than you.
Well, Cameron, we saw him on the mound. Now he quickly put his glove down, grabbed his helmet and his bat, and he's ready to lead off the fourth inning against Twining, who with a couple of strikeouts gave up the one double. It was effective, and let's see what he can do. Facing now his counterpart. How about that first pitch to get the wave and a miss? That one had some drop and some dive to it.
That was a 77-mile-an-hour changeup that we did not see in the first inning, I believe. And it was a nice one.
Big leg kick and a back foot bender that misses.
Yeah, the best sign of a changeup for me as a scout is if I have to look at the radar gun to determine whether it was a changeup right away. If I don't see it, I can see most changeups before pitchers this age release it. And when I have to go, oops, that was 77 for a young man who's throwing in the mid-80s. That's usually the sign it was a pretty darn good pitch.
When you say that you can see it before they release it, is it because they're slowing down their mechanics, or do you see the ball buried in the palm?
Yeah, no, it's because they're either slowing down their body or they're slowing down their arm. Yep. You remember Hemmings from before. He threw one changeup, and with that slow to fast mechanics, he slowed down into it. And instead of going slow to fast, he went slow to medium. And you see it enough, and you can recognize it, and hitters will recognize it. But Twining there showed no signs of any. He just kept the grip. He changed the speed by the grip, not by the pace of his arm or the pace of his body and his delivery.
3 balls and a strike after getting that first pitch changeup, wave and a miss. Count might have been off there, but he gets the wave and a miss. So Twining continues to do what he did the previous inning. Get outs, get strikeouts. That's 3 Ks of the 4 outs he's recorded. The other was the soft liner back at him that he speared and caught.
And that was a nice example of using the slider, which is obviously his money go-to strikeout pitch in his words and in these actions, and throwing it to a left-handed hitter. And not all right-handed pitchers, for instance, are comfortable throwing breaking balls to left-handed hitters.
Nate Shoemaker, the batter. Twining really working with some tempo, and there's a roller on the ground to third. Play made. Throw across the diamond is going to be in time. There might have been a tag applied by the first baseman as well, but Shoemaker with a soft ground out. Play made by Landon Schaefer for the second out of the inning. So Twining has a chance for his 2 scoreless. Casey Carpenter, the batter. Twining did say at the end of last summer that he had a back issue, an upper back issue that caused him to be unable to pitch for multiple weeks, but kind of jumped into PT and strengthening that area and was able to come back and pitch, and now certainly having success here this summer at the Junior National Showcase. David, he's starting to mix in a little more of the repertoire here in the second inning.
Yeah, he's pitching away from his fastball, and we've seen a more of a curveball shape on a few breaking balls. We've seen the changeup, and then you throw that high fastball up in the zone, and it's just all that much more effective. But the key is he's throwing strikes with all those pitches.
I'm trying to find something that's white now.
And he's ahead of Casey Carpenter. See if he can put him away and end this inning. Catcher wants that ball in. The pitch hung just a bit, but spoiled and fouled by Carpenter, and he stays alive. Next one to Carpenter. Misses in the count 2-2. Carpenter was a club soccer athlete in addition to a baseball player. Still see some multi-sport athletes at this level before they get a little deeper into their high school careers. But Twining snaps off another one, David. That is 2 scoreless innings. Gave up the 1 double to Terry, which was well hit, but he struck out 2 in the third, 2 in the fourth.
With the rhythm he's in, he's feeling like, hey, I could go out and throw 5 or 6 shutout innings today because he's got the rhythm going. He's got multiple pitches for strikes. That's the kind of thing young man should be really happy with himself. But he's thinking, hey, I might want to go out and throw a few more innings. I'm feeling good. Look at that in the dugout. I'm feeling good now.
Hey, we'll step aside and come back through 4 innings. No score between the green and the black squads for the Junior Showcase. Raindrops falling at the East Cobb Complex in Marietta, Georgia. We're going to try and work through this and get into the top of the 5th inning. No score. Each team a couple of hits. Pitchers have dominated to this point. I believe we're going to see another new hurler for the green team, and that is going to be Charlie Buckles.
Buckles a big, and I mean big, this stands out when you're on the field standing next to him. 6'6", 210 lefty. Primary first baseman, obviously has a lot of strength in his swing, also pitches. Sort of looks like Caden Grice at the same age. If Grice, the Clemson two-way standout. Looking at him physically, there's a lot of Caden Grice there. Let's see how he throws.
So Buckles ready to work and gets a little tapper that is going to be a squibbing fair ball, but the play will be made with a lob, a grenade over to first.
Interesting dance between Buckles and his catcher fielding that.
And Jack Zeller retired to begin the inning. I thought we were headed for a collision. That was not to be the case.
Even if I had the equipment on, I wouldn't want to collide with Buckles.
I don't blame you. Here's Gary. Pitch in there for a strike. Buckles, though, even though he is a Maryland native, he is a Tulane commit. Really enjoyed the vibe of getting down to New Orleans, getting on campus when he was able to do so. Part of the Phillies scout team.
Only 16 years, 4 months old. So, long way from maturity.
Bennett Gary went down on strikes back in the second, so he's come through this lineup hitting for the second time in the game, and a sweeping curve drops in for a strike. Another 4.0 student, though, is Buckles as he bends that curve down and out. David, here is his scouting report. A lean 6'6" lefty. Presence on the mound, stands tall. Pitchers consistent, have movement, changeup, most effective pitch. Comfortable in almost any situation. Fastball has lots of run. Location of pitches is a strength. Pitch is going to be lifted in the air to left center field, and that ball will be put away. Nice catch. It's run down. I didn't know if that ball might carry a little bit further, but Abrams able to get back and make the play for the second out.
Abrams, an impressive outfielder. He made the defensive player of the game yesterday with a full-out diving catch along the line, and in right field now showing a nice jump and good range in left field to track that one down. That was a slider from Charlie Buckles. A nice pitch at 76 with the big sweep. Probably what they call a sweeper nowadays, but I refuse to acknowledge. I refuse to acknowledge there's even that term in baseball. I know I'm sounding old and grumpy, but that's a slider. Okay, it's always been a slider.
Nice way. For being grumpy, you said it nicely. As Charlie Wortham bats.
And that was a nice changeup fading away. Yeah, Buckles has the whole arsenal. He's shown his 4 pitches already. And I think he's even done a little 2-seam, 4-seam action.
Well, he's working quickly. Gets one fouled, backing out of play. Tell you what, though, I think this pitching thing is going to work out for Buckles. If it doesn't, I think I might introduce him to Steve Banta and our crew, and I'll tell you why if he gives me a chance. And he may not give me a chance. That ball hit out into center field, and it is going to be put away. So the catch is made. Lost some sunglasses, but Luke Billings made the catch. Maybe Buckles will come back and throw another inning because that was a very efficient and perfect top of the 5th.
That was fun watching him. But I already mentioned he's throwing multiple pitches. He's up to 87. He's a 6'6" lefty. It's the hitter's seeing a lot of arms and legs coming at him right there. But the release is very consistent on it. And that young man, I know he's a primary first baseman, but I made that Caden Grice comparison earlier, if you're familiar with the Clemson star. But there's a lot of that there at the same age.
It's fun to watch. David, he said if baseball doesn't work out, he wants to be behind a camera filming a movie or producing it or maybe being a videographer for a sports team. So maybe we should put him to work there at the junior showcase. Give him a camera and tell him to go do something with all the best talent at his age group in the country there at East Cobb.
That's a good thing to let Darren know about. He'll want an interview with a young man with that kind of attitude.
David, we're going to the bottom of the 5th inning. 2 hits apiece and no runs.
This game's barely an hour old.
I would imagine we're going to see some pitchers now that might be position players as well as pitchers maybe going forward. But for the time being, Mason Kinchen from Spring, Texas is going to be the next man in. The lefty going through his warm-up tosses.
Kinchen listed as a primary pitcher. We've seen him very recently, just in late May, up to 85. 5'10", 150 pounds. Plays for the Banditos scout team. You mentioned last inning, a lot of these players playing for the top travel programs. The Banditos, a long-time national power, but certainly a power in the state of Texas.
They certainly have been. Kinchen says the area of his game that has grown the most over the last 6 months has been command. Says he's been blessed with a lot of natural movement, but he's learned he can't throw pitches for a strike unless he can find a way to command them as well. Been up to 87, sits around 85, says he gets a 2,300 spin rate. 20 inches of horizontal movement on the changeup and slider. That's an interesting self-scouting report. Guys getting dynamic with their movement. Says the changeup and the slider, two-seam are all plus pitches, with the slider at 24.50 on a spin rate. And his curve is a get-me-over pitch with a low 3/4 arm slot. But command, he says, can still be an issue at times for him. So there you go, David. That's about as in-depth of a scouting report as you might be able to get.
He just overmatched me on that one. One thing I have seen, and this is something the young man's going to have to correct. He does throw that curveball from a significantly lower arm slot, which unless he throws a same pitch, a fastball or changeup from that same arm slot, it's not a real pitch.
Charlie Buckles is going to have extra bases. That ball retrieved in the corner. Oh, did he get there in time? He barely did with the toe tap. Hey, Charlie Buckles just got done pitching. You can't expect him to sprint to second base, but those last couple of steps needed some urgency. He gets the double.
Good job of going with the pitcher. He knows what he did. That would have been a little embarrassing, but yeah, just went with the pitch, knocked it down the left field line. He's running hard there.
Almost a slip, maybe. Well, here comes the raindrops. Julio Rodriguez is going to bat, and I think the umpires are going to send the guys to the dugout for the time being. So the Georgia weather wants to insert itself into our Perfect Game Junior National Showcase. As you mentioned, though, earlier, David, this is really where Perfect Game's investment of turf in this facility several years ago has paid dividends. Maybe not immediately, but soon hereafter, whenever this rain stops, because with the volume of activity that is played here at East Cobb and the weather that Georgia can stir up every once in a while, it is nice to be able to not have to worry about dirt or covering that field. But for the time being, the players will head for their dugouts.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the radar. Just a little squall kind of popping up on top of us, but it's going to be something that we're going to be dealing with for the rest of the day. So it's something we should just get used to, Brett.
All right, we're going to step aside briefly. We're in a weather delay in the 5th inning. Pitchers have dominated so far. No score in our first game of the day between the black and green teams. We'll pause briefly and monitor this weather here on PerfectGame.tv.
Yeah, this is Dave Ronsley from rainy East Cobb, Marietta, Georgia, where you've been watching the PG National Showcase. We are in the 5th inning of our first game of the day between the green team and the black team, and as you can see, raining pretty heavy here at East Cobb. Just waiting a chance for a break in the rain. These turf fields will enable us to play right away. But for the time being, we're going to stay in the rain delay, and we will update you on further developments. Hope to get this going soon, but that's up to Mother Nature right now. Thanks for watching PGTV.
Bad throw. That's yours. That's yours. Are you all right? Get loose, whatever we need to do. What?
Perfect Game Junior National Showcase is going to resume after a brief rain delay, but with the carpet, with the turf, we're able to resume. Brett Dolan, David Ronsley, this is game one of day two. And to this point, David, the pitchers have really dominated, so we'll see if the hitters have been able to reset here for the finish of our first game.
Yes, Will. That's been fun watching some of the pitchers here. You know, so far, not just their stuff, but the ability to pitch from these 16-year-olds. Mason Kinchen, who will be resuming the game for Black, only threw 3 pitches before the rain delay. So, and it's been a pretty quick rain delay. I didn't keep track of the time. Seemed like about a half an hour. So I'm very glad we're going to get to see him pitch again.
I am too. You pointed out multiple times, and you're putting your scout hat on now, that what you're really impressed with to this point has been these young men's ability to spot and hit both sides of the plate, go up and down, and command their pitches. And we're talking about kids that are 20, 25, 16-year-olds primarily, so it's been impressive.
Yeah, and I think it's a good lesson for everybody listening to what scouts at a Perfect Game Showcase are looking for. Yes, we'd like to see what your best fastball is, but it is just important to show your pitches, show your ability to get hitters out, to hit your spots. Even at this young age of 16, relatively young age, we are just not looking for fastball velocity. You're going to show us that anyway. We want to see your complete package as a pitcher. So any young player out there who's going to be looking to go to a Perfect Game Showcase, is planning on pitching, keep that in mind. Yeah, a fastball is great, but we want to see the whole package. And, Brett, that's what we're seeing today from these pitchers. It's been very, very pleasing, very good for the evaluation of a player.
No, I think that's great advice for these young men. I think you're tempted to go out there and try and overthrow a bit, but you understand that command and control. And it was funny, David, during the Women's College World Series, the young lady from Nebraska, just outside of Omaha, your old stomping grounds, was throwing 70-some miles an hour. She threw the hardest she did at the end, but she said, I was trying to throw 70% to command and control, but she got her best by kind of trying to tone things down. And, you know, sometimes when you try and ratchet things up, it goes the other way from a command standpoint.
And these young pitchers who we're addressing, watch the big leagues now and start to see that attitude in the big leagues. Pitch, you throw as hard as you can for as long as you can, and then you come out, and the next guy in the 8-man bullpen is going to come in and pick you up. So they're getting that kind of reinforcement, but it's kind of the opposite from a scout's point of view. I want to see your whole package.
Back up.
Leo Rodriguez is batting now. Buckles doubled before the rain delay, so he's out there at second. We may see him back on the mound when this game rolls on, but meanwhile, he's trying to score the game's first run. Rodriguez trying to knock it in. And
thinking back a half an hour to Mason Kinchen's very in-depth scouting report, complete with spin rates and vertical movement. There's the big slow curveball right there. Obviously a young man who really thinks about his pitching. He has a variety of pitches. He has a couple different arm angles. And you like to see the investment. Not only we talk about the investment in your body, but your investment in your mind as a pitcher can be just as important, if not more so at times.
Yeah, I would agree. Here's a 2-2 pitch, and did it hit the bat or the hand? I think it hit the knob of the bat for a foul ball. Yeah, he gave us his spin rates. He gave us the inches of horizontal movement on his changeup and his slider. Says his dad and brother, David, are both 6 feet or better and over 200 pounds. So there is more growth in this young man, you would think, as well.
Yeah, I'm looking at his picture right now, and it's a young face. It's obviously a young body. You can see it out there. And, genetics, are not 100%. But yeah, it sounds like he's a young man who's got his growth spurt in front of him.
Part of his scouting report, I'll be a late bloomer and gain velo throughout high school and college. That'll whet your appetite. That ball, though, is socked towards right field, and it'll be played back in. So a base hit to right field by Rodriguez. Thought that might hang up long enough to be caught, but now there's runners on the corners and nobody out. It should be Gatson out in right field. So, first real scoring opportunity we've seen in the game. And Joey Erase will be the batter. Young man from Ocean City, New Jersey, goes by Joey Ballgame, ran a 6.8 60 yesterday.
Yeah, Brett, I don't know whether you know the story of Joey Ballgame. He was featured in Time magazine, he and his family at age 10 in a big expose that Time magazine did on youth baseball. And Arasi, who was at 10 years old, he wasn't in it because of his talent. He was there because of how much he traveled, how much his parents were involved. But he has turned into a real prospect. Ran a 6.8 yesterday through 92, has plenty of bat speed. But he has huge social media followings based on all the videos he was posting when he was literally 10 years old. So just a big personality who's actually turned into a big baseball talent as well.
That's fantastic. I love that. 2 balls and a strike to count. It's a good pitch from Kinchen. Runs it in there for a strike to even the count. St. Augustine Prep, the high school for Joey. Trying to come through here in the 5th inning and provide the first runs of the game for the green team. As David mentioned, should be an 8-inning game. Kind of a sidearm breaking ball that finished down and in and missed.
Yeah, and I don't think Mason Kinchen needs to drop the arm slot as much he is on the curveball, because that just tips the pitch, and the hitter knows the pitch coming by the arm slot. He gets plenty of that same sweep when he keeps his release point up higher, and I think it's a more consistently good pitch for him.
Well, I think that's good advice.
If you watch that pitch there, that fastball, it's probably a foot higher in the release, and any hitter who's had lots of repetitions will know the pitch before it leaves his hand, and that makes it easier to hit.
Yeah, it's an easy tip. There's a wave and a miss. So Kinchen gets the strikeout. Arase goes down on strikes, and I think that advice is probably one that maybe Mason will utilize going forward. When you just drop down, sometimes even if the hitter doesn't immediately realize that's going to be a breaking ball, it just is a different look for him, and it might be a take rather than a swing, rather than just letting his natural stuff kind of take over.
Yeah, and if you're going to throw that, let's say that sweeping breaking ball from the lower arm slot, there's the fastball there from the higher 3/4. If you're going to drop your arm slot, you need to throw another pitch. Let's say he turns over a changeup from that lower slot. Well, now you have 2 pitches from the same slot with the exact opposite action. That can be an effective pitch for him, especially to right-handed hitters.
Austin Wiegand from Westminster Christian High School in Miami, the batter. An opportunity to provide some runs after that strikeout was recorded for the first out here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Kind of hides that ball right behind his left ear before the pitch and gets the strike.
Now you can hear a little bit of rain still falling, and I think what the people there are doing, there's some light rain coming through right on radar right now, and I think they restarted the game thinking it's going to remain light. That's what the radar shows, at least my radar shows. And after that, it should be clear for a while. So I think they wanted to get it going, take a little chance that it wouldn't get heavy all of a sudden, and then instead of taking a longer time off. And we've got a lot of baseball to play. We've got a whole nother group of 4 teams and about 100 players coming in after the second game to go through all their drills, their 60, their BP. So the people down on the field making the calls are trying to keep us moving here.
Okay, I like it. Good update. Here's the 2-2 pitch. That's caught on and missed. Back-to-back Ks by Kinchen. And that will be the, is that the 5th batter of the inning or the 3rd out? They're heading off the field.
Irregardless,
that's a pretty nice job.
Yeah, that fastball is really getting on hitters. He's throwing 83, 85, but it's really getting on hitters well. You saw some hesitation there in Weiss. That was on a fastball. He just was mistimed with that whole delivery and just couldn't get his swing in sync.
Let's go back and look at some of his different pitches. Remember, the inning started with a double. We had the rain delay, and then he came back out, gave up a single, but also navigated through some trouble. I like playing through a little bit of rain as long as it doesn't get too heavy. I've sat through a number of sunshine, lightning delays in the last few weeks, and there's nothing stranger than being outside where there's sunshine, but there's lightning about 10 miles away, and everybody just kind of sits. I think they did that in Baton Rouge yesterday. Meanwhile, another pitcher, Austin Weiss, comes on to throw, a Maryland native, a Maryland commit, Georgetown Prep High School. And we'll see this lefty work as we go into the 6th inning.
Yeah, Austin Weiss, a primary left-handed pitcher, but he's really opened eyes here as an athlete. Open eyes as a hitter, took an outstanding batting practice. So he's really an all-around athlete. And Brett, didn't you mention earlier that this young man at 6 foot, 180 pounds, could windmill dunk?
Yeah. That gets your attention. And I don't even know if that has anything to do with scouting, projecting, or whatnot. You just kind of get excited, I think, sometimes for the athleticism that these young men have. I think it's a tendency to maybe forget at times when you see some that have their grown man bodies that, they're 20, 25s. They're 16-year-old, basically.
Yeah, no, actually, as a scout, that you're always looking for athleticism, even on a pitcher. If you look down a list of the successful pitchers, especially the starters, the great pitchers, so many of them are high level athletes. And to hear that kind of stuff about Weiss's athletic ability, I mean, you have to be a grade A athlete to windmill dunk at 16 and 6 foot tall. But then to watch him hit, to watch him move, all that athleticism comes into the pitching evaluation as well.
He's facing Ryan Mitchell. Meanwhile, Weiss, David, has said he's gained velocity going from maybe mid-80s to almost 90-ish. But he also claims to have better pitch recognition. And we'll see what he's able to do. Buckles went 1 inning and cruised through that frame. But now Weiss pitching to Mitchell in the 6th. Wave and a miss at a pitch up and in.
And Weiss has been upper 80s since, at least last year. He pitched in the an event in Maryland last October and was 86, 89 with a 75 curveball, 76 changeup.
David, we kind of joke about these self-scouting reports and, his athleticism, but he told me how much he could broad jump, standing vertical, exit velo off a tee, pitch mix with a 2-seamer, a 4-seamer, a slider, and a change. But first time I've seen somebody tell me they have a 36-inch standing vertical or a 10-foot plus broad jump. So you understand that athleticism might lend itself to being a two-way type athlete.
Sounds like he's ready for an NFL combine.
I think so too. Ready to take off his shirt and flex in Indianapolis for us as he continues to work to Ryan Mitchell here in the 6th inning.
And for decades, Major League Baseball has been talking about doing some sort of similar combine for the draft eligible players that year, is pick up a nice fastball for strike 3. And it's just for any variety of reasons that hasn't come together. I think, one of them being you have such a disparate range of players, from the high school seniors to the college seniors and age groups, and some are in the College World Series and high school travel. It's just hard to bring players together for baseball. So much harder, the dates of the relative drafts to the off seasons. But it's something that literally has been talked about for literally decades in Major League Baseball circles, but I still don't think it's ever going to come to fruition.
Damian Gatson, the batter. Gatson struck out his only time in, and just shows you the challenges, right? I mean, football's long since done by the time they get to their combine and drafts. And baseball, I mean, some schools it used to be they were playing in Omaha when the draft was taking place, and the high school kids doing some stuff on the side. There's really no stop to the baseball season, and a little bit different than its counterparts from the football or basketball standpoint. But
yeah, you're looking at a mid-season draft is what you're basically doing in baseball as compared to an off-season draft, you know, for the other major sports.
And Schaefer might have skipped out on us. He had a single earlier, one of the few hits in the game, but Gatson will swing and foul one back, facing Weiss with one out in the 6th. Gatson again, 6'7", 560 yesterday. Right around 90 on an exit velo as well. Chops one off the carpet. Let's see if the speed plays here. The big bounce at third base, and he easily beats it. So you had a sense once he chopped that ball so high off the turf that he was going to have himself an infield base hit.
And that type of swing, especially with a left-handed hitter, is conducive to getting out of the box quickly. A left-hand hitter, when he puts the ball on the ground to the opposite field, he's getting out of the box quick. We call it a jailbreak. It's going to produce a really fast, home to first time on the stopwatch, and usually gets you an infield single.
Yost really didn't have much he could do over at third base. Chris Levi Gutierrez bounced to third in his only at bat, so these guys now getting to go through a second time, but you would rarely, if ever, face that same pitcher again. So it kind of feels like an entirely different sequence. Pitch ran down and in and missed from Weiss. So 1 on, 1 out, 6th inning. We had a rain delay, maybe 25 minutes-ish or so, and playing through some raindrops now as we try and navigate through game 1 of day 2 of the Junior National Showcase. Gatson's going to take off and skid into second base. That dive looked like it hurt.
Yeah, it looks like his expressions back that up.
Strike 3, inside corner. That was a lot of run over the inside edge to Levi Gutierrez, and Weiss gets the K, his second of the inning.
This is a nice fastball, good location, such a hard pitch to hit. Catcher did a good job too, and you get that angle from the lefty cutting across the corner.
Well, he's going to go ahead and get himself another stolen base. Is Gatson.
Infield hit, stolen base, stolen base. If you got the speed, use it, and Gaston certainly does.
Colin Lynch takes a low strike right around the knees. Young man from Pennsylvania, the pick commit.
And Weiss certainly showing his stuff. He's been steady, 80, 87, 89, touch a few 90s, working mostly with his fastball, but the arm quickness, the arm strength, definitely there for the athletic left-hander.
I think you touched on it maybe just a few moments ago, David. And, sometimes we get caught up in the velocities for good reason, analyzing and projecting. Sometimes it's the hitter's reactions to the pitches, I think, that you guys might pick up on, whether that pitch seems faster than it actually is, whether there's movement, there's spin, just the hitter's not seeing it well or certainly not squaring it up.
Yeah, and there's really two factors to that, one of which is how well the pitcher hides the ball, how much deception he has in his delivery. And sometimes I think one of the major roles of professional pitching coaches is to create that arm action that hides the ball behind the body, because that can make stuff play up. And of course, you also have the analytical edge. On the deeper TrackMan stats, you get extension and stuff on the pitches, and the difference between a 5'10" extension out front and a 7'6" extension out front. I'm talking about feet and inches there. Can mean the difference visually to the hitter of a 1.5 miles, 2 miles an hour on a pitch.
You're going Spencer Strider, Shane McClanahan on me with that conversation. David, we're seeing some velocities upper 80s-ish, maybe even a 90 from Weiss. And how about that? 3 strikeouts in the inning around that infield single.
And not only was the hitter's really not reacting that fast. There were a number of pitchers there in that inning where the catcher was really having to concentrate hard to get his mitt to those balls. So when the catcher is being overmatched a bit, or certainly having to work hard to frame up pitches, that's really an indicator what the stuff is like.
Well, I think that's really good insight. You're just talking about those catchers. And again, they haven't worked with these pitchers before, or at least you would think they have not been able to do so, but sometimes just trying to do their best to kind of handle those guys with either their movement, their velocity, whatever the case may be. And we played another scoreless half inning. How about that? Just 7 hits over 5.5 innings as the green team comes to bat in the bottom of the 6th in a 0-0 contest.
Yeah, and we've had a few doubles, some runners on base. I'd like to say there's been great defense, but the pitchers really even haven't given the fielders a lot to play defense. This has just been a great pitching match. We see the Gold team there. They will getting ready for their second game, featuring Gold and Gray, the other two teams from this first group.
Indeed, I missed out on the games yesterday. I had the skills workout in the morning, but we'll see those teams following this game. Meanwhile, Kinchen's going to go back out for a second inning, and I thought maybe he might have worked himself into a little bit of a jam last frame with a double and a single, but he was able to get the strikeouts with runners on base to finish strong. Now we get to see him for a second inning of work. And this is Abrams, bounced to third and his only at bat previously in this game, which felt like a long time ago. Fort Meade High School product.
Yeah, Brad, it's only 10:20 in the morning here. We're still real early in our day of baseball.
I know we are. Rain delay kind of threw a halftime in the middle of it. I mentioned this yesterday, David, about Abrams. He's from Fort Meade, Florida. It's the same high school, the same town as Andrew McCutchen. So as you can imagine, a big Kutch fan, a man to look up to.
Like we also touched, Steve and I touched on that during the games yesterday, the Fort Meade connection and McCutchen. And it's so nice to see Andrew McCutchen, who not only is a great player in his own right, but a great human being, does so much for communities around Fort Meade and others, and for youth baseball. But so nice to see him go back to Pittsburgh and have a really solid season and be one of the major reasons the Pirates have a winning record at this point in the season.
Who says you can't go home again, as the expression or song says. Right now he'd like to get on base, and he won't do so, but that might be, is that the fourth ball and an opportunity or a ghost runner? Here's some of your colleagues, David, trying to stay dry.
There's Jeremy Brown, who really specializes in our 13, 14-year-olds, but he is here nonetheless as one of the senior members of the scouting staff. Like, he was just remembering yesterday, he's like, dang, I'm just starting my 11th year full-time at Perfect Game. And he says, and started reminiscing on that.
I put him to work for our games of the week earlier this year, back in April and May.
In fact, Jeremy's going to be coming in, I believe, to call most of the drills with Steve Lennox later in the day when we bring in the 4 new teams.
Yeah, we need to put him to work. At this point, with the rain coming down, he might think that's not a bad plan to go to the studio.
I'm not complaining at all.
But you are. Meanwhile, we put that runner at first, and Abrams keeps up there in the box. Uh-oh. That ball's tagged. Hit to left field. Hit deep. Back to the monster, and it's going to be off the fence. Abrams doesn't get the long ball, but he has himself an extra base hit. Why not go for 3? It's the benefit of knowing a fastball's coming, but then you still have to time it up and hit it, and Abrams did that.
Yeah, you can tell right there he got all of that pitch under different conditions, dry. That ball's out of here, off the 365 sign in left center field. And Abrams running from the get-go. A head-first slide, hustle, power. Mentioned before, he's made some really good defensive plays in the outfield, just making Fort Meade and Andrew McCutchen proud.
Yes, looked a little Kutch-like there, racing into third base. Peter Visconti is in. He had a base hit earlier. That ball is going to sneak out of play.
Or is it?
Or was it? Was that caught? That ball was put away and caught. How about the job back near the screen to make that catch?
Diego Rosa Burgos, I believe.
It is.
With that catch, got a little congratulations even from the umpire, and stolen out for his pitcher.
Tough out for Visconti, and it brings up Preston Armstrong. So Rosa Burgos with that catch. There's not a lot of foul territory behind home plate in this complex where land is of the premium and there's multiple fields everywhere, but there was just enough for Burgos to put it away. Armstrong bounced to short his only time in. Good pitch for a strike.
I've been a little critical of that low slot curveball that Kinchen throws. But at this level, with the command he has of it, it's a very effective pitch, and I can see where there's a lot of positive feedback to keep throwing it. Until the hitters tell you can't throw it, you might as well keep throwing it.
I think that's accurate. The hitters will provide you some immediate feedback, especially once you get into the summer season and showcase events such as this. 1-2 to Armstrong. It's a big guy in that right-handed box. Kinchen might hit a few of these right-handed bidders over the course of a season with that movement into the righties, but to this point he has not. Armstrong from Goodyear, Arizona waits on a 2-2 pitch, and that's a little bit up, a little bit out, and the count has gone full. Boy, that is a calm presence in the box. Let's see what he can do with a 3-2 pitch. Kinchen looking for an out after that leadoff triple. And wow, that was close. He just about got it.
Just misses. and he knows it too.
See what he wants to throw. 3-2. And that dropped down and in. Tried that outside corner, tried to work in around the knees to Armstrong. Next pitch is a called third strike, so he just kept battling, David, to try and stay away from the heart of the plate, catch a corner, and get a strikeout, and he did.
Yeah, I think I mentioned earlier the ability of all the pitchers today, not only to mix their pitches, throw strikes, but they're hitting corners. And you said Kinchen didn't back down, and he just didn't leave that pitch out over the plate. So to Armstrong to in the fastball only count to get extended on, ended up with a strikeout.
We have seen Austin Weiss bat. We've seen him on the mound. We're going to see him hit again. Went down on strikes when he batted way back in the first inning. And gets the swing and a miss. Maryland native, Maryland commit. Haven't had many lefty-lefty matchups, but we do here. It's a good angle to see where that set position is for Kinchen. Up the middle, handled it short. Nice play, and a strong throw to first will end the inning. Christopher Levi Gutierrez, the shortstop, came up with that ball off the bat. I thought maybe might sneak into center field, might provide a run, but it did not. So a leadoff triple But David, again, we've seen these pitchers, they haven't given up a lot, gave up that triple to Abrams, and then you go to work and you start trying to paint pitches, get some strikeouts, get some outs, and come away with another impressive inning.
Yeah, good work by Kinchen, especially considering his first trip to the mound was interrupted by our halftime rain delay. So got himself together, worked up to 85, 86 on the fastball. You know, he obviously can spin the ball, competes very well.
Seems like as good a time as any to thank our camera crew for hanging out there in the rain. Got the floppy hat on up there near the batter's eye. Hanging tough. Whoever said baseball broadcasting was easy?
There's cameramen in the same thing, sitting on both top of both the first base and third base dugouts. Yeah, you said you don't mind the pitter patter of rain. And yes, by comparison to sunny lightning delays, it's one thing. But yeah, I've always been bothered by playing baseball in the rain. Maybe growing up in sunny California might have something to do with that. But yeah, it's not easy to play. But everybody's playing under the same conditions. You know, we're not going to get any wet and soggy balls out there. And as long as it's safe for the players, the pitchers can get a good grip on the ball. We're going to keep playing. And I'm looking at the radar consistently. And once we get done with this little bit of, drizzle here, it really clears up nicely, knock on wood, really for the rest of the day. Certainly the rest of the morning into the afternoon. It's pretty much the whole system's passed.
I'll take your word for it. I'll hold you to it. Bennett Gary is going to pitch. So this is a member of the black team. He's going to pitch against his teammates and throw here in the sixth inning. The young man from Parkland, Florida, always grabs your attention when you see Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School product after that awful shooting there several years ago. But he is going to come on and work with the left-handed Arsenal.
Yeah, the bottom line on Marjorie Stoneman Douglas is they are consistently one of the top programs in the country. I think they went a good deal this spring. I haven't seen the final high school rankings. I don't even know if there's final high school rankings. There's one pitch, one out for Bennett Gary. But Stoneman Douglas has been the number one team in the country for much of the year. I think they finished first either last year or the year before. So we're talking about one of the truly elite high school programs in the country that's consistently turning out players like Bennett Gary. Heard a story yesterday that Gary had just been called up to the varsity as a sophomore, middle of the season, for his speed and his left-handed bat. And to play on a team like that as a sophomore is really a testament to your talent.
Well, you weren't kidding. He retired Ethan Moore. Now he gets Ethan Bauer-Schmidt. And I think I touched on this yesterday with Cam, David, but so many of these guys so talented that when they do play for the big-time travel programs or big-time high schools, oftentimes this year their sophomore year, last year their freshman year, if you're a contributor or a big-time player, you know your future's bright. If you're able to jump in and handle things for a big-time high school team when you're, freshman, sophomore, you're going to have a lot of success going forward.
Yeah, the programs like J. Sarah and Huntington Beach and California and Calvary Christian and Marjorie Stoneman Douglas and schools like that, it's not uncommon to look at their rosters and literally see 8 to 12 players with Division I commitments, on a roster. And that kind of depth and that kind of talent just stands out so much.
Bauer-Schmidt is going to wave and miss, so he will go down on strikes. So Gray has come out, retired Moore on one pitch, strikes out Bauer-Schmidt, and there's two gone here in the seventh inning.
2 outs on 4 pitches. We can get back to what I said yesterday when I believe it was Austin Wygant, number 16 on green, was the one who got our 6 outs on 12 pitches. Let's see what we have here with Bennett Gray throwing strikes. That's his first ball, as a matter of fact.
He's facing KT Thompson, who did double previously in this game. Led off an inning with a double, but did not score. Local product from Flowery Branch High School in Georgia. Cherokee Bluff High School in Flowery Branch. Base is empty, 2 quick outs here in the seventh inning.
Yeah, when you see players who are from the greater Atlanta area, one of the fun things is you get such a depth of performance statistics on them, even though these are just 20-25s. Caden Thompson, for instance, has played in 137 PG tournament games, almost 400 at-bats, a career 324 hitter. So you just get that huge performance background since they do so many events, not only at East Cobb, but at other facilities in the greater Atlanta area. They're PG run WWBA or BCS events. And it's really fun to look at those numbers sometimes. You get the same thing in Florida, too, with so many events at the Boomba Complex outside Orlando and, of course, down in Fort Myers.
Yeah, it really is kind of a leg up for some of these young men who play in the baseball hotbed areas, such as Atlanta. Thompson trying to get a second base hit. That one, though, will go back to the screen. And the one thing about a guy like Thompson, I think when you play in a lot of these PG events in tournaments, you really have an idea what you do well and what you want to improve upon. For him, he said he wanted to get faster, so he spent a lot of time training and doing work for foot speed and work to, not just run the bases, help him defensively. I really think that's an advanced thought process, too, when you're able to say, you know what, I'm getting better, I'm getting stronger, but here's areas I still need to get better at. Sometimes in the offseason you can't work on swinging at curveballs, but you can work at the weight room and also speed training.
I've always been a big proponent, especially for position players, of identifying your strengths and then keep improving them. I think a lot of people say, okay, I need to get faster. Let's say I'm a 7.2, 7.3 runner. I need to get faster. Well, sometimes it's like, well, I'm a 7.3 runner, but I have a really strong arm and I can really drive the ball hard. And maybe just leave. Don't try to be average in all areas. Take your strength. If you're a fast runner, try to go from being a 6.6 to a 6.3 runner. Make that a really, really plus tool, and that can be your carrying tool as you get to the next level after that. And really stand out in one tool as much as build a whole average package. And I especially like to see that with runners. I especially like to see that with runners because speed is such an impactful tool on baseball. Moving forward with the rule changes, it's going to be even more impactful with no shifts, with the stolen bases being emphasized again. And if you can run, let's not concentrate on, I need to get stronger. Let's say I need to run even faster because that's a special tool of yours as an athlete. Let's build upon it and make it a truly dominant tool.
No, I completely agree. I think speed is going to have a renaissance in our game, and I think we've seen it at times at the collegiate level, in the minor league and major league, where they put these rules into place to create more movement, more stolen bases, so someone needs to take advantage. Thompson may have taken advantage of a pitch he could hammer, but it's directly on line to center field and put away to end the inning. So the catch was made by Wygant out there in center, and Gray had a pretty harmless inning.
Yeah, I jinxed Gray a little bit early, calling attention to the early strikes and everything, but he battled through it. Just so easy. I know he's a secondary pitcher, but that's such an easy, well-controlled athletic delivery. He's been up to 86 at times, and I can see him growing on the mound and being a very legitimate two-way prospect.
David, I think they're finished after 7 innings. We were talking about the possibility of 8, but we had the rain delay. It might have impacted some players and their travel plans, so that is it. And you look at the 8 base hits, and we did have a couple of ringing extra base hits, doubles and triples, but for the most part, those pitchers, once they were able to deal with some base runners, got out of those jams to command and control the game.
Yeah, the pitchers did a great job. We had all the pitchers, even the secondaries, were in complete control. They threw strikes, and at this level, if you throw strikes and are in command of multiple pitches, you're going to be successful.
Hey, one game down, another game coming up shortly. Gold against Gray. Then later on in the afternoon, another group will come in for their workouts, their 60s. They'll throw from the outfield, infield first and pop times and take batting practice. David and I will take a quick break. We'll come back shortly with our second game, Gold versus Gray. We have completed Black versus Green, so stay tuned for more of the Perfect Game Junior National Showcase on perfectgame.tv.
think that was lightning, Caleb. I think I just saw it though. Oh. Boy, was that me or was that just lightning? Was that just lightning or was that me? No, like you didn't see the flash? You didn't see the flash? Oh yeah, the flash is too fast. Oh, okay, yeah. I thought I had to have the flash pop up. I said, what was that? Yeah, I this metal and stuff. I ain't never like really been outside, right? Oh, do you think it's coming in or it's leaving? I'm about to sleep over here, bro. This side over here, like to the left, it looks black, and then you get to the right, it looks like it's something clear. So I don't know. Alright, I thought you were seeing the light. I do it. What's up, Caleb?
Taking like 11:05, all right? 20 minutes?
I hate to say it now, it looks like it's about to go away. Ooh, it looks like it's gonna clear out now. I see the blue sky over here, sadly. Yes, I've seen a few myself. Yeah, it was one like 5 minutes ago as well.
Sounds better. Nice. Big spot sounds better. We're still shooting 11:05, right? Hey, we got open. 5 batter bats every inning. Hey, y'all scan that barcode on the wall right there. A lot of action photos. So we'll go. All right. Martinez got replaced with a new pitcher. Talked your way right out of that one, didn't you?
Welcome back to the East Cobb Baseball Complex at Marietta, Georgia. It is game 2 of day 2. We've got the gray and the gold going head-to-head. We played through some raindrops, had a brief intermission or rain delay in game 1, but we're able to finish and now ready for the second contest to see these young athletes one more time. Brett Dolan alongside David Ronsley. Again, delighted to have you with us. I would say, David, pitching certainly dominated game 1. What do you expect to see, or who should we watch out for and keep an eye out for here in game 2?
Well, actually, Brett, I'm always looking forward to seeing the pitchers. That's kind of the highlight of the showcase games. But there are some pretty strong hitters on these two teams, and if there's any let up in the pitching, we're definitely going to get more than the 1-0 game we saw yesterday. I especially like the Huntington Beach triumvirate for the green team in catcher Trent Grindlinger, outfielder Trevor Goldenitz, and third baseman Lincoln Garcia. They were very impressive yesterday. They all hail, as I said, from Huntington Beach High School out in California, one of the top programs in the state of California. And they all played well yesterday. They bring different tool sets, and it's going to be interesting to see how they perform on this drizzly but clearing Sunday morning.
Well, I like that, the fact that these young men have played with each other and now get a chance to showcase their skills here at the Junior National. And we're going to take a look at some of the rosters for both of these teams. Again, we've had extensive lineups. We have the gray and we have the gold here in game 2. So we'll give you a look at the players that we're going to see. This is the second game for these young men. So wherever they finish in the batting lineup yesterday, they will resume at that point. But you see Fuhino, Montanez, Roventini, Melendez-Deering, Kiakona, Shambo, Worley, Garcia, Kennedy, Rape, part of the roster now for this gray team. Again, they are the visitors. That's just part. We'll spin it forward and see the back end of this lineup as well. Sutherland, Lasher, Goldenetz, who David mentioned, Julian, Taylor, Ray, Russell, Coltman, Grinlinger, and Wren for the gray squad. So, ready to get this game underway here from East Cobb. The gold team, again, will be the home team. We played 7 innings in game 1. We might effort for 8 innings here in game 2, but the pitcher we're going to take a look at is Austin Dean, Alexandria, Virginia Tech commit, and David, no surprise, the guy that he looked up to hasn't pitched in a long time. He's a Hall of Famer, Randy Johnson. He says because they have a similar build, and you get a little unit look to Mr. Dean.
I would say they have a similar build. Wasn't fortunate enough to see Randy Johnson when he was at this age, but you know, Austin Dean listed at 6'8", 220 pounds, and you can believe every centimeter of that. So it's a tall operation there. We haven't seen him for a year in PG events. He's been up to 85 miles an hour before, but with any pitcher that big, you know, you're just assuming that he's nowhere close to his physical peak right now, that there's so much growing to do. I mean, Randy Johnson really wasn't able to throw strikes until he was in his mid-20s. Look at Randy Johnson's walk numbers from early in his career, and then when he was at his peak as one of the greatest pitchers of all time. And you'll see the difference, and that's often the case with young pitchers. So as a scout, I'm going to be really looking at his ability to repeat his delivery, throw strikes, and see how he's able to command his stuff more than the raw stuff itself.
This is where the projection comes into play, where you scouts have to kind of look into your crystal ball, so to speak, and anticipate what he's going to look like a couple of years from now or further down the road, because he does seem to have his adult size. Now you get the strength and the ability to pitch to kind of go along with that.
Oh, definitely. And remember, we are looking at 16-year-olds right now. Very few of these players have even turned 17. And it's not a matter of what they're going to be really in 3 or 4 years. Yeah, we're looking at what they're going to be for the draft in 2 years, but we're looking way farther down the line here. The vast majority of these players, especially with how the draft are going to be going to colleges, doing their 3 years of college. So we're looking 5 years down the road for a lot. And with an athlete like Dean, it's perfectly healthy to look even further than that.
The young man that says what has improved most recently has been his secondary pitches. He's comfortable throwing his changeup and slider just as much as he is with that fastball. So we'll see if that comes into play. But his self-scouting report says arm side tailing fastball that plays up, good slider changeup mix that he will throw in any count. And another tremendous student. He had a father that was a football player at Harvard. So he threw some warm-up tosses. He went to the dugout. I'm not sure if he was hydrating, and now he's come back out and ready to finish things off and get to work.
The obvious question with any athletic 6'8", 16-year-old is, does he play basketball? Is there anything in his background report that indicates that? Or?
2 years varsity basketball. Good thought process, David.
Well, he's only a sophomore, and he's already played 2 years of varsity basketball. So that doesn't surprise me. A left-handed post-up. Look at the length of those arms. I'm a big basketball guy. I know you're a basketball fan too. And reach is something they talk about with basketball players. And he's 6'8" with about a 7'2", 7'3" reach. And in baseball sense, that just means he's going to be releasing the ball so much far closer to the plate than, let's say, a 6'2" player with a 6'5" reach. It's one of the big advantages for taller pitchers.
Well, there's no doubt. So Chase Sutherland is going to lead off. One of our many natives of Hawaii. So we've got Virginia against Hawaii to begin game 2, and we are underway with a pitch just off that outside corner from Dean.
Yeah, it's great to see so many Hawaii players here. They are often overlooked in the process, but we've had some Hawaii teams that have met with great success at WWBA tournaments this year, and the number of Hawaiian players in this National Junior Showcase is a reflection of how well these teams have performed and how good of a looks we've gotten at their best players.
Yeah, hats off to them for making this trip here to be part of the event. As some of these young Hawaii players have pointed out in their bio, we know everybody who's any good in the state of Hawaii by the time they're done with their high school seasons or summer seasons, and excited to kind of branch out and see some different competition.
But let's face it, it is 11 hours just in the air on planes to get from Hawaii to Atlanta, Georgia.
We have to do
and
more
that's
than
not
just take my hat off.
Yes, that is more a day. I travel a lot, and I just get bad goosebumps at that thought.
That ball's going to be into left field for a base hit. So Chase Sutherland gets a ground ball base hit into left to begin our contest.
Well, the velocity is coming very easily for Austin Dean now. He's been up to 89, 3 of his 5 fastballs at 87. So the velocity is coming very easy. He's not putting much effort into it. The arm obviously works well. And we'll see what he can do left on left with some of his secondary pitches. I think we'll see the slider early here.
There's Roventini, the batter. We had an opportunity runner aboard, so we'll move a couple of guys now into scoring position. Sutherland down at second. Had the base hit, the St. Louis school product. I think that's the same school that produced Tua, Marcus Mariota, a couple of really good quarterbacks. Roventini with an opportunity to provide more runs with one swing than we had in our entire first game. Two balls and a strike.
Dean also has that work quickly mentality to him. He doesn't get more than a foot off that rubber, and it's right back on it. Sometimes stepping back and taking a breath, especially during your first inning of work at a showcase, your heart's beating and you're a little anxious, and sometimes taking a step back, taking a deep breath, is good for any pitcher, let alone a 16-year-old in this environment.
I would agree. Roventini, his dad's his high school coach. Bell Harbor, New York. Big Brandon Nimmo guy. Here's the 3-1. Chance to do some damage. The pitch runs down and out.
I made the comment yesterday that Roventini, to me, has all the signs of having a baseball coach dad. He's very polished in the box. He sees the ball very well. He's going to very rarely offer, I think, at a pitch outside the zone, and it's a very fundamentally strong, high-contact swing, and you can see him really developing as a hitter. As he gets stronger, only 160 pounds now, but make that 185, and you're going to have some impact.
Been a lengthy battle here with Dean in the first. See what we get. 3-2. There's a wave and a miss. So Dean outlasted him, gets the strikeout to Roventini around the ghost runner and the one base runner that we had with the single.
And one thing I'm seeing here with Dean, these hitters are late. Just visually, those fastballs don't look like they have a lot of giddy up to them. And then I look down at the radar gun readings, and it's 86, 87, 88. And Dean's, it throws so easy and it's fluid that I think that fastball is going to jump on hitters a little bit, not even taking into account his extension on release.
I like that note. Here's Cole Lasher. Lasher from Fort Lauderdale, St. Thomas Aquinas High School. Dave, this is a young man that's gained 40 pounds in a short amount of time. So, we talk about these guys getting bigger and stronger, certainly at this age maybe, and kind of growing into their adult bodies. Cole Lasher is a great example of that.
It happens at different ages to everybody, and that's one of the reasons why you'll see a kid who, he wasn't, what happened in high school? He wasn't on draft lists and everything, and all of a sudden he's a day one draft out of college. Well, sometimes it's just a matter of people mature at different ages. They get their diet in order, they get their strength and conditioning in order, they reach a maturity. And every year, for instance, with the All-American game, we'll see a pitcher who was 82, 84 the summer before. Now all of a sudden going into the All-American game, the national showcase, he's 94, 95 and has gained 25 pounds and everything. And that's just the natural progression of athleticism, not only in baseball, so we see nice fastball, cutting fastball there for strike 3 on Lasher, but of all sports. You read about baseball players who go from 6'3" to 6'10", in a year while they're in high school, and it's like, okay. But it had a little nice cutting action on that there. I'm not sure whether that was intentional. Maybe that was a short slider or cutter, but it certainly was effective and perfectly located.
Indeed, I was waiting to see if Lasher might put the ball in play. He said he gained 40 pounds in a year and a half, 10 pounds in the last few months, and has felt that translate into strength and maybe more pop, but he went down looking, and this will be Clemson Julian. So the bases were loaded with nobody gone, and then Dean trying to navigate through this frame after getting a couple of strikeouts. Link Garcia, the first runner over at third base, and then Sutherland had the base hit, but Dean has fallen behind 2-1 to Clemson Julian.
Yeah, this would be an interesting at-bat. Clemson Julian showed us yesterday, very good barrel control, a career 400-plus hitter in perfect game action, but Dean got the best of him there with a weak pop-up to third base.
He did. How about
nice
that?
Inning there for Austin Dean.
Worked himself into and out of a jam and no-run score as Dean gets a couple of strikeouts and a soft pop-up in foul territory to end the inning. So, pitching has maintained that theme so far from what we had in game one. Everybody going to check in that batting order to see where they're hitting before the Gold Squad comes to bat here in the bottom of the first. So as David accurately predicted, the rain was going to stop. We're able to play, and let's take a look at the lineup and the roster for the Gold team. This is an extensive lineup again, as you can imagine, batting somewhere in that 15 to 17 range. Carlos Colon at the top, then Youcher, Coleman, and Cruz. Carson, Fleming, Grolo, Jones, Fortuno, Watchik, Jackson Clayton, the third baseman, before we flip over that graphic to the second portion of this Gold team. I believe Antigua will be the individual that will lead off, but down through Goodacre, Ibarra, Leah, Rosenthal, Hayes, Metz, Summers, Dean, Forbes, and Silver. So it is an extensive lineup. Anxious to see the pitchers that we're going to take a look at as well for the Gray team. And I think it's Dustin Rape who is going to start things off, the left-hander from Freeport, Pennsylvania, the Penn State commit. We saw him take a good BP yesterday, really good BP. Now we'll see him on the mound.
6 foot, 195 pounds. You can see that firm body. He's seen the inside of a weight room before, it looks like. Very athletic build. Has been up to 88 miles an hour earlier this year. Pitched at the Pittsburgh Indoor Showcase back in February. There's a lot of indoor showcases, trust me. I've been to a whole bunch of them during the late winter and early spring, and they're unique events. You're obviously working out you're doing it at indoor facilities, but you still have the ability to see all the tools and all. And Dustin Rape took advantage of that and got himself a junior national invitation out of the Pittsburgh Indoor Showcase in February.
Diego Jose Cruz from Puerto Rico is going to lead things off against Rape, who says he has nice arm side run to his fastball, late break in his slider, 3/4 arm slot, and can battle in some tough situations. And he says he can stand the pressure of those big-time situations. So this is a little bit of a pressure situation, throwing at the Junior National Showcase. Heartbeat might be just a little bit faster than it is in some of the normal summer events. So a lefty-lefty matchup to begin the bottom of the first. There's a ground ball, and it is going to continue into center for a base hit. So retrieved and played back in. Giacona in center retrieves the single from Cruz to begin the bottom of the first for the Gold team.
Yeah, the slider looks like Rape's pitch. He threw it the last two pitches, 73 miles an hour. Has some good tightness to it, but a better job by Cruz hitting.
I think we're going to skip somebody. Manny Antigua strokes one to left field. That ball was put away. Antigua made some pretty good contact, but looked like he lined directly to left into the glove of Carlo Colon.
Hopefully we'll get a chance to talk more about Lantigua later in this game, one of my favorite players in the 2025 class.
Angel Leia, next man in. Yeah, we like these hitters maybe to take a picture too, just so we can introduce you to them. But I guess if you get something to hit and you get a chance to hit a ball well to left field, you go ahead and do so. So we'll catch him next time through. Really does close that front stance, that front foot for Rape, and then the pitch is up and in, and Cruz will swipe second base.
One out, one out. One out.
Trent Grinlinger behind the plate. be hard to pick up that baseball for a left-handed hitter. Another steal attempt at third base. It was a bit of a collision. We lost a helmet. Everybody kind of falling down. And Cruz is out, so he got greedy, and Grinlinger throws him out at third base.
Yeah, it's a nice athletic by Grinlinger. It's an open side. I think it just overslid the base there. Had the base stolen. This turf a little wet.
Backhanded play at short. And the throw to first will end the inning. That was a nice job by Fahino. So a leadoff single, but a line out. There was a caught stealing involved and a ground out to short. To end the frame, we played one inning, off and rolling here in Game 2. Back in a moment on PerfectGame.tv. Got the gray and the gold playing here in Game 2. Perfect Game Junior National Showcase. We head to the top of the second inning. Dane Ray is going to lead things off, facing the big, tall lefty Austin Dean, who had a couple of strikeouts at a pop-up. Ray from Tupelo, Mississippi. David, yesterday when I was working with Cam, I read his self-scouting report for Ray because it was one of the best I've ever read. And he identifies his strengths, and he did them in order. He went 1 through 5, and he said student of the game, exceptional leader, high baseball IQ, positive influence in the clubhouse, and coachable. Those get me excited.
That tells me two things. First of all, he's been very well raised by his parents, and he's probably been influenced by not one but a number of very good coaches, because those are the priorities that parents want to instill in their kids, and they're the qualities that coaches want in their players.
I would agree on all. And he says he has a brother with autism, and it reminds him to be kind to others and how fortunate he is for the tools that God gave him to be able to play the game of baseball. So seems like perspective works well for Mr. Ray as he leads off the second inning.
And as
once again, David, you're watching those hitters' reactions to the pitch from Dean, and it's not comfortable.
No, that just wasn't those. You're right. Those was not comfortable swings early in the count. Ray was like almost over anticipating there, and still was late. Body got out front forward, hands were too far behind, and didn't really stand much of a chance on that pitch.
This is Coltman, Gabriel Coltman from Portland, Oregon. Got this young man's bio in just late last night. He's from eForce Baseball. And he's currently will be in that process of hoping to get recruited by one of his dream D1 schools. Waiting for things to kind of get back on track in the fall, but he's a big Juan Soto fan.
Well, interestingly enough, and at 6'4", 220, you know their strengths there. Coltman had the highest exit velocity during the drills yesterday at 98 miles an hour. So that strength translates into his bat speed. Ball really comes off the barrel well.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that because I jumped to his self-scouting report, and he talks about being 6'5", 220 with his athletic frame. And he said a high-impact hitter, consistently recording high 90s to 100-mile-an-hour plus exit velocities. And he approaches the plate aggressively with the intent, but also a selective eye. So he had one strikeout for every 13 plate appearances over the course of his season in 2023. A run-producing machine at 37 runs batted in Oregon 6A varsity baseball. I think these guys are hiring PR agencies to write their bios and scouting reports, but it intrigues me. There's a wave and a miss. Tell you what, Austin Dean doesn't need a PR agency. He just goes up there and starts striking out hitters. That's 4 of the last 5 he struck out with a soft pop-up in between.
I'm going to throw a name at you, Brett, that I know you know very well. You may have even worked with them in the booth or something. Jim DeShays.
JD.
Big lefty for the Astros, who threw in the upper 80s, at one point held the National League record for most consecutive strikeouts to start a game. And you always wondered, because you'd watch him pitch to big league hitters, and you would get swings like this, and you were wondering, these are big league hitters. Why are they swinging at 88 out of the zone? But we're getting kind of the same thing from Austin Dean. He's throwing 87, 88, and the hitters just don't see it. They're swinging at pitches outside the zone. And Jim DeShays, I'd love to know if you've ever worked with him. He's obviously had a great broadcasting career after, and you being a Houston native. There's a little bit of that there.
Boy, I can see it. You remember what happened? Once, this is Keegan Russell, by the way. You remember what happened when Tommy Lasorda had DeShays strike out the first 8 Dodgers of the game against him?
Remind me.
He threw out a pinch hitter in the 3rd inning to keep it from being 9. Fouled back by Keegan Russell.
The difference being Jim DeShays was in his late 20s and 30, throwing 88, 90, and Austin Dean is 16 years old, 7 months, and is throwing 88, 90 with the same results.
It's a good addendum. That's strike 3. Took a second, but Keegan Russell rung up. David, how about 2 scoreless innings, despite the fact at one time they were the bases loaded, nobody out, with a couple of walks in this single. He went strikeout, pop-up in the first, goes strikeout in the second.
Yeah, let's take another look at Austin Dean. What a impressive performance. There we see the breaking ball. He really didn't feature the breaking ball much at all, though he did a good job of landing it for strikes when he did. But that fastball, again, 86 to 89 miles an hour, was just such a dominant pitch. And I said at the top of his performance, what I really wanted to see was the ability to throw strikes and repeat your delivery, and he did that at a very high level. There's absolutely no variance in his release point. There's no variance in his tempo from pitch to pitch. And as long as he holds true to that, as he develops over the next 5-7 years, you're going to see the velocity gains, the more consistent feel. And then the last pitch, hey, got up the outside corner to a strong left-handed hitter. Great performance from the young Alexandria, Virginia native.
Well, I will second that. And you would not have blamed any individual. He might go do some band work or some cardio after his outing. But with all those arms and legs, for him to be a little bit out of whack, maybe from a pitch to pitch, or maybe through a little rut within the course of a half inning, you wouldn't blame him. But he just dialed it in and gave us a really fun performance to watch to begin the game.
Yeah, as you mentioned, he got in a little bit of trouble there. A single through the left side and a walk in the first inning, but worked from the stretch and didn't really vary his tempo, didn't maintain the same stuff. That's another scouting point. Like, say, if you maintain your stuff and your control from your stretch as you do from the windup.
Should be Brock Silvers to lead things off here in the bottom of the 2nd inning. A Middleton, Idaho native. Plays with the Dallas Tigers. He said what really kick-started his recruiting process was attending the PG events at LSU last summer.
And it's great to see an Idaho player ranked so high, 130th in the present perfect game rankings. You know, Idaho, not a highlight baseball state. I'm trying to remember the last player from Idaho ranked that high, and what impressed me yesterday about him as a 6'4", 200-pound athlete was the hitting ability. He really gets into his hips well. Someone's really coached him well on keeping his swing short at that height and length, and I can see him developing, learning how to use that leverage that his height gives him, and just a really advanced hitter, especially for a young man from Idaho.
Kentucky commit said he bonded with Coach Mingione about fly fishing when he got him in his office, so I'm not sure if Coach Mingione sold him a bill of goods or whether he truly was a big fly fisherman, but that appealed to the Idaho native. I can say that because I always enjoy the conversations with Coach Mingione. Meanwhile, Rape trying to work here in the second inning to Brock Silvers. I think we may have put that ghost runner over at first base. Indeed we did. Fouled back by Silvers.
And that was that healthy swing, big swing at that fastball that you like to see from a hitter in a fastball only count. You know your advantages.
Good swing there, fouled right back. Silvers has mentioned that he's really worked on his approach in the box and working on slowing things down, maybe loading early, staying back, letting the pitch come to him. It does help then when you know it's going to be a fastball only pitch once that walk has put a runner at first. Got the bat head out on that one, strokes it to left field, and it is down into the monster.
Little Fenway Park single right there. I think that might have one-hopped the left field wall. Hard to see from here. But, yeah, just a great approach from Silvers with the fastball only count. He was well-timed. What do we have on going here?
We have a runner try and sneak in advance to third base.
He stole.
I think that's
Take
what
a look.
we have.
It did not work out as well at the end as what it thought at the beginning. I think there was a thought, boy, this is going to be a great idea. About halfway to third base, not so much.
I'm torn.
This is Joe Forbes. Peoria, Arizona catcher.
This could be really loud if he gets a fastball, especially on the inner half, because he showed some of the best power in this group during batting practice.
Ball will be put away in center field. Ball was
Just
up there
got
a
under
long
that.
time.
Just got under that one.
Sure
Saw
did.
it well.
So that's the second out of the inning. That first out with the runner try to advance to third really kind of helped the cause. Isaiah Ibarra, next man in. Sweeping breaking ball. Called a strike.
That's been Dustin Rape's pitch so far, is that sweep and breaking ball. Varied it between mid and lower 90s. He's calling it a slider. That would be the sweeper probably in big league jargon now. Fastball sitting in low 80s.
Ibarra from West Covina, California tried to hold that bat back but could not. Goes by the nickname Barbie. Offered at a pitch basically let her high and could not resist.
I apologize for laughing at the nickname Barbie.
It's an alliterative name, right? Isaiah Ibarra.
Yeah. Just might mean something different to someone of my generation than his.
Well, that's a wave and a miss, right? With that big bender, got the breaking ball and the wave and a miss from Ibarra. So there was the walk, the single, a runner was lost at third, a fly out and a strikeout, and the goal team does not score.
Yeah, that might have been Dustin Rape's best pitch of the day there. Big breaking ball, really put it in the best location possible. You know, throwing it inside and low to the right-hander, getting under the bat. We'll take a few more looks here. You know, the fastball didn't play up to the 88 miles an hour he showed indoor in February, but it was well commanded. As a left-hander, that's his pitch. And a young man, a Penn State commit, you can see that breaking ball, which is so effective at the college level, being his pitch moving forward.
It's almost felt like a clinic how not to score runs in the game and a half or game plus that we've had today, even when you get that ghost runner at first after a walk or whatnot and leave the batter in the box. There have been a couple of extra base hits, doubles and triples, maybe a runner at third, nobody out, bases loaded, nobody out. And that's when these high-caliber pitchers have dialed things in to make some big-time pitches, get some strikeouts, and keep games scoreless.
We did see one run in the first game, didn't we?
I might debate that, but regardless.
I think the scoreboard said 1-0, and I can't
did.
remember it. So
I don't remember a better coming across. You throw these ghost runners out there. But regardless, we move on. You'll get a new pitcher. Brayden Rosenthal from Delray Beach, Florida. Calvary Christian Academy. Set to work.
Rosenthal's been very, very impressive this event. We'll see how he impresses on the mound. A primary right-handed pitcher, a big athletic young man at 6'4", 200, but really, really hit the ball well during batting practice. And interestingly, at first base, looked so athletic at first base. I'm wondering, why doesn't he play third base or something? So just a really good athlete, just beginning to come into his own. Probably didn't get a lot of action on Calvary Christian's, pitching staff as a sophomore, but, a pretty high ceiling arm who's been up to 88, so far this year at PG events, and obviously a very good athlete as well.
Sawyer Deering from Wisconsin batting. Good pitch for a strike. Tell you a little bit more about Rosenthal as he works here in the third inning. His pitching feels like has improved over the last several months. There's a wave and a miss, and Deering goes down on strikes. He's improved his off speed significantly, feels more confident to throw it in games, and his fastball certainly gained velocity, and then working on that command.
Yeah, that was a nice mid-70s breaking ball right there, 77 miles an hour, and almost with the slider shape and more of a curveball depth to it.
That ball laced foul by Melendez down the line and right. It's intriguing to me because Rosenthal said that he got to know Jose Fernandez personally. The late Jose Fernandez taught him to be grateful for what he had and taught him a little bit about work ethic. Think of the tragedy of Jose Fernandez, but even the high school that Rosenthal pitches at was one that Roy Halladay was at for a while, working with his boys.
Yeah, every time I hear the name Jose Fernandez, I get a little goosebumpy and everything, because I could probably tell Jose Fernandez stories for 15 minutes straight. And what a great pitcher, what a great young man, what a great story. And I can one of the few people I can remember exactly where I was when I heard that he had passed.
Yeah, it was just a tragic situation for a young man who had such a great career ahead of him. Melendez hanging tough here, and that pitch is outside. Fouled back. Rosenthal bounces off that belt, and his pitch fell away again.
Melendez is just such an advanced hitter. just in the space of 3 or 4 at-bats in the games, he's fouled off 3 or 4 pitches at least that were really tough pitches. And he has that barrel control, the ability to wait until he gets his pitch and then hit the ball hard.
This guy's went out to left where that one is put away and caught by Leah. 2 outs in the inning. Link Garcia is the batter. Up there swinging immediately and rolls one into center for a base hit. So there's a 2-out single. Garcia scoots one off the carpet.
Yeah, I highlighted the 3 Huntington Beach players at the top of the broadcast, and Garcia being one of them. And I really, really have appreciated not only the young man's tools in the last 2 days, but his approach to the game. He plays calm. He's got the classic third base tools. It's a strong swing that's going to really develop some power. Just really like what he brings to the field.
So did Vandy. Vandy commit. Top programs in the country, and this is Trent Grinlinger. Grinlinger with a bouncing ball that will be secured for a ground ball out, easily handled at first to end the inning. So a single by Garcia, that's it. Middle of the third, no score, the gray and the goal from the Junior National Showcase in Marietta, Georgia. Rain has long since stopped at the East Cobb Complex in Marietta, Georgia. Second game of the day, the gray and gold teams battling. Once again, pitchers have certainly more than controlled the tempo. Quinn Shambo from Libertyville, Illinois up there, and immediately that ball put in play, and it's going to result in a base hit. I think that's Vaughn Coleman who got the base hit. He didn't waste any time. He was up there to put the first pitch from Shambo in play and into center.
Shambo, a primary catcher from Liberty, Illinois. We've seen him hit and catch earlier. Now we get a chance to see him on the mound. Big, strong, 6 foot, 190 build.
Maybe no surprise, he's also the quarterback for his high school varsity football team.
Always like hearing that.
Quinn Carson, the batter, bottom of the third. That one clip his elbow? I think it did, so we'll put a ghost runner aboard at first, representing that HBP. See the rank for Quinn Shambo.
In fact, this is another player who could very well have gotten his invite to the Junior National from an indoor showcase. The only event we'd previously seen Shambo at was the 2023 March 5th Indianapolis Indoor Showcase.
Yeah, David, he's had some injury problems. That might be why he hasn't had an extensive list of events. 3 years ago, he broke his leg skiing. Then he broke his wrist lifting weights, but had to trust the process, get healthy, and come back from all of that.
And the reality is that when you're a high-level quarterback, you often your summers end early to get into practice to get ready to the fall. But he was outstanding. In fact, he's a primary catcher, but graded out higher as a pitcher at that Indianapolis indoor.
Quinn Carson going to get a base hit. Maybe an RBI. Our first RBI of the day comes courtesy of Quinn Carson with the base hit.
Nice piece of hitting by Carson. We saw him triple up the right center field gap yesterday. Today he pulled his hands in so well on an 89-mile-an-hour fastball, got it out into left center field.
Young man from Ontario with the base hit. Throw us offline. Run scores.
Well, aside from touching out, topping out at 89, pitch I was looking for is just that, because it's listed as a slider. That looked like a curve to me, but 2,600 spin rates back in March, which is above average spin rate, certainly at this age and even moving up to the big leagues. So a strong-bodied athlete who can make the ball go fast, make it spin. That's a good base to build from.
Jackson Clayton, the hitter. Trying to keep this inning rolling. Brookfield, Wisconsin native. Brookfield Central High School. Runners at second and third. Really think Shambo wanted a strike there instead. Still trying to pick up that first out. A little more traffic out there in the bases now to contend with. Working from the full windup, and, boy, that looked pretty good.
Maybe a little up, not that up.
He dials one a little bit further up and out of the zone against Clayton. Big Fernando Tatis Jr. fan. And there will be the wave and a miss. Actually foul tipped into the glove of the catcher, so Clayton will go down on strikes. Shambo won that lengthy battle. He was working right around that belt on several pitches, and then he finally got the swing and a miss. Should be Carter Watchik. Shambo's working fast now. There's a bouncing ball. Could this be two? There's an out. A bounce to first will complete the double play. So even when the goal team had some base runners, pushed a run across, there was the strikeout, the 4-3 DP to end the inning, and Shambo escapes any further damage.
Pitcher's best friend, that double two, that one out bases loaded double play.
Murphy Games Junior National Showcase. Brett Dolan, David Ronsley with you as this game will maneuver into the fourth inning. It's a 1-0 lead for the gold team over the gray. And we're ready to roll in the top of the fourth inning. Rosenthal back out there. Trevor Goldenet's young man who's got several baseball-playing brothers. The Huntington Beach, California native. That nearly hit the base. Took an extra second to make that play. And Goldenet's is retired to begin the top of the fourth inning.
That was a nice play there by Cooper Fleming because that ball was hit off the end of the bat, had a lot of spin on it, and he had to make a glove and balance adjustment right there at the ball to bring his hands back, still stay on balance. Look at the spin coming off that wet turf. It cut back on him, maintained his balance, made an accurate throw. Good overall play. Might have looked easier than that play really was.
I would completely agree. There's a chop at third base, and the throw across the diamond is going to be in time. So we saw a really nice effort by Fleming at short. Now Clayton at third base. But going back to that previous play, David, that ball almost took a left turn on Fleming to his right. He was able to make the effort and a strong throw to first, and then another ground ball out. The next pitch by Rosenthal.
Rosenthal has a little bit of he kind of exudes an athletic confidence to him. And I noticed this down on the field in drills and the way he carried himself. You look at the mound, his actions on the mound, and the really confident actions. And that's something that can serve a player very well in baseball. And he's certainly pumping the strikes.
He is. It was Kennedy who bounced out to third. This is Nico Taylor, but the base is empty and 2 outs in the fourth inning. Spins one right in there for strike 3. Called that inning. Went by in a blink of an eye. Ground ball to short. Chopper to third. Strikeout looking. And the top of the fourth ends. And Rosenthal with a strong finish to his second inning. Just giving up one single over his 2 innings of work.
Yeah, impressive performance from Rosenthal. Like I said, he hit the ball so well earlier. That's a nice performance on the mound. He's got athleticism. He has size. He's going to keep getting better, but what a confident outing and so many strikes. I think he topped out at maybe 88 miles an hour, but that 75, 77 slider breaking ball was really his pitch, and all strikes. And the defense got to help him a bit too.
It did. I feel like we've touched on this a few times, but what you're hoping to see with these young men, some of the best pitchers in this class, is just understanding the game, getting better, whether it's commanding pitches, whether it's being able to throw multiple pitches for strikes, working with runners on base if there's a runner at second and third, nobody out, 1 out. And I think to a man to this point, we've seen them very calm, collected, showcasing their ability well and getting a lot of outs.
Yeah, and this is, and maybe it's dictated by the level of the player and the size of the event. And I go to so many regional showcases, and it is very, very common to see a pitcher come out, especially in his first inning, overthrow, walk the first hitter, maybe even walk the second hitter before he settles down. And we've seen none of that today. And I think a lot of it is from, I've mentioned a few times, these players are from the top travel teams, the top high school programs in the country. They are used to competing at a high level. When they come into a game, even for their high school in March, it's a high-level game. They're playing for schools that expect to win every game. And I think that pressure, so to speak, just becomes part of the natural way that they play. And when they get to a big event like this, on TV, scouted, everything, they're in their normal, comfortable environment on the baseball field.
Makes sense to me. I think we had a quick out from Carlos Colon on a comebacker. So this is Preston Youcher. This is also Shambo going back out there for a second inning. Quick outs is something that we've seen these pitchers be able to record.
Shambo must have taken like 2 warm-ups between innings or something like that. And he's like that on the mound. He's give me the ball. I bet you as a quarterback he runs a no-huddle offense too. I mean, he's used to working fast. He's pumping the strike zone. It's kind of the same theme as Rosenthal and all these other pitchers. Grab the ball, step on the rubber, throw strikes.
Doesn't waste much time. There's a K. Cooper Fleming, next man in.
One set, I'm up.
One of the few really errant tosses, just kind of spiked that into the carpet.
The hitter, the catcher, and the umpire all wanted no part of that. They just, umpire and the catcher is like, no, we're not. There's going to be no blocking this ball. We're diving.
He bounced one and then nearly threw one to the backstop in the air. So after a couple of quick outs, 4 in a row that missed to Fleming, so we'll throw the runner at first. Fleming will only see fastballs from this point, another California native. Wave it a miss. It's a looping throw to second base. It was still close. Carlos Colon able to get the bag, but barely.
Well, Chase Sutherland behind the plate. As a catcher, his big tool is not his arm strength. He threw 74 in drills, but what he did so well was throw accurately and have a quick release.
Did he come off the base?
Yes, he did.
He did. Second time today. The skid on the carpet had a little too much force, and the inning will end. As a hitter, you hate that, right? You've seen a couple of pitches. You want to continue your at-bat. You don't want the base runner to be thrown out to end the inning at third base. He had it stolen, came off the bag. Tag was applied there by Fujino. And that ends the frame.
And another look here at our quarterback, catcher, right-handed pitcher, Quinn Shambo. A lot of talent in that arm. I mean, upper 80s fastball, high spin rate, big breaking ball. Just a talented athlete who that athleticism will carry him a long way.
Next group of players ready to go, ready to run their 60s. I don't think I would have run my best 60 at 8 a.m. Atlanta time, but this group gets to kind of wake up, get some coffee in them, whatever it is, good breakfast before they come out and start their skills competition this afternoon.
Yeah, I saw that picture on the screen. I'm like, wait, I'm not used to those colored jerseys or everything. I've got to learn another 100 players real fast right here. But I was just looking down the list of the players from these 4 teams, and it's amazing how much you can learn about players in a short amount of time span, doing all these drills, seeing them in games and everything, because I was just picking out some players to highlight for later in a broadcast. And there's so many good players, but what I was really amazed at is how much I have learned about these players in such a short amount of time, especially for the players I had no background coming in.
Does test all of your abilities to keep all of the information on point with the volume of players we're seeing this week. First, the junior national showcase, then the sophomores come in later on over the course of the week. Meanwhile, Brandon Silvers finishing up his warm-up tosses, and looks like Big Righty is, or Brock Silvers, I should say, Big Righty ready to roll. Tanner Fujino made that tag at third to end last inning, is going to lead off, and he's not going to waste much time either. Skies this one out towards right. Not a great deal of wind today, but regardless, the catch is made by Carlo Colon. One gone.
Silver's arm strength was really his best tool during the infield drills. Has a mid-80s arm, has thrown mid-80s in the past off the mound at PG events. So it's a pretty sharp breaking ball right there, a little outside.
Montanez batting with the bases empty and one gone. Killeen, Texas native, Shoemaker High School. Well-placed fastball over that outside edge.
Good job by the catcher presenting that strike as well.
See what he does here, 0-2. Left a breaking ball. It's a bit of a hanger over the plate. And it's a base hit into left field by Montanez. Probably not the 0-2 pitch he wanted. Montanez able to get the single.
Good piece of hitting there. Didn't try to do too much with it. You know, obviously you're down 0-2. Pitcher you've never seen before. Get the barrel out early and make solid contact.
Alakai Kiakona, next man in. Another one of our Hawaii natives.
And you do such an outstanding job with that pronunciation.
Well, I gave him credit yesterday, David, because, I mean, he phonetically spelled it out to where even I could get it maybe with 2 or 3 attempts. So I appreciate that. There's a few other names that, you know, might make sense to them, but somebody else might wonder. We all wondered on that name, but his pronunciation was extremely helpful, and that ball got away, so the runner was going. Was Montanez. He will not turn and try and go to third, just a stolen base, even though that ball went to the backstop. One on, one out. He maneuvered into the 5th inning. Silver's in his first inning of work. Dean and Rosenthal have preceded him. See what Kiakona gets 3-0. Whether he gets a pitch to hit. How about that? A 3-0 breaking ball.
I think these hitters, or these pitchers, excuse me, you know, have the sophistication to know that when it's 3-0 in a showcase, that may be your last chance to throw a breaking ball, because if you throw a 4th ball, it's going to be all fastballs. So it's not unusual to see.
That rides in, but he gets the strike called over the inside corner.
Justin Summers is the catcher. I believe that's Justin Summers behind the plate. Very active, both framing pitches, and he blocked a couple balls in the dirt last time to hold the runner at second base. So Summers very active behind the plate.
He is. It's a lot to watch. He was getting ready to block that pitch, but there's a chopper to third instead. Nice play on the carpet, bit of a high throw, and it's an errant one. I think that ended up in the dugout. So Kiakona will continue on to second base. It's going to produce the first run for the gray team. I think that was Cruz over at third. He handled the hop, trying to throw on the run, make a quick throw to first. Had it been accurate, I think it would have been an out. Instead, it ends up into the dugout. First run for the gray team. We've still, I believe, only had 1 RBI, though, today through a game and a half. No RBI, obviously, on that play as Quinn Shambo bats. We've seen him pitch. First opportunity today, at least, to swing the bat for Quinn. Fastball catches that outside corner. There you see kind of that framing from behind the plate, trying to bring that ball back in. You might get a little bit off the corner here in the showcase situations, but you still want to present it as best you can for your pitcher. See what he does here, 0-2. Second time he's had contact on an 0-2 pitch. This one, though, should result in an out and will. Catch is made in right by Carlo Colon, and that is out number 2. Kiakona did tag and go to third on the fly out. 2 outs.
Well, the key to that framing is to know what pitches to do with it and to try to do it subtly through glove position. and not, I think young catchers get carried away with trying to steal pitches, and it's not so much an idea of stealing pitches, it's presenting it in such a way that the umpire is going to see that marginal pitch and see it as a strike.
We just had a showcase first, David. I think we appealed to second base that the runner left early on the tag play.
That might be a showcase first. Brett, I don't know how 1,000 showcases I've been in. I'm pretty sure I have never seen that before.
I mean, the hitter wants to hit, the pitcher wants to pitch, you would think, and all of a sudden we saw a flip to second base, and the roar of the crowd or the dugouts lets you know that Kiakona may have left early. Here we go.
In fact, this might be the first appeal I've ever seen in a showcase.
Look at this.
It must have been so obvious that the umpire's out here. I don't want to do this, but I have no choice.
Must have been egregious.
It's sort of like that balk call. You don't want to call balks in showcases, but you're standing on the mound and you drop the ball or something. It's like, you got to call a balk. I mean, it's baseball.
You have to do it. So we remain tied at 1. This goes back to what I said earlier. It's kind of a textbook manual on how not to score runs. I mean, runners have been tough to get on base, and then you get somebody on base, but you lose somebody because he left early on a tag play trying to get to third with 2 outs. And had a couple of stolen base attempts at third where the runner appears to have been safe, but then they slid off the base, and you're out. So you don't get a stolen base credit. That's just one continuous play. You're out. We've had it twice, including once for the final out of the inning. So still tied at 1 as we head into the bottom of the 5th inning. We should have a new pitcher as well, I would think, for the gray team because Shambo went 2 innings. And it's going to be Kiakona. So he was rung up for, maybe he wanted just to get out there and pitch. That's why he left early. He was the runner who thought he was at third base but was called out for leaving early, so now he gets to pitch. Maybe there was a method to his madness.
Such an athletic-looking young man, listed 6'1", 165. You can see him really growing. There might even be bigger than that right now. But does have, some pitching experience. In fact, they were just over in Goodyear, Arizona, where Kiakona was with his team in late May for the West Memorial Day Classic, and Kiakona threw 5 innings with 8 strikeouts, mid-80s fastball, 74 curveball at that high-profile event, playing with the Hawaii Elite.
I like it. Here's Groldo. Rolls one to second. Bit of a slide on that wet carpet, but the throw to first is not going to be in time. So Groldo hustling the entire way, able to reach her in the bottom of the 5th with what off the bat looked like it was going to be an easy out. The slip there did not help.
The slip didn't help, and the fact that Growlo is a 6'6" runner in the 60 and a left-handed hitter. Well, that was Cooper Fleming, excuse me.
Well, it was indeed.
This is Gabe Growlo. Well, Cooper Fleming getting down the line, and now we'll see some real speed from Growlo.
Fleming was at the plate when that caught stealing then took place to end last inning, so that's why he came back out there with a fresh sequence. And this is Gabe. The first out recorded then on the strikeout, so Kiakona gets that. First out. Still has a runner at first. Carlos Riviera Fortuno. Still have a couple of guys on this gold team that have yet to bat, and we're in the bottom of the 5th. Speaks to the effectiveness of the pitchers and some of the short innings to this point that we've had in Game 2. another Puerto Rico native. These first 4 teams have really had everything from young men from Hawaii to Puerto Rico to Ontario. How about an attempt at a double play? In time, my goodness. The combined effort on the DP ends the inning. We had players sprawling all over the field. And Julie had a nice pick at first to complete the double play.
That was pretty from all accounts. Quick release by the shortstop, good turn by the second baseman. Julian with the side stretch, the balance, keeps the foot on the bag. Just a beautiful all-around play.
Well done. So Kiakona, beneficiary of that, gets out of the inning quickly. We've completed 5. Still a 1-1 game as we move into the 6th inning. Back and see a couple of his pitches from this left-hander.
It's nice seeing Kiakona's athleticism. He worked up to 84 at the fastball, throws strikes, but he's such an easy, clean athlete. And you can just really see him, improving as he gets older. Not a committed player now, just 16 and a half years old, but just such a nice athlete and seems to enjoy playing the game as much as he is talented.
Young men waiting to begin their skills events this afternoon. We had about a 25-30 minute rain delay in the middle of game 1, kind of a halftime. So just a little bit behind, but I would say for the most part, the pitchers from both teams, from both games, have done their best to keep everything rolling. And David, you guys have got this down to a science. Just going back to yesterday, watching the 60s and the outfielders and infielders and BP, I mean, it clips, it moves quickly, and you guys get what you need and get to go through a large number of players in a short amount of time.
Yeah, it's really it's such a polished thing, and one of the amazing things about Perfect Game that I think has enabled us to grow the business so much, over the last 20 years, is so many of the people who work at Perfect Game have been here for so long, whether it's the Greg Sabers or Jeremy Browns or Taylor McCulloughs, who've literally 10, 15, 20 years working with Perfect Game. And when you have people who know what to do, who are hardworking and are going to execute it and enable these players to do what they do, that's the most important thing. But it's almost heartwarming to see events run perfectly, and that's our aim with every event, whether it's an indoor in Indianapolis, whether this high-profile event at East Cobb.
Well, Jackson Clayton ready to roll, finished up his warm-up tosses from Brookfield Central High School. Says he has a 5-pitch mix. A lot of success this year in high school ball on the mound and some big spots. And Chase Sutherland is going to lead off the 6th inning. Arm side run on that pitch. And a wave and a miss for strike 1. Sutherland had a single way back in the first off Dean. The only hit he gave up in 2 innings.
Yeah, Clayton pitched at the Perfect Game National Underclass main event back at the end of December. Perfect Game's largest showcase was up to 87 as a secondary player at that. Was 89 in infield drills yesterday, so the arm strength is obviously there. Let's see if the pitchability matches the arm strength.
Says the slider, one of his best pitches of the 5. And, being from Wisconsin, he wants everybody to know that feels like his state is doubted nationally, so he wants to show up, play well, and let the country know they have some good players in the heartland in the Midwest.
Oh, we have plenty of Perfect Game All-Americans in the last decade from Wisconsin. Obviously, Lux, Jared Kelnick, Ben Rortvedt, who's got some big league time with the Angels and Yankees. George Klassen, who's up to 101 miles an hour pitching for Minnesota, University this spring. So, yeah, there's been plenty of PG All-Americans from Wisconsin. We see ya.
Boy, look at the arm side run, a wave and a miss. Don't take that chip off his shoulder, David. Leave it there. Don't talk him out of that. He wants to prove some people wrong. That pitch had so much movement into the righty.
Yeah, that's one of where the right-hand hitter is swinging at the same time as he's moving his feet to get out of the way of the pitch.
That usually doesn't work well.
No. And he comes back really essentially with the same pitch to a lefty, but just way off the plate. So Roventini really doesn't have an opportunity to turn the barrel on it.
Roventini struck out back in the first, so we've turned this lineup over, getting a chance to hit for the second time. Big breaking ball is rolled on the ground softly to second. Roventini racing down the line. He made it close, but he is out. Handled by Hayes at second. Rashad Hayes from Oakland records the second out of the inning.
Yeah, Roventini gets out of the box, maybe even a little slow there, but really busts it. Extra hop there for the second baseman, clearly out, but Roventini, a 6'7" runner. That's always nice to see players really bust it down the line and make that play close.
Cole Lasher, next man in. He also struck out in his only previous at bat. Fort Lauderdale, Florida native. Says he peppers the gaps when he talks about his ability at the plate. A big Rafi Devers fan.
I think after the story about, how much weight he's gained and the attention he's put in strength, I think you're really rooting for Cole Lasher. I got a little sense of that in his last at bat.
And that's a lot of weight. I wonder how thin he was before he got into this last, 14, 15 months.
I wonder how much his parents have spent on new clothes.
Clothes and food.
Oh, yes, there's the food aspect,
yes.
too.
Got an Aunt Kendra that inspires him, All-American state champion swimmer back in high school. He's got some athleticism in his family background. He has some cousins that are some great athletes, track part of the family, so I think they enjoy their competition.
And I'm looking at his picture on the PG website, and he's got a giant smile, and he just seems like a young man that you want to root for.
Ground ball to second, gets the force. Should end the inning. I think there was some confusion, but no need to try and turn a double play. The flip from short to second got the final out to end the inning. So there was that walk, but still only 8 hits in the game. We'll step aside. 1-1 contest here from East Cobb, Marietta, Georgia. Three in the goal, tied at 1. As we move into the bottom of the 6th inning. Starting to roll through the pitchers right now, and Jack Roventini from Bell Harbor, New York, will be the next man to take his cracks on the hill.
You've seen Roventini hit a number of times, seen him run, seen his athleticism, talked about being the son of a prominent high school coach and how those actions show. We'll see him on the mound. He's been up to 85 at perfect game events. He's actually thrown 56 innings over the last few years at perfect game events. So there is some mound experience here.
Poly Prep Country Day School. First pitch of the inning is outside to, I believe it's Justin Summers. Trying to see that number. It's Rosenthal. Beg your pardon. Pitch just a little bit outside again. Romentini doesn't waste much time. Big swing and a foul ball back and out of play. Got a feeling Roventini, kind of a tough guy, talking about some of the challenges throughout his career. He had to play a day after he broke his nose, and he had to come into the game with 2 black eyes, and I got a feeling that looked somewhat intimidating. Be out there with a couple of black eyes and a broken nose, still battling. Ghost runner's going to try and steal second base. How about the throw down to second? And quickly erased. That's Sutherland behind the plate, David?
No, I think that's Trent Greindlinger.
It is. Well, he's thrown out a couple then.
I believe he threw out 2, maybe threw out 2 runners yesterday. Has been very impressive. And for all you young catchers out there listening, and I kind of highlighted this when Sutherland was so good last inning for Gray and the last catcher, is it so important to make accurate throws. You know, give your second baseman, your shortstop, your third baseman a chance to put the tag down. That's more important really than anything when making that throw, is make it an accurate throw. And I think a lot of times young catchers get caught up in either being fast or showing the arm strength. Make the accurate throw, because you can't get the out, which is the whole purpose, without the accurate throw. Indeed.
I think it makes perfect sense.
And Greindlinger's made some really accurate game throws here.
That's just running off that outside corner. Close, isn't it?
Yeah, I thought that was I think Greindlinger thought he did a good job showing that to the umpire as well.
Going to put another ghost runner out at first. I would say don't run. Don't try and steal. Lost some base runners. Been a little bit jumpy. Well, they're not heeding my advice, and it looks like the hit and run is going to work. I'm not sure if you'd say hit and run or run and hit. The result is the same, and there's runners on the corners after the base hit from Rosenthal.
Yes, worked out perfectly. It was the run and hit. You know, the runner, typically when you send in a ghost runner, it's going to be one of your fastest players. You're not seeing, the team's other catcher going out there to run. It's the guy who likes to run, wants to show his speed. So you're often going to get that ghost runner going. And for Rosenthal, it went from being a double play to a clean single.
Justin Summers
potential double play.
You're right. I'm doing the cost analytic analysis of the Moneyball people, and I'm seeing the runners retired and thrown out in a 5-batter inning, and I'm like, I don't think you can afford to keep losing base runners, because these hitters, they've waited 4 or 5 innings to get back through the lineup to hit again, like Summers, and you want that chance. In fact, I think Summers, this is the first time he's hit in the game, so we have gone through this lineup, and we're in the 6th inning. 1-1 game, the gray and the gold. These young men finishing up their 2 days here at the Junior National Showcase. Another group of 4 teams coming in. What do we have, Dave? 12 teams?
12 teams in all. Haven't counted the exact number of players because it kind of changes. Low 300s.
Well, that's going to be a swinging base hit and an RBI from Summers. So out of all that, just put the ball in play and good things happen. Not exactly good luck for Roventini. Nothing to do with that play at third base as far ahead as having any chance whatsoever to get an out.
Yeah, the setup, the structure of the Junior National Showcase is exactly the same as the National Showcase, which is going to be coming up next month in beautiful Chase Field in Phoenix, Arizona, July 11th through 15th, I want to say, without looking at it.
That's the difference. You have a roof for that event.
Yeah. Oh, Chase Field, we've been blessed to have our National Showcase at so many big league fields, the Metrodome, Tropicana, others. And Chase Field just might be the best one for it. Just the whole setup, the hotel downtown, walk to the ballpark, beautiful ballpark, controlled conditions. It's just such a great place to hold a great event. And at that event, we're bringing in the same number, 325 of the best seniors to be in the country. And, of course, a very key event for picking the rosters for the All-American Classic.
You're making me jealous with that conversation.
Which will also be held at Chase Field. I don't have the date in my mind for that. Sometime in August.
August 20th-ish. Pitch up and in to Rashad Hayes.
That sounds good.
If it's a Sunday, then I'm correct.
I appreciate you picking me up like that.
Yep, the 20th. Hayes batting with a couple of runners on base. A run home this inning. Had a check swing go against him earlier and then rung up on that pitch. Hayes had to wait a long time to bat, but he's out.
Nice breaking ball there from Roventini. It's just steady on the fastball at 84, 85. Breaking ball, a little slurve, 74, 75. Hasn't got the best of luck with a dribbler for a hit and an inadvertent run and hit single. But he's trying to pitch through it.
This is Diego Jose Cruz. We're batting out of order here in these last few hitters. I'm having a hard time with this one. David, Cruz was supposed to hit before Hayes, but regardless, they're batting now. So hang with them. That's a great big hang with them.
Yeah, we do the statistics and the box score on Diamond Cast, and every once in a while we get some concerns expressed to us by parents about whether their son got credited for something, and I understand from the parents' point of view. But do understand, parents, that lineups, pitching rotations, everything are so fluid in a showcase game because they don't matter. And to keep track of that in a computerized form is a challenge. And we do the best we can do with it, the people who are doing the Diamond Cast. But it's just like doing the broadcasting. Sometimes you get, crossed up a bit.
I'm telling you what, my score sheet's not going to make it past today. I just can't handle my look at my score sheet with what's transpired this inning. It's a mess. Base is loaded, and the strike is called. Trying to test our catchers throughout the course of this day when they get a chance to get out there and take off and run. Cruz did bat way back at the beginning of this game and got a base hit. He was stranded at second. Roventini's had a lot going on this frame. He had the swinging bunt hit, in essence. Gets the wave and a miss from Cruz. Count is full. Couple of ghost runners. And Roventini came back to back, waves and a miss, gets the K, and that will end the inning. Gold team able to get a run out of that busy inning. 2-1 lead as we have completed 6 on our way to the 7th. Here from the Junior National Showcase, East Cobb Complex in Marietta, Georgia. Let's go back and take a look at what was an odd inning, but Roventini got to show his ability while dealing with a couple of ghost runners and whatnot.
and he competed so well. Kept mixing his pitches, throwing strikes. That can be an adventure for a pitcher, especially a secondary pitcher. When you're not getting the breaks, you have a 2-strike, 3-2 count that you thought you threw a strike, you didn't get it. You get 2 infield hits basically. But he's a competitor, as you mentioned. He battled back through it and had a solid inning.
It's a good way to put a bow on that inning. There was some competition. That swinging infield dribbler probably didn't help the cause, but he just kept working through it. You see the young men getting ready to go a little bit later on. Is your anticipation, David, this is a 7-inning game as we see Fleming get ready to pitch?
Well, my anticipation is we'll do the broadcast till they stop coming out on the field. It's scheduled for 8 innings when you looked at the pitching rotation. And that's not a new that's a normal showcase line, because we'll be asked by parents, by umpires at showcases, regional showcases, how many innings are we playing? And I'll just say, I'm not really sure. We stop when we run out of pitchers. And that's kind of what happens, is you stop when you run out of pitching. That might be 7.5 innings, especially in the second. It might be 10.5 innings. So you just keep playing. You keep doing your scouting until they don't run back out on the field.
Okay. No, that makes sense. I would say my defensive charts stop after 7, but we will find out.
Okay.
As Cooper Fleming gets ready to work here in the 7th inning. I think your answer, though, it makes sense. There was the losing hockey coach last night, I think the Florida Panthers on SportsCenter. He was asked, why did your team lose the game? And he said the other team scored more goals than we did.
Sounds like an exasperated head coach.
Yes. So when I asked David, how much are we going to play? Well, we're going to play until they stop playing. Fleming misses on that one. A Clemson Julian, who popped to third way back in the 1st inning. Fleming from Aliso Viejo, California, Laguna Beach High School. Just disappointed so many of the young men comprising these 4 teams have to live in such unscenic places like Huntington Beach, or go to Laguna Beach High School, or maybe be in Ontario or Puerto Rico or Florida or whatnot.
How about Hawaii?
Hawaii. Our countless numbers. Maybe that's why we threw the Wisconsin kids on this lineup to balance things out. That was popped up.
Oh, boy.
Out there in the shallow left. The shortstop will make the play.
Have you shared your email and stuff with the audience so that you can get some feedback from your Wisconsin audience here?
I did mention yesterday, I said that I spent 6 years in Wisconsin, so I know it well. But I feel like you can you understand the winters well when you live in Wisconsin for those December, January, February months.
Oh, yes. I lived in Omaha, Nebraska for 15 years.
Yeah, indeed. This is Dane Ray. And, of course, Ray, young man, and, we read through his story a little bit earlier. He's from Tupelo, Mississippi, home of Elvis. It's a belt high pitch for a called strike. Went down on strikes when he K'd back in the 2nd. That's well placed from Fleming. Look at a photo with Max Clark.
And if you're not familiar, we see a base hit off Ray's bat.
Yeah,
but
base hit, maybe a double. Meanwhile, his teammates are taking pictures in the dugout.
And if you're not familiar with Max Clark, and I have to expect that most people listening to this game are, Max Clark first has a chance to be the first pick in the draft next month. He is also probably one of the more famous high school baseball players you will ever see at this point, with I don't know how many hundreds of thousands of social media followers, but just not only a huge talent on the baseball field, but a huge personality. You can see him smiling there, mixing it up with his I'm not even sure what he's doing at East Cobb right now. Maybe in association with a tournament. But yeah, if Max Clark plays to his physical ability, you're going to have one of the most social media publicity successful, well-known baseball players in ages, because he has the charisma, he has the intelligence, and he's, like I said, he certainly has the physical tools.
Well, I enjoyed that conversation. There's a ground ball off the bat of Colton into short. Taking third base was Ray. Once that throw went across the diamond. Brock Silvers, busy man over at third base. It was going to be a tough play to get that throw across to first in time. Halfway through your description, I'm like, well, why is he there? But, we're working on that one too. This is Keegan Russell.
I'm pretty sure that Darren Sutton is aware that Max Clark's in the ballpark.
Okay.
And he has a camera, a videographer with him right now. And that's just Max Clark. I mean, cameras are going to follow him. He's that type of player.
There was a day, though, David, these young kids would not have any idea who maybe one of the top high school players is, at least by, being able to identify him or pick him out. But those days with social media and whatnot are long gone. And these young men who are 20-25s, they absolutely know who the top players are that are seniors to be in high school or those that will soon be drafted because they've been following them oftentimes through Perfect Game or whatnot.
And it's really nice, and you get to see the personalities of these young men where you really didn't before. And I'm not a big social media person, but, it's a benefit. We saw with Tamar Johnson last year, the Pirates' first-round pick, who has such an engaging personality, just a natural-born leader, and he was able to show that. I kind of wish that Carlos Correa, when he was coming up, because he had that same type of just natural leadership and just bilingual charisma that would have played so well if when he was 16, 17 years old, he would have had the stage that a Maxwell Clark has today.
Well, I hadn't thought of that, but you're right. Russell was retired on that chopper back to Fleming. It's a different era from just a couple of years ago. These young men and their possibilities, and whether it's NIL in the college ranks or obviously the help of PerfectGame.tv, the social media channels. This is Deering batting for the second time.
Touch a little bit of what's happening on the field here to cross this up. Fleming showing some interesting mound talent here. We've seen him, as a left-hand hitter, and I was looking over my notes, and boy, did he take a nice BP yesterday. 6'3", 175 pounds. He's been up to 86, and it's a pitcher's body and kind of pretty sound pitching mechanics. And as he gets up to 195 or something, I can see him developing on the mound with what he's showing me now and with his present stuff.
That's why you're here, David. That's why I enjoy our conversation as that pitch is high. I mean, sometimes it's easy to kind of focus on results and what's taking place. You got base runners and walks and whatnot, but I think sometimes you have to dive within the stuff that you're seeing around some of the chaos to get a better idea not only about this young man, but how it projects going forward. And he just rolled in a nice breaking ball. Did he not get that call?
I don't think he did.
Ooh, goodness.
Yeah, I'm looking at the back. Last September, he was up to 82 for us. No telling how much he has grown since then. Still 16 years old. No really telling from what the information I have how much he actually has, experience pitching. But the elements are there with size and athleticism and arm quickness for him to really develop on the mound. It's simply a matter of getting stronger, really, for Cooper Fleming, and he's got all the actions of a high-level baseball player.
Gets the wave and a miss. Strikeout will end the inning through 5 batters. So there was some traffic. We've had a little more activity on the bases over these last few half innings or whatnot, but able to get the paint job on that outside corner and the wave and a miss. So, to the bottom of the 7th we go. The Gold team with a 2-1 lead, just 12 hits combined in the game and 3 runs. After our previous contest, which was 1-0 over 7 innings without an RBI. So, it has been a day in which these pitchers, some throwing 2 innings, other throwing just 1 frame, been able to get their work, show off their multiple pitch mixes. And the hitters have tried to contend as best they can with pitchers, and there's what's on tap throughout the course of the day. We played the black and green game. We've got gold and gray coming up and just about to wrap up. Before then, the next group of teams come in. They'll run their 60s. They'll throw from the outfield and infield. Handful of first basemen and catchers. And then all 4 teams, of course, will take their batting practices. Steve Lennox will be along, and David will jump right back out under the complex with notepad in hand, I'm sure.
Actually, Britt, I will probably be here for the start of the workouts because Jeremy Brown is scheduled to come in. Evidently, he has some other obligations. He doesn't know how long they will take with players and such. And Jeremy called me this morning and said, hey, can you stick around? I'm like, hey, no problem. No problem whatsoever.
All right. You're an Iron Man. Meanwhile, we got the notification before the game that Max Bettis was going to pitch the 7th inning, a Topeka, Kansas native.
And this is an interesting appearance. Max Bettis, very late addition to the roster, and I can tell you exactly how he got on this roster because he was a late add-on. We've seen him before, the big, 6'6", 205-pound right-hander, but he went to the Sunshine Midwest Showcase in Kansas City in late May, and with really no track record that would indicate he's a junior national player. He went out there and was up to 90 miles an hour with a 76 slider, 81 changeup, 6'6", and that's an automatic junior national invite right there.
You bet.
But he literally went to a Sunshine Showcase, and we run I think about a dozen what we call Sunshine Showcases around the country. I was just in Denver in the middle of this week at the Rocky Mountain Sunshine, and the goal of those Sunshine Showcases is to identify players right at the end of their high school seasons before they enter travel ball that are worthy of being invited to this event. And that's why Max Bettis is here. He went to a Sunshine. He'd shown how much he improved. It's a great 6'6" body. It's a 90-mile-an-hour fastball. Again, automatic national invite. Get up on this big stage.
David, I want to give you a chance to talk about Manny Latigua, who's batting here in the 7th inning before his at-bat comes to an end.
Oh, Manny's one of my favorite players in the country, ranked 24th. Just a pure shortstop with a special arm. He's batting left-handed here. I'm told he's only picked up switch hitting in the last year, and he was pretty solid left-handed, but a natural right-handed hitter. But he's the kind of guy that you can just picture right now with the body, with the present tools, as a big league shortstop. It's all right there for him just to continue to improve. He's adding to his game by, becoming a switch hitter, at least trying. And he plays the game in a way that I really appreciate.
Rolls out to first here. I really enjoyed watching his BP yesterday. It was exciting to watch as that play was handled by Keegan Russell at first, and there's one out in the 7th.
I will note that the Kansas City is Kansas State is ahead of the curve on Bettis. Bettis, a Kansas State commit, and Bettis just pretty much sitting 90 right now with the fastball, a little 82 slider to go with it. But showing the arm strength he showed at the Sunshine Midwest, certainly.
Angel Leia, the batter. He bounced out way back in the 1st, and now he's batting in the 7th inning. So it has been a while, of course, with these lengthy lineups to get him up again and facing some good velocity, and takes a strike.
Now, of course, all the advantages we talked about with Austin Dean coming from the left side. Same thing with Max Bettis.
Facing Leia from San Diego, Eastlake High School, an Oregon commit. The Ducks have a big Game 3 of a Super Regional today, and I think that might have plunked off the shoe and then ricocheted and hit the catcher. That got them both.
It's those foul balls and hit by pitches that end up hurting umpires and catchers more than any thrown pitch, because you get that angled ricochet, and that's where you hit the non-padded parts.
That took out a foot from a hitter and a part for the catcher. I'm not sure, but regardless, he's not doing exactly perfectly either. And then I think our umpire saying, are both of you guys ready to go? And we're still kind of stretching out and walking off some pain. Those are some shiny shoes, too, that Leia's working with. So tried to walk off that sting. at a rundown and safe at second base. We've had some base running difficulties throughout the course of this game with runners being caught, and that probably should have been an out on the pickoff with the runner advancing into danger zone, but I think it was a great layout to get to the base that resulted in Garcia being called safe.
And I'm going to get scouty on you here, Brett, because I rarely watch pickoff moves. But there's one thing from a scouting perspective that you want, that you'll notice, and especially with a 6'6", 205 athlete on the mound, is how fast Bettis's feet were there. I mean, that was some quick foot action, quick hip turn, and very unexpected for a young athlete that size. That was impressive, and the fact that he actually picked off the runner is kind of gravy on top. But that impressed me athletically.
Hey, you get scouty on me anytime you like, because I hadn't even thought of that. I was watching the base running mistake or the possibility of losing a base runner. But I think that's just one other aspect. And when you're only going to see a guy like Bettis for one inning, you're looking at the velocity, the command. But if you could pick up something else like that, then more power to you. He wants an out. Popped up. Is it going to stay in play? It is not. Max Clark doesn't make the catch either, and it ends up back over the dugout. Not a play.
I will say it makes it difficult to watch games in a normal way because that's what I've been doing for 35 years is watching that kind of stuff, and that's what stands out. The rest of the play didn't matter to me. I was just going, wow, that was neat.
There's a bouncer to second, should result in an out and will, and that was an extended sequence from Leia. And he finally bounces out to second. Our ghost runner advances all the way over to third base. So Bettis had to really work to get through that sequence. Brock Silvers sprays one foul, so we've seen Silvers in the field. We've seen him on the mound, seeing him back and batting again.
If I see Vinny Cervino, perfect game scout right behind, and he might be doing that right now. I think he just went and told the catcher to throw some breaking balls. And it's something you do as a PG scout because Bettis has thrown almost exclusively fastballs. I think Vinny just went down, asked the catcher, hey, throw some breaking balls. It's something I do almost every event. That might have been a slider right there in the dirt. We really couldn't see anything about the spin or break. But, again, the goal being is to evaluate the player. And if Bettis is just throwing one inning, you want to see what he can do with the secondary pitches. We've already seen, 7 or 8 90s. There's a slider there. That was, it was a little short, but it was well located. It was what I call a hand position slider where he's just really changing the angle of his grip at release. But that's what Vinny was doing there.
You're right.
When you saw him come down, was getting the catcher to call some sliders.
That's great catch. He's thrown 3 in a row, and if you're Silvers, you're thinking, all right, now are you going to throw me a fastball again? Are you going to keep throwing me sliders? I think one of the 3 was, better than the other 2, and that one works for a strike. Silvers had a base hit way back in the second inning, nearly took that one off his thigh. Put another runner on base, I believe. And will.
Yeah, as a fan, you might be thinking, well, you're making the pitcher throw maybe something he's not comfortable throwing, blah blah blah. Well, that's not the point. We're not trying to get outs here. We're trying to evaluate the players.
Going to get a soft ground ball to short. That's going to be an easy force at second to end the frame. So Bettis, David, was able to give you a few sliders at the end, but it felt like that velocity was firm and got some soft contact and made that trip from Topeka, Kansas worthwhile.
I think we got a wrap here, Brett. You called it 7 innings.
How about that? A 7-inning game. A 2-1 win for the Gold team over Gray. And David, again, I would say it feels like we have repeated ourselves a couple of times, but I have really been impressed all day since the beginning. Our first game, our second game, with the ability for these pitchers to command, but throw multiple pitches for strikes, but also just work the parameters of the zone. And kind of dictate the terms by which these games have been played without a lot of base runners or ringing base hits.
Yeah, and that's why the games are for the pitchers, because it's so challenging for the hitters. You're facing quality players once. The drills, the workouts, the BPs, they're for the players. The games are here for the pitchers, and they certainly shine today the entire time. So hats off to them, and we got some great evaluations as a staff. The audience has seen some great baseball as well.
Did you see Max Clark go through the handshake line there at the end with everybody else?
That does not surprise me. He's out there. Looks like Darren Sutton's addressing the group, and Max is back in ball-playing mode. He's even got a PG jersey on.
I tell you, you could take the young man away from the youth baseball facilities, but you can't take the youth baseball facility away from the young man. It becomes a way of life, doesn't it, at some point, David?
Yep, and there's Max front and center. He was at the Junior National Showcase last year, so that might even be his jersey from last year as far as I know. It would not surprise me. It might be even our social media team got hold of Max and said, "Hey, are you around? Come out, make an appearance." That wouldn't surprise me at all. But that picture will be available to all these young men, and come July 9th, the first day of the Major League Draft. There's been a lot of talk that the Pittsburgh Pirates, who hold the #1 pick, are going to potentially pick Max Clark.
Might make sense. I know Dylan Cruz, Paul Skeens, those gentlemen have some advisors that might require them to get those full slot bonuses of $7-8 million. And if the Pirates decide that they want to save a few and save some of that money for later on, who knows? But here's what's on tap later on. The workouts will take place. David will be here for at least the beginning of the 60s. And, of course, our outfielders, infielders, first basemen, and catchers with batting practice to follow. But David, as always, I appreciate the time. I know you and I will be together for a long time this week. They could turn the cameras off and we could keep talking about baseball for about 7-8 hours, but we will save it for all the games and workouts over the next several days.
Okay, I have Chloe here as well. I have Miss Chloe here as well. Hey, Caleb, I just want to let you know I'm about to unplug.
I don't know. I'm also left. Take a deep breath. Every throw. Every throw. Complete opposite of this guy. Just showing off. He's used by like. It's more where he did. It takes a bit of belly and release the cap. Oh, deload. What? What happened? Who's coaching? Frank? Yeah, Frank. That's what?
Day 2 of the Junior National Showcase continues here at the East Cobb Complex in Marietta, Georgia. This afternoon, we have the workouts for our next 4 teams as we introduce you to Team Maroon, Team Orange, and 2 more teams along the way. Along with Dave Ronsley, I'm Steve Lennox. Delighted to have you on board. Dave and Brett Dolan wrapping up 2 games earlier today. And Dave, now we get going. We bring in 4 new teams. They'll be playing games over the next couple of days, and the excitement continues around the East Cobb Baseball Complex.
Yeah, this Junior National Showcase is really done as three small showcases, 4 teams, then 4 new teams, and 4 new teams coming up after this. But I'm very excited to see these new teams play. And by teams, I mean these are loosely organized groups of athletes from around the country, the best players in the 2025 class, most of them 16 years old. So as you watch these drills, see the 60 times, see the throw times, watch the BP later. Keep in mind, these are 16-year-old kids who still have a lot of development to do, but they are among the best players in the country for their age.
And these players, Dave Ronsley, these are players that will be going into their junior year at the end of the summer or early fall based on where they're at across the nation. They'll be juniors for the upcoming year. Their graduating class, the class of 2025. A lot of these players already have commitments to big-time Division I programs.
Yeah, there's lots of commitments and a lot of familiar names. And, of course, the whole landscape for commitments has changed with new NCAA baseball regulations. These players can't be making commitments anymore. I think we'll see that the ones that have made commitments before the rule changes, the recruiting changes, I think those commitments are pretty firm, and I doubt whether many of them will change. But the rules have changed about making more commitments, and that's going to be a big factor, and we'll wait and see how that impacts the whole aspect of the recruiting game.
And Dave Ronsley now in his 21st year with Perfect Game, 34 years as a scout across baseball, and he's done a lot of different things, including stints with the Houston Astros organization, where he was the assistant scouting director and coordinator of international scouting from 1989 through 1997. So the workout's about to get underway, and if you do have a player here that you're certainly interested in, kind of give you a rundown of our afternoon, as we'll have the players participating. First up is the 60-yard dash, and this year, instead of going individually, they will go collectively in tandem. So you're almost racing against the clock, but you're also racing against another individual as well.
Yeah, and we're getting 2 players here who were from the previous 4 teams that were not there for the workout. So this isn't part of the maroon, orange, navy, gold, or purple group. This is leftovers, if you can say, from last group.
And 4 teams wrapping up earlier today. They were here in Marietta, Georgia for Sunday, day 1. This event goes through Wednesday, but 4 teams will be wrapped up the games earlier today, and as Dave indicated, now they're wrapping up their times. And now we'll get into the players that we have going forward for the remainder after the noon. Again, the 60-yard dash is up first. We'll have the outfielders throwing from right field, the infielders from shortstop, the first baseman throwing across the diamond later this afternoon. We've got batting practice.
And we will do our best to get you, especially some of the top times. as these players go through their 60. Every player runs twice. It's a laser time, automatically timed for the 10-yard and the 60-yard for every player.
Ari Butha, number 12, Team Maroon. JP Apt, where's number 11? They're getting their 60 in. As Dave mentioned, this is their first of 2 runs. And now we've got Julian Carter and William Johnson. Carter from Sandy Springs, Georgia. William Johnson also from the state of Georgia, from Watkinsville.
And these times will all be posted on the Perfect Game website at perfectgame.org pretty much right after the 60 concludes.
Logan Mortimer and Will Toomey. Toomey from Georgetown Prep in Washington, D.C. Mortimer is considered a high follow by Perfect Game right now. Dave, we touched on it with our game action yesterday. Now we've got Connor Blue and Henry Jackson. Jackson now makes his home in Lexington, Kentucky. He's a University of Connecticut commit, number 19. But we touched on it yesterday. These players now understand what it is to be around showcases like this. In terms of, you do have a lot of waiting around. There's a lot of downtime, but you've got to be ready to go when that green light goes on.
Oh, yeah, most of these players, they haven't all participated in a Perfect Game style showcase. Most of them have. They're used to the routine. They know the routine. And they prepare very specifically for some of these events like the 60, the workouts. They prepare for them, and they want to show their best.
R.J. Machado, number 22 from St. Thomas Aquinas High School in Sunrise, Florida, going against Fabian Bonilla Huertas from Christian Military Academy in Baja, Puerto Rico. Up next, we've got Elias Alvarado. That was Brock Benningfield. Now we've got Peyton Ganda and Brayden Mann.
And we'll have a chance to get a lot more into these individual players, especially in the games. We'll be able to talk about their backgrounds, their parents, their high schools. These workouts go fast, and it's just a matter of really putting them on. The scouts are doing their work and everything, but it's going to go fast. We've got 100 players to get through this, and it will only last about 4 hours, this whole workout portion.
Team Maroon running their 60s right now. And two of our last 3 runners, Brendan Gonzalez, number 31, Josh Hammond, number 32. But Team Maroon will play tomorrow morning.
Yeah, we just saw that graphic. Best time so far. We are not getting the individual results yet, but the best time so far, a 6.42, which is outstanding. The best 60 in the first 4 teams was a 6.63. So at this age, running a 6.4 is exceptional. Running a 6 is actually exceptional.
Michael Olander, number 3. Joey Senstock, number 33. Senstock from Lincoln, Nebraska. He's a Nebraska commit. Olander from Flemington, New Jersey, plays at the Hun School. And now we start going through our next team up.
We're looking at the Navy team now. Kay Thompson on the right. Sebastian Barrera on the left.
And tomorrow it will be Maroon and Navy. As I mentioned, our first game, 8 a.m. Eastern, for the participants right now in the 60-yard dash. Brooks Burdine, 18. Matthew Bowden, number 19, Team Navy. Brooks Burdine has his twin brother also on the roster, Cade Burdine. Nick Diaz from Parkland, Florida, and Marjorie Stoneman High School. He wears number 20. Carter Bentley from Hopkinton, Massachusetts, also in that group. Corbin Reynolds wears 23.
Corbin Reynolds, a Vanderbilt commit, who I'm really looking forward to see play, an outstanding defensive catcher.
26, Caleb Barnett. 27, Trey Jackson. Jackson from Decatur, Georgia. And Barnett from Mountain Brook High School in Mountain Brook, Alabama.
Here's the best name of the event. We've got
yes,
number 28.
You got me.
You call it for me there, Steve.
Cash Money is on your right, 28, Team Navy.
Cash's big brother Blake, pitcher for LSU, threw yesterday in the Super Regional. In fact, four hitters, scoreless baseball.
Joshua Cruz from Puerto Rico Baseball Academy in Carolina, Puerto Rico.
We've got the Maroon team back running again. Angel Santos, number 1.
Yep.
Patrick Colbert, number 2.
And Colbert looked like he might have tweaked a hamstring there. I'm not sure. Just reached back for the leg, and we've seen plenty of those, understanding that that could have been a hamstring. Michael Olander, number 3. J.P. Apt, number 11, running for the second time in the 60. Outfield throws, infield throws from shortstop still to come, along with catcher pop times, and the first baseman will throw across the diamond as well, and we'll get their radar readings. Ari Butha, Julian Carter. Butha from Collierville, Tennessee, right-handed pitcher. And Carter is a shortstop from Sandy Springs, Georgia. I believe, Dave, last year they were running individually. This year, as I mentioned, in tandem.
Well, the in tandem certainly helps because while they're individually timed, obviously, and players get different starts, it always helps to run against somebody, especially if you're a little behind, and get that little extra motivation to run through the full 60 yards.
William Johnson, Logan Mortimer just wrapping up. Will Toomey and Dylan Atkins. Atkins, a Tennessee commit as an outfielder. Times in the 6s, Dave, you touched on it. That's impressive, anything under 7. But overall with the 60, what are you measuring as a scout? What are you looking for over the course?
Well, 60 is a measure of athleticism, the ability to run at your top speed for an extended amount of time. A lot of people have always said, why do you run the 60 in baseball? And sometimes scouts ask themselves that own question. I think the answer is because we always have. It dates back, I think, to Branch Rickey at the beginning of the, quote, scouting age. And that's what Branch Rickey decided to run, and that's what we still run today. But, there are different variations. We run a 10, which we think is important to first step quickness and measuring that, especially if you're a middle of the field player. Some other people might want to measure a 30 or 40. We like the 10 and the 60 ourselves.
R.J. Machado there got just a little bit of a false start. He extended after Huertas. Fabian Bonilla Huertas finished up his 60, and a second run through for both Machado and Bonilla Huertas. William Patrick from Monroe, Louisiana. Perfect game, top 500. Now we've got Elias Alvarado and Brock Benningfield, again running for the second time. Benningfield wrapping up. Elias Alvarado will now go as an individual.
Yeah, just to expand on Brock Benningfield, for instance, he's a big 6'2", 220 catcher. He runs a fast time that's extra impressive for a big catcher. Catchers are not going to be as fast, but if they are as fast as, let's say, a middle infielder, that stands out athletically.
Peyton Ganda, Braden Mann, Is that locked in there for the future that you could possibly move a catcher if you're thinking about, okay, this is a guy we can move from behind the plate in the future based on those times?
Oh, unquestionably. That's an outstanding point, Steve. If you see a catcher who runs a 6'8", 6'7", especially when he's a little older and stronger, that is a strong indicator that he's athletic enough to move to a third base, to move to an outfield position, and expand his potential defensively.
Brandon Gonzalez, 31. Josh Hammond, 32. Let's go back to Dale Murphy. Began his career as a catcher. And so did Hunter Pence, I believe, early on. Hunter, of course, with perfect game, but I believe Hunter at one point, maybe it was in the high school ranks, was a catcher before he moved from out behind the plate.
Yeah, I think it happens all the time. And if you look at who have been the perfect game All-American catchers, the top catchers in the class, it's uncanny how many of them are 6'7", 6'8" runners. And many of them stay at catcher, but it's just indicative that generally the best catchers are also the best athletes. And can do things like run. Not everybody's a Molina type of catcher without the speed. The catchers in today's baseball are quality athletes.
Cameron Soroka and I believe Blake Burdine. Yes, Blake Burdine wearing number 6. Now we've got number 5, Jared Walton. And number 7, Cade Thompson. Thompson from Toomsboro, Georgia. And he pulled up.
It's a shame to see. That might be reaching back for an ankle almost. It's a shame to see. And this is something when you're down on the field before 60. We really stress the players because the 60 is the first event at every showcase. Get loose, stretch. I don't think a lot of these 16-year-old athletes, appreciate how to get loose, how to stretch. You can see them doing things there, but is that really stretching? And it's always unfortunate to see, a kid come up, pull a muscle, and potentially impact the rest of his showcase and maybe even the first part of his summer.
As you see the players lined up down the left field line here at the East Cobb Complex. Junior National Showcase, day number 2. 4 more teams will begin, and they'll have their workouts tomorrow afternoon. Brett Dolan, Dave Ronsley will have games between these 4 teams tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. and 11 a.m. First pitch starts Eastern Time. So it's Cade Thompson, who we just saw run his second 60. And he's being tended to at the moment off camera. And now we're ready to resume with Sebastian Barrera and Jake Collier.
Do you still want Maroon 21?
Barrera and Collier still waiting.
And hopefully everybody especially on the orange and the purple teams who have yet to run, watching this and taking the lesson, yes, please continue to stretch.
Again, Sebastian Barrera and Jake Collier, their second go through on the 60-yard dash here at the 2023 Junior National Showcase, the class of 25. Riley 6, Brooksburg 9. 6 wears number 17, Burdine wearing number 18.
Okay.
Again, Brooks Burdine with his twin brother also participating. Brooks and Blake, talked with them last year when we had the event down in Baton Rouge at LSU. Matthew Bowden and Nick Diaz going through for a second time. Carter Bentley, Corbin Reynolds, their second run through on the 60. What's the go? What's the start there?
It's a loose start. It's just a ready, set, go, drop the hand.
Okay.
But the players are free to start, when they're comfortable. It's not, the classic way to measure a 60 with a stopwatch is on first movement. and not on any dropped hand. It's you have a stopwatch there, and we have a backup stopwatch on both lanes. It's just first movement is when you start the stopwatch, and the laser is a more consistent way to do it, of course, than the human element of the stopwatch.
Team Navy wrapping up their second run through on the 60-yard dash. Competing right there, Trey Jackson and Cash Money.
We have the black pants there for a different look.
So you get the top overall 60-yard dash time, 6.42 in our first two rounds. With Maroon and Navy, we'll have Team Orange participating here and Team Purple. Orlando Cruz, number 2. Ryan Lopez, number 4 for Team Orange. Again, these workouts today for these 4 teams, and they will be playing games tomorrow and wrapping on Tuesday. Donovan Arroyo, R.J. Holmes from Menifee, California, Oregon State commit. C.J. Oxendine, number 14. Owen Gregg from Oakville, Ontario, shortstop. Carson Ramos, number 19. Evan Fernandez, number 21. Evan Fernandez from Palm Beach Gardens, Florida. American Heritage, Delray Beach. Andrew Freeman from Marjorie Stoneman High School in Parkland, Florida, and Remo Indomenico running here, number 23.
I was wondering how you were going to pronounce that name. You did an outstanding
Indomenico.
job. Outstanding.
Cameron Odom from Mariana, Florida, Florida State commit. Going up against Nolan Bethel from Loudon, Tennessee. Bethel is a Kennesaw State commit. Now we've got Riley Brown, number 26, and Jacob Martin, 27. Brown from Utah, and a Utah commit, plays at the hot corner. It's the first run through on the 60 for Team Orange. Team Purple will follow. Evan Hankins from Bristol, Virginia, Tennessee commit. Marcus Harris from Rocheron, Texas. Perfect game. Top 500. Matt McKnight, number 30. Now we get into Team Purple and number 1, Troy Ford. After the 60-yard dash is complete, this is the first run through for Team Orange and Team Purple. We'll move on to the throws from right field from our outfielders. Alfred Rosario and Alejandro Abreu, I believe, has a T at the end of it. Miami Christian High School in Miami, Florida. Rosario on your right on the screen, number 4. Christian De Los Santos, number 12. Wade Hartrick from IMG Academy in Boulder, Colorado. He's a catcher at IMG Academy, running in that last tandem. Grayson Carpenter from Fort Myers, Florida. On your right, number 14. And another Cash. Not Cash Money this time. Number 15, Cash Strayer from Tampa, Florida, and a Florida commit. The Florida Gators and Kevin O'Sullivan on their way to Omaha in the College World Series. Number 17, Ethan Bingaman, and number 18, Jake Hiramoto from Hawaii. Hiramoto, one of several players from the islands. He's a shortstop. Jaden Nunez, number 19, with his first run through the 60-yard dash. Cal Johnson, number 22. Diesel Toth from Highland, California. And he's going the opposite way. He's a Hawaii commit.
Outstanding. And I'm going to give Diesel almost a nod over Cash on the first name basis here. Like me some Diesel.
We've got 2 Cash, 1 Jet from yesterday, and now a Diesel. Mason Shermer from Festus, Missouri. Missouri commit. Number 28. And Jose Lopez from Miami, Florida, and Westminster Christian High School. And our second go around now for Team Orange. Number 1, Aiden Aragon. And number 2, Orlando Cruz from the Puerto Rico Baseball Academy. Ryan Lopez getting out of the gate quickly. Ryan Lopez also wearing number 4 from the Puerto Rico Baseball Academy. Donovan Arroyo from Houston, Texas, a shortstop. And the last tandem, R.J. Holmes and C.J. Oxendine now up. Oxendine from Little River, South Carolina. He's a Virginia Tech commit. And Holmes, an Oregon State commit, shortstop out of Menifee, California. Owen Gregg, number 17. Carson Ramos, number 19. Their second time through. Evan Fernandez, number 21 in orange. Hernandez committing to Mississippi State. I remember him from last year in the sophomore showcase. I believe he participated a year ago here in Marietta.
Big 6'3", 215-pound third baseman.
6'4", that is the new time on this day 2 of the 2023 Junior National Showcase.
And that was Orlando Cruz from Juncos, Puerto Rico.
Nolan Bethel and Cameron Odom running for the second time. Riley Brown, number 26. Jacob Martin, number 27. Martin from Leesburg, Virginia, outfielder. Perfect game ranked in the top 500.
Yeah, he is.
Evan Hankins and Marcus Harris. We'll touch on Hankins during his round of BP from John S. Battle High School in Bristol, Virginia. His head coach, former big leaguer Jimmy Gobble, left-handed pitcher. Jimmy Gobble is out of the high school that he now coaches out of in Bristol, Virginia. Also has got his son on the team this year. Again, we'll have our throws from the outfield following the completion of the runners going through the 60-yard dash. Benjamin Troy Godoy and Andres Gomez wrapping up right there. Alfred Rosario out in front. Alejandro Abreu completing his second 60 of the day. Christian De Los Santos, I believe, homered here in Marietta at the National Showcase a year ago for a game that you and I had, Dave.
I do remember that. You are correct.
De Los Santos, Miami commit.
Yeah, impressive young athlete from Miami, Florida.
Grayson Carpenter, number 14. Mike Wright from Seymour, Indiana, right-handed pitcher. Perfect game, top 500. Ethan Bingaman, number 17. Jake Hiramoto, number 18, competing here. Jaden Nunez from Miami, Florida, North Carolina commit, and Jonathan Vasquez going through their second. Both play at Doral Academy Charter in the Miami, Florida area. Cal Johnson, Diesel Toth. Johnson 22, Toth number 23. We touched on it yesterday, Dave. A lot of the players that we see here, a lot of top-level talent from around the nation. And, yes, they've got their pitching coaches and they've got their private lessons and coaches and travel ball coaches, whether it's on the pitching side or the hitting side. But the strength, the agility, the running part of this is now they've got, another individualized coach that's part of the process and part of the year-round process, really.
Yeah, and these athletes, we'll find our share of 2 or 3 sport athletes and all, but a lot of these players are year-round baseball players, and when they're not throwing or stuff or playing for a team, they are doing sports-specific workouts. And, some people complain, hey, their kids are 16 years old, but this is their goal, and this is so big to get into a Power 5 conference school, to put yourself on a scouting map for a potential, professional career. That there's a lot of time, a lot of money being invested in that. And that does make it different than it was 20, 30 years ago. But it's not necessarily a bad thing. You're really seeing the talent come out of these young men. And they dream it and they believe it. And giving these young men that kind of dream is an important thing to their development.
So many of the players on the bios that they fill out for us leading into the national showcases, the people that inspire them, and so many have mom and dad, either collectively or individually, as people who inspire them. And a lot of them write that there's an understanding, that there's a commitment, that there's sacrifice that is made not only by the parents, the financial sacrifice that goes into it. And we touched on this last year, and we get into it now a little bit as we get ready for the outfielders to come through, and we'll take a look at the top runners from this afternoon here, Dave.
All right, this is the best overall time. I believe we're looking at Orlando Cruz, number 2, and Ryan Lopez. Yeah, 6.41, the top time there. Get another look at it. Two players from Puerto Rico Baseball Academy. 2 different running styles, definitely 2 different body types. But Orlando Cruz with the 6.41 top time. Our second fastest time belonged to William Patrick from Monroe, Louisiana. We saw him running there, number 21 maroon, with a 6.42. So William Patrick, Orlando Cruz, the 2 top times that as I said, the top time from the first group was a 6.63. So that's a big step forward for those 2 young men. And this group really, Steve, is a different group than the first group. I think of the 3 groups, this is the group that has more of the players that aren't ranked yet, that are still looking to make their mark. The last group of 4 teams really has a lot of highly ranked players. The first group that we just completed play earlier had a solid amount. This is the group that we're going to really learn about. There's some players that are really going to jump forward and we're going to learn a lot about these players. There's some guys who are going to go from a 500 ranking easily to a top 100, top 50 ranking based on their performance over the next 36 hours.
Steve Lennox, Dave Ronsley, along with you on day number 2 of the 2023 Junior National Showcase from Marietta, Georgia, and the East Cobb Baseball Complex. Dave, again, 21 years at Perfect Game. We're touching on the sacrifice that families make, and we're transitioning now from the 60-yard dash to the outfielders who will begin throwing from right field to home plate. And we'll go through that in a moment. But, again, getting back to these players, we were talking about having the individualized hitting coaches and pitching coaches for the players, and, you know, strength and agility, strength and conditioning coaches that they have as well. But the sacrifices that families make, and I not only include the parents in there, but also the siblings that will travel along the way as well, because they're probably putting stuff to the side so brothers can make their trips around the country and perform and be showcased in events like this.
A lot of these kids, for their families, this is part of a summer vacation, you know, the traditional summer vacation. It's something that people in the business like Perfect Game are very much aware of. I mean, when you schedule an event in Orlando, Florida, you have a better chance of getting families than if you scheduled it in some place that wasn't a natural vacation destiny. But the reality is, for a lot of these families, traveling with your 16, 17-year-old ball-playing son is your family vacation, the financial investment and the time investment.
Michael Olander will get things going. Dave, give us an idea of what they're going to be participating in here as they make the throws from right field.
Well, every player is going to get 5 throws. The first 2 throws go to third base. The last 3 throws go to home. Of course, they're all going to be gunned on the radar gun, and that's the big number, of course. Anything 88 and above really stands out. Anything 93 and above really stands out. But the scouts are more looking at the overall athleticism. They're looking at the transition from fielding the ball into throwing, what your feet are doing, how your arm works, how projectable you are, because we're still watching 16-year-old athletes. So from a scouting perspective, a lot goes into it. But I know a lot of these players are just looking at that number that they can put up on their Twitter or Instagram accounts. It's important, but it's not the whole package.
Olander, as you see, from Flemington, New Jersey, listed at 5'10", 175. Ranked number 15 overall in the state of New Jersey for the class of 2025 by Perfect Game. 87 from right field.
And we'll do our best to get you that top throw time, not only from the outfielders, but the infielders and the catchers, too.
Interesting young man here, John Philip Apt from Brandon, Mississippi. And he'll have a younger brother participating during the upcoming week as well at the Sophomore National Showcase. His younger brother, Henry, is 14 years old.
I've seen the Apt brothers play a couple times over at the Hoover Complex. Very talented athletes, obviously.
JP uncommitted at this point.
Talk about a family that travels together and goes to events together. If one brother isn't playing here, I'm sure the parents split up to go, okay, we're going to go with this son, we're going to go with that son. And, you know, that's just part of the family dynamics, especially when you have 2 sons that are of this level of athletic ability.
So Apt is listed as a shortstop, so I'm sure we'll see him on the infield after we complete our outfield throws. But what's behind? Most guys are going to throw, so you get the readings, but Apt right now an infielder, but again, throwing from the outfield. What's behind that?
At a national level showcase, it's fairly rare. We encourage the players, as we watch Ari Bethea here in his throws, we encourage them to just go from their best position. A lot of players, you know, are legitimately still at this age multi-position players, so there's no problem with them going, you know, from multiple positions. We focus our scouting on their primary position, though. In fact,
Booth, a young man from Tennessee, right-handed pitcher, and ranked number 5 as a right-handed pitcher in the state of Tennessee by Perfect Game.
And we'll often see players, you know, who are primary pitchers, especially come out and throw from the outfield. They want to post their throw times. We would prefer that pitchers don't throw from positions because, in speaking personally, that's only going to hurt your chances to throw your best on the mound if you've already got your arm all stretched out and hot throwing from the outfield or the infield.
We see Julian Carter, uncommitted from Sandy Springs, Georgia. Ranked number 38 in the state of Georgia by perfect game, 469 overall across the nation. Listed at 6 foot 160 pounds. Young man is 16 years old, 8 months. He's been 89 off the bat with his exit velocity, that from May of 2022. He's been 79 from the infield in the past. You see 85 on his outfield velocity. William Johnson from Watkinsville, Georgia, and a Georgia Tech commit up next for Team Maroon. Our first lefty, I believe.
And a primary outfielder.
6'2", 180 pounds. See Johnson, I see Johnny Damon, I see Pete Crow Armstrong. And I know you don't want to necessarily do that, but I'll own up to that one.
You're looking at lefties with smooth athletic actions about the same size.
From early on, I'm not saying Johnny Damon from his time in the big leagues. I'm saying Johnny Damon from his time in the minor leagues, and Pete Crow Armstrong from his time in high school.
Well, obviously you saw Johnny Damon in high school then, which a tip of the hat to.
No,
you didn't.
No, I don't go that far back. No, I go with Damon. I go back to his days in the minor leagues. He was in Wilmington, Delaware, before I was there with the Carolina League team in Wilmington.
Yeah, my bad. I said high school. I meant minor leagues, knowing your background in minor league baseball. That's what I meant to say. I apologize.
That's all right.
I actually saw Johnny Damon in high school. I believe it was at Dr. Phillips High School in the Orlando area. So I do go back that far.
Logan Mortimer, reading up on his bio today. His father played in the Atlanta Braves minor league system in the mid-90s to, I believe, 2001 or 2002. I'll have more on Logan during batting practice. 79, above average from the outfield. What is average? Is it still around 77, or is it?
I think if you take the entirety of the country and you think of the tens of thousands of players that come through the Perfect Game Showcase system, we have the averages on the website, and that very well could be. You know, for an event like this, I would say the average is maybe closer to an 85 or so, 85, okay. 86.
Dylan Atkins, Tennessee commit, 16 years old, 3 months, 6 foot 185. He's listed as an outfielder. Ranked number 133 overall across the nation for the class of 2025 by Perfect Game. Our first group, Team Maroon, and 90 from the outfield for Atkins.
It's interesting. I bet you Johnny Damon, when he was 16 years old, might not have been able to throw 75 from the outfield. That was his throwing arm was not his best tool, to say the least. It didn't get much better in the big leagues either. But when
you are not the first scout to say that and observe that, right?
But when you get close to 3,000 hits in the big leagues, nobody's going to remember that down the road except for maybe a scout.
Well, William Patrick, we saw him with one of the top times in the 60 earlier. From the state of Louisiana, Monroe, Louisiana. He's listed. He plays everywhere. Utility guy, right-handed pitcher, middle infielder, catcher, outfielder. But overall, again, listed as an outfielder as William Patrick completes his tosses from right field. Again, going across the diamond to right and then to the plate to wrap up.
Well, I said a little bit ago that this group especially is going to have players that are going to jump out just by their performance and drills especially. William Patrick obviously is going to be the first one. Runs a 6'4", throws 92 from the outfield. Not a ranked player yet, but 6'2", 190 pounds. It looks like outfield's his position, but he's already on the map just with those two numbers early in this workout.
Cameron Sirocco from Massachusetts, rated number 11 overall for the class of 2025 by Perfect Game for players from the state of Massachusetts. Perfect Game top 500 nationally. So when you go to write up an event when this is complete in the coming weeks, roughly how long do you spend per player in your write-up?
The write-up itself is fairly brief and to the point. I mean, in the numbers speak a lot. The write-up speaks some, but really focuses on things. The most important thing that these kids need to realize, and for their college recruitment especially, is that number, the PG grade, the final PG grade that puts on there, because that's the first thing, the first filter for the college coaches as they're looking at these reports and everything. Aren't the individual throw times, everything like that. It's a Perfect Game puts a 9 on you, that tells the coaches something. If they put an 8.5 or a 9.5 or even a 10, the highest grade, that's something that's the first level of filter for college coaches that they're going to look at in seeing a player that they may not be familiar with. If PG gives a player a 9 that a college coach isn't familiar with, that's going to get their attention right away.
Jaden Walton from Beaufort, Georgia, a catcher. You may see him behind the plate. We'll have the pop times for the catcher. That'll be our final run through and the team workouts for our 4 teams this afternoon. We'll go to the infield next with the infielders throwing from shortstop, then the first baseman, then the catchers behind the plate to wrap up, and then batting practice sessions for all 4 teams as well. Sebastian Barrera is up next from Los Fresnos, Texas, and committed to Texas Rio Grande Valley University. 6'2", 170 overall, and listed as a catcher.
That's an outfielder's body right there, but listed as a catcher. I wouldn't doubt that more outfield is in his future, especially with a 90-mile-an-hour outfield arm.
Riley Six, Perfect Game top 1,000, 6'2", 190. From Niceville, Florida. As you see, throws right, also bats from the right side. Throws right now from third base. That process complete, now coming to the plate. And Six listed as a right-handed pitcher. Brooks Burdine from Aledo, Texas, outfielder, Perfect Game top 500, 5'11", 175. Twin brother Blake. Talked with them when we were at LSU in Baton Rouge, Louisiana early August. And they would like to play college baseball together, from what I remember, in chatting with both Brooks and his twin brother. They are attached at the hip, do pretty much everything together.
I'm sure that's something that's going to be well communicated with the college coaches out there who are interested in the Burdine brothers.
And Brooks, not trying to put the scout hat on like you do, Dave, but he's filled out a little bit from last summer. He's a little broader in the shoulders.
I was noticing the same thing, just not taking notes or anything, but that I've seen him play before up close at events, and he does look like that he has matured, maybe hit the weight room a little bit, and always a good sign to see added strength at this age.
Carter Bentley, 6'2", 190. Top outfield prospect, number 1 outfield prospect, number 9 overall for the class of 2025 in the state of Massachusetts, Virginia Tech commit. One thing I miss about being around the minor league ballparks, and it's been a while, but still have conversation with scout friends that I have, and it's interesting how it's changed. And Dave, we touched on your career in scouting, and I went to a AAA game a few weeks back, and the general manager of the team was the general manager who helped me break into minor league baseball after I graduated college back in 1997. And I asked him, I said, do you have scouts at games the way you used to? He goes, not even close.
No.
And those are pro scouts, but not even close.
I was talking to a good friend of mine in the scouting community the other day, and he's an area scout. And he says, I've gone from spending 130 days a year on the road to spending 50 or 60 days on the road. And the whole reason is video. Scouts do so much of their scouting off video nowadays. It used to be done in person. It's really sad to see in a way, because it's going to be, it's not the death of scouting. There'll always be the need of scouts. But just to see the scouts out at a game, the whole culture of that part of the industry that is so rich and long is deteriorating with video and with the importance of video now.
Kaysen Hill wrapping up. Kaysen Hill from Murfreesboro, Tennessee, rated as the number 1 outfield prospects and number 6 overall in the state of Tennessee by Perfect Game for the class of 2025. College 94. Interests include Vanderbilt.
Yeah, 94 on the top velocity there. Not very accurate, I will say that, but 94 may be our top velocity thus far today.
Aiden Aragon. As we start with Team Orange, we'll have Team Orange and then Team Purple, so about halfway through. Aragon from Albuquerque, New Mexico. 5'11", 160. And for the class of 2025, Perfect Game has him ranked as the number 1 outfielder in New Mexico and number 2 overall.
As we see these velocities pop up, I think 94 may be our top velocity from this round so far. From the first group, and we saw the scroll along the bottom of the screen earlier of top velocity throws so far. The first biggest arm in the first group belonged to J.D. Martinez, who threw 97 during his round the first day.
Orlando Cruz. We've already touched on Mr. Cruz. You see his time in the 60. 6'2", 155 pounds as a 16-year-old. Attends the Puerto Rico Baseball Academy. Orlando Cruz wrapping up his throws to third base and to the home plate.
And that's going to grade out very well, better than the other guys who've thrown 93. I'm serious, because he used game actions. The footwork was game actions. It was clean and everything. It wasn't max effort. That's going to grade out near the top of the Perfect Game scale. And those earlier 93s and 94s are not. That was an outstanding round by Orlando Cruz, and he has certainly put himself on the map right now with his running and Dave, his throwing.
So if you weren't with me right now here on PerfectGame.tv and you were out with the scouts, with your guys out between the mound and second base, what's the conversation right now as they've seen Orlando Cruz run the 60 and throw from the outfield?
It's pretty much a repeat of just what I said. It's like, okay, this is a guy. You're taking your notes, you're concentrating. We really don't have a lot of conversation as we're working this, but for guys that stand out like that, somebody will say, hey, this is a guy, or it's like, I like that, or just something real quick to say, hey, we've seen something here, and then we'll get into the notes and stuff later. But that was maybe the top round so far of today's outfield, Orlando Cruz.
Donovan Arroyo, 5'10", 180 pounds from Houston, Texas. Now, how about if you've got a guy, and you touched on it, these guys right now, their rankings are going to improve based on what you see today, tomorrow. This is the group here. These 4 teams, they're going to jump considerably with the next perfect game rankings for the class of 2025. But if you had a guy like Cruz, who you might have had on your radar, but somebody else did. You ever have those where it's not even a spoken word conversation, it's just that eye conversation where you look at him and say, yep, that's my guy, and you kind of give a smile?
We talk
what I'm
about
alluding to?
Guy. Yeah, oh yes. We talk about who's our guy all the time. And Scott,
okay.
you can look at our notes and our grades, and they're going to be very similar and stuff, but everybody has their guy. They're a guy that either, and it can go both ways. There are guys in this class that always seem to play badly for me. And there are guys in this class that always seem to play well. And it's different depending on which event you see. So you always develop your guys, your favorite players, from every class. And it's so fun as a veteran scout to see it change every year. And it's like, I like this guy. It's like, I'm still waiting to see it on this guy. And it's almost, it becomes a joke amongst a close scouting staff, which is definitely what Perfect Game has.
R.J. Holmes for 89 from the outfield from Menifee, California, Oregon State commit. Nolan Bethel up next for Team Orange.
Okay, quick note to people watching this who have a son or who are going to play outfield at Perfect Game Showcase. Do not have your sunglasses on your hat when you go out there. You will throw them off after the first throw because they will come off themselves. Do not wear your sunglasses on your hat. I see it repeated dozens of times every showcase.
That's a T-shirt. The veteran scout says, do not wear your sunglasses on top of your hat when going through outfield throws.
It's great to wear in a game. They have a function in a game. They have no function during an outfield throw. I know you just don't want to leave them on the ground.
Right on cue.
Exactly.
Picked him up. Bethel wrapping up his throws from the outfield.
And I appreciate that our rainy morning has delved into a beautiful sunny afternoon. I appreciate that very much. But no, you don't need sunglasses for this drill.
Well, I go back to a kid watching baseball on TV, and there'd be a pop-up, whether on the infield or the outfield, and the commentators would talk about, well, at that point you had the old ones that the flip ones that you'd have. Sean Dunston, I remember, wore them. But there'd be a pop-up, they'd battle the high sky, they'd lose the ball in the sun, and where were the sunglasses? They weren't down. They were on top of the hat, and the commentator, the broadcasters would always, hey, what's the use there? What's going on? 85 from Remo Indomenico.
Catchers, I need those baseballs, please.
Jacob Martin up next as we get to the final players for Team Orange. Martin from Loudoun County High School in Leesburg, Virginia. Perfect Game top 500 ranking. 6'1", 185, 16 years old, 7 months. Yeah, your text was, forecast looks bad, radar looks great, or something along those lines.
Yeah, no, I think it was this morning was bad. I think I said the radar, looks promising for this afternoon. I have to admit I'm kind of a radar weather junkie, maybe because it impacts my life so much. But I've got that weather channel open pretty frequently. 86 there.
86. Yep. Jacob Martin. Evan Hankins, ranked number 71 nationally. Hankins was in Louisiana in Baton Rouge at LSU last August for a perfect game event.
Now, I encourage primary first basemen, if they have repetitions and some coaching in the outfield, to take outfield drills, because the question always with first baseman often delves into, is he athletic enough to play in the outfield? And Hankins, being a big 6'5", 215 kid, you want to see if he's on that border to, okay, you can put him out in left field. He's got the arm strength to play, certainly. Does he have the athletic mobility? Because that just opens up his versatility and his defensive spectrum if he's just not only a first baseman.
Here is Troy Ford for Team Purple. Ford, Georgia commit from Fayetteville, Georgia. And we talk about commits, and we touched on this last year. Georgia, Scott Strickland. Georgia parting ways with Scott Strickland after, I believe, a decade as the head coach of the Bulldogs program. And Troy Ford committing not only to the program, do you commit to the coach? Do you commit to the program? It's really, they go hand in hand until a school, an SEC school, an ACC school, Division I programs part ways with coaches, and there's been great turnaround over the last 5 or 6 years. 30, 40 coaches every year at the Division I level. Programs are making changes with the coaching staff.
Yeah, it's a big question for kids, and I think it's one of the reasons why, the NCAA took that big step to change all the recruiting and commitment rules, is because that was the reality, that there has been such a turnover amongst coaches, and you get these kids who are committing as freshmen and even 8th graders with the reality, the percentage is probably 60-70% that there's going to be a new coach there by the time you step on campus, and that leaves a lot of players and a lot of teams just in an unfair circumstance. Should I honor my commitment? My commitment was to the coach, not necessarily the school. And I think it's a great step by the NCAA, and let's just hope the coaches follow through with the letter of the law and don't try to work around it.
Benjamin Trey Godoy, UCLA commit. 83 from the outfield. And what we're talking about, the new recruiting model going into effect in the springtime, 8th and 9th graders no longer committing to Division I programs. That's going away. Starting in April, recruits and their families and third parties not allowed to contact coaches, and coaches cannot have contact with them until August 1 before their junior year. So that's these players here. As of August 1, the communication can start up again.
And that's huge there. That is the biggest part of it, is the communication. Now, does that mean that college camps don't exist anymore? Of course not. Any of these players can go to a college camp, and every college has camps. And as a camper at a camp, you can talk to the player. And I don't think anybody's naive enough to believe that there aren't third-party conversations, for instance, through travel coaches, that aren't going to still happen. But it's going to be severely reduced, and that pressure to commit, which is so big for some of these teenagers, I think is the thing that's going to go away.
Christian De Los Santos, a Miami commit, 6'3", 210 pounds.
And I think when we saw Christian, you mentioned him hitting a bomb while we were broadcasting a game. He has matured physically since then. Look at that, 6'3", 210, long arms, big, thick, strong hips. It's going to be fun to watch him take batting practice and take his game at bats, because that's a big league body right there. Go turn on a game tonight, and you'll see some bodies like that, playing, 25-year-old, 30-year-olds playing in the big leagues.
He is closing in on turning 17.
Top velocity, 88 miles an hour.
Grayson Carter up next from Fort Myers, Florida. Perfect game, high follow. Grayson Carpenter, 5'11", 175, uncommitted. It's one of many players for the Junior National Showcase from the CBU 2025 scout team for Maruzak Baseball. That's Addison Maruzak, former pro player.
I think that's a theme. It's something that Brett Dolan and I talked a lot about during the games this morning, was that so many of these players go to the top high schools. They're very recognizable as 90, the top throw there. And they play for the top travel teams. And you know, the influence of playing with the best teams, with, you know, against the best opponents cannot be, you know, overstated at this age. You know, you always want to surround yourself with better players, as good as you are, better than you. The old big fish in a small pond does not apply to exposing yourself to scouts and college coaches. You know, you want to challenge yourself, and so many of these kids have.
And in reading up on bios, to perhaps further that point, Dave, they're not only going to big-time high school programs, but those programs are scheduling other programs that are highly touted across the nation. And a lot of these guys share in their bios as hitters. They're consistently seen pitchers throw 90, 92, 93 miles an hour, already playing at the varsity level with their high school programs as freshmen, as sophomores. They've been seeing 90 now for a year plus.
Yeah, and you can't help when you play for a big-time program who schedules, you know, plays at events like the PG High School Showdown and other national tournaments, and then you play for a high-level team that's going to get in the playoffs at the WWBA National Championships, that's going to play in Jupiter during the fall. You know, you're doing everything you can to improve yourself, and a lot of there are very, very talented players around the country, and we run into them at regional showcases who just say, oh, I'm playing for my local Legion team. And that in and of itself is wonderful. But if your goal is to play, you know, for a Power 5 conference school, if the goal is to play professional baseball, you have to challenge yourself. And that often means, you know, playing for a national travel team. That is the reality of today's baseball.
Mike Wright from Seymour, Indiana, right-handed pitcher and outfielder, 6'4", 190. 82 from the outfield for Michael Wright. Our final outfielders of the day will move to the infield, and the infielders will throw from shortstop. After the completion of our outfield workouts, Jaden Nunez, North Carolina commit.
I'm interested to see Nunez's times and such. He's 106 ranked North Carolina commit, but watching him athletically run the 60, he runs beautifully. He's got a great body there, listed at 6'1", 175. You know, hasn't really had a chance to do much in the outfield. Let's watch this throw, see if he gets a good run through it and how he looks. Still rough on the footwork. Arm works plenty well. In fact, I think I called that one out. Jay Nunez, 95, top throw of the day, at least heading in the last throw. So a very impressive performance. I wouldn't doubt that he ran a 60 well into the mid sixes. So really nice performance so far by Jordan Nunez from Doral Academy in Miami and a North Carolina commit.
Cooper Poe up next, right-handed pitcher, outfielder from Chattanooga, Tennessee. 6'4", 205 pounds, just recently in the last couple of months turning 16. College interest for Poe: Alabama, Duke, Florida, North Carolina. Got a whole list on his perfect game page. East Carolina, Kentucky, Mississippi, Mississippi State. '88 from the outfield for Cooper Poe. Outfielders for all 4 teams wrapping up their throws. Again, these 4 teams, game action starting tomorrow here at the East Cobb Complex in Marietta, Georgia. There will be 2 games total tomorrow. As we take a look at some of the highlights from the top performers from the outfield with the exit velocities.
And we've got William Patrick there first, dispensing with his glasses after one throw, of course. Patrick was a 6'4" runner with a strong arm, certainly put himself on the map. The Navy team, we have Carson Hill from Murfreesboro, Tennessee. From the Orange team, Orlando Cruz. We spent a lot of time talking about Orlando Cruz with his 6'4", 160. Strong arm from the outfield. Outstanding projectable athletic body. Great footwork. That really caught me. Game actions in the outfield. That's what I want to see. This is big Ethan Hankins, primary first baseman. I know, Steve, you have some stories there on Ethan Hankins, I think, that we can develop during the games especially. But a big 6'5", 215 left-handed slugger. Troy Ford from Purple, number 1. Looks like a live body, twitchy athletes with a Georgia commit that it will be interesting to see whether he follows through on that. '15, Cash Strayer, one of our 2 Cashes here in this group from Plant High School in Tampa, Florida, a Florida commit. Jaden Nunez, this was our leader for the highest throw time of this group, 95 miles an hour. You can see the athleticism on Jaden Nunez there. Now we get ready for infield. Take it away, Steve.
And we do have carryover from our first group of 4 teams. And some of these individuals, these guys, the 4 teams started workouts yesterday. A couple of players. This is Nico Taylor from California, and a Cal commit. We saw him in game action yesterday. Taylor grew up not that far from the Berkeley campus, he shared on his player bio. Young man, 6 foot 165.
A switch hitter, took some good swings in the games. Showed his athleticism well.
So what are the infielders going through here as they take ground balls and make their throws across?
Well, each infielder goes from shortstop. As we see, who do we see here?
Diego Joshua Cruz, I believe, from the Puerto Rico Baseball Academy.
Yes, but every player is going to get 5 ground balls, 1 of them right at him, 2 to the backhand, 1 up the middle that we just saw there, and the other one a slow roller to finish. And again, the radar's on every throw. The ground balls to establish your velocity are the first and fourth, the one right at you and the one up the middle. But we want to see actions. We want to see game actions. The footwork is so important to me. When I'm watching infield, I am watching mostly the feet, really. And it's watching how the feet work, how you circle the ball, how light you are on your feet. Those, that's so important to being a quality middle infielder, is how your balance and your foot quickness works.
What are you seeing from Angel Santos for Team Maroon?
I see he's a mover. He's light on his feet. He likes moving. It's a pure middle infield profile. And your first move is always to the ball. That's a big positive. And again, don't wear your sunglasses out onto the field. 89's impressive number. The numbers are a little bit different from the infield. Anything over, let's say, 86 is going to stand out, and you're rarely going to see the mid-90s that you see more commonly from the outfield. Anything over 90 is kind of the real standout number for arm strength.
JP App, we did see him throw from the outfield earlier.
Not being a good teammate right now. Hasn't been clear in years.
Shortstop, his primary position. We'll have our first baseman after the middle infielder's throw across the diamond, then our catchers with the pop times, then batting practice for all 4 teams participating here in the Junior National Showcase. Julian Carter up next from Sandy Springs, Georgia. See Carter going up the middle, showing his range. So we see from shortstop, when you're seeing the infielders here, when you start talking about them moving across and having to play second base, what goes into your thought process? What goes into those conversations that, we see the athletes play shortstop from Little League on through. Sometimes they'll move to center field, but most shortstops and colleges are going to recruit shortstops. They can move kids. But when a kid has to be moved across the diamond to second base, what's your process, Dave?
It's almost always based on the arm strength. It's the pure arm strength, whether you have the ability to make the play going to your right and make a strong throw. If you're coming through the ball, if you're going to your left and have that quick release. We've seen plenty of big league shortstops, including Ozzie Smith, maybe the greatest fielding player ever, play shortstop with essentially a below average arm. But Ozzie was exceptional. You want to see the arm strength, and if you have the foot quickness, to play the middle infield, but the arm is short, that automatically moves you to second. You also have a little bit of release. If your natural release point is lower, a low release point works a lot better at second base. If not for anything else, the ability to get off the throw, and especially how much the throw tails. A low release point is generally going to tail more than a higher release point.
So for you, what is number 2 behind the arm strength?
Oh, no, the arm strength, number 1 for me is feet. Or are you talking about the transition to second?
Sort of in general, up the middle. Yeah, at shortstop.
Yeah, the most important tool for up the middle is how your feet work in your lower body balance. If you have the speed, the agility, the balance to play middle infield, that's going to show in your footwork. The arm strength probably comes second. And just not the arm strength, it's where the release is coming from. If you've got a long extended arm action, that's not going to play as well because, at shortstop, you're going to have a lot of bang plays. And if you can't get rid of the ball quickly because you have a longer arm strength, a longer exchange, that's going to be an issue.
Austin Musso wrapping up. 89 across the diamond.
Yeah, the
RJ Machado.
Excuse me. Now, the 2 best infield drills I have ever seen at a Perfect Game Showcase, and when you hear the names, it's not going to surprise you, but I'm trying to be as honest as I can about it. The 2 best infield drills I've ever seen are by Carlos Correa and Francisco Lindor.
Makes perfect sense.
And Correa was so smooth and polished, and we just say RJ Machado finished his round there. He's notable. He threw 92, which is our highest radar gun reading so far.
Machado, Florida State commit.
Yeah, Machado, Florida State from Sunrise, Florida. But Lindor at that age just had magic feet. Just beautiful feet. And your feet put you in position for your glove not even to matter. If you get your feet in the right place, it makes it so much easier to field the ball. You still have to have quick and sure hands and that exchange, but if your feet put you in the right place to put your glove, it just becomes so much easier. Lindor, even at 14, 15 years old, had magic feet.
The final one where they're charging and you see a lot of guys throw off the one leg, what are you looking for there?
Well, at this level, it's not as much a separator. The charge and the ability to have the balance, to lower your slot, to have continuity into the throw is kind of a separator between let's say, a good high school shortstop and a potential Division I shortstop, because you have to make that play frequently, at the college level and beyond, where you're making that play on the run. And the players that are going to ceiling out at low college or good high school tend to struggle with that play more. It's not as natural for them because they don't have the balance and the athleticism to make the play.
Elias Alvarado, right-handed pitcher from Chicago, Illinois, perfect game, top 500 ranking. Wrapping up, and now we see Brandon Gonzalez. Gonzalez from the Tampa, Florida area, right-handed pitcher. We saw him on the mound last summer in Marietta.
I'm looking forward to seeing him on the mound, and I've always shaken my head. Brandon likes playing baseball. I'm surprised he didn't take outfield. He takes infield every position, but he's extremely athletic. I'm really looking forward to seeing him on the mound. He's one of the guys I've marked as one of my, quote, favorites, unquote, under the radar player that you mentioned earlier, that if we have players that we follow closer, and Gonzalez is one for me.
Here is Josh Hammond from High Point, North Carolina, Wake Forest commit. I believe I saw on social media Wake Forest 6 home runs.
Yes, I saw that. Yeah, they went off
6
today.
home runs before they did the coach's interview. We'll have to see if we can get a final score on that one, if they have gone final in Winston-Salem.
Yeah, Josh Hammond at 95, our new leader, and that surprises me because he was throwing from a lower slot, and he's the 14th ranked player in the class and a primary right-handed pitcher. But if he threw over from his pitching slot, those would have been 98s and 99s, I tell you, because that arm works so nice. It's going to be wonderful to see John Hammond on the mound here tomorrow.
This is how I'll tell you Wake Forest today. You ready? If I told you the over was 20, if I told you I would tell you right now, take the over. 22 runs against Alabama. And it looks like that game, it's either close. It looks like it's in the bottom of the 9th inning, according to the scoreboard I'm looking at. Here's Joey Senstock. 22 runs in a super regional.
I looked at that box score right before we came on air, and they had 6 home runs and only 10 runs. And if they've got up to 22, they might have double figures.
I noticed that too. The tweet I guess I saw was 6 home runs. They haven't even gotten to the coach's interview on whether they're on ESPN or ACC network or whatever. But I noticed the same thing. 6 home runs. There are a bunch of solo shots, I'm sure, in there. But the old Ernie Shore Field is now the home of Wake Forest baseball there in Winston-Salem. 22 runs in a super regional, and Wake Forest head coach Tom Walter. Demon Deacons on the way. Looks like they're on their way to Omaha.
9 total home runs. I know this is non-topical, and my apologies to Cameron Sirocco for talking about during his round. But yes, 9 home runs. Brock Wilkin had 3 solos himself while going 4 for 5 with 5 runs scored.
That's a weekend, let alone a day.
Whew.
Blake Burdine. College interests for Blake include Tulane, Texas Tech, Texas A&M, Oklahoma, Oklahoma State. Connor Berman now up. That might have been our first heads up that we've gotten from our infielders. You see, with the split box right there, across the diamond, there are a lot of people stationed behind the first base bag. Connor Berman, perfect game, top 1,000. Matthew Bowden up next from Covenant Christian Academy in Texas A&M commit.
Young man who we've seen a lot of over the years, just a ball player type. Seen a lot of, even though he is just coming out of his sophomore year. A pure shortstop. I think he probably makes it to Texas A&M and becomes just an outstanding college player.
Listed at 6'1", 155.
92, his best velo.
Nick Diaz up next. Diaz, you see there, still uncommitted with his college choice. Nick Diaz plays for Todd Fitzgerald at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida. Here is Carter Bentley. Bentley, Virginia Tech commit. We saw him from the outfield earlier. 6'2", 190 pounds. 91 from the infield. Team Navy wrapping up here with their final infielders, and we'll get into Team Orange and Team Purple. Kaysen Hill from Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Perfect game ranking, number 195 nationally. 5'11", 170. Vanderbilt, Tennessee. UCLA, Texas, Arkansas, Georgia, Georgia Tech, Florida. Amongst the schools with interest. It's on ooh and ah there. Kaysen Hill wrapping up. Caleb Barnett up next for Team Navy. Young man in Alabama commit, Mountain Brook, Alabama. Ranked number 198 nationally by perfect game.
And you might ask, why does a primary third baseman also take the ground balls from shortstop? Well, we don't know why he's listed as a primary third baseman. You'll see plenty of kids listed as a primary third baseman, and we watch them go through the drills and say, hey, there's middle of the field actions here. There's middle of the field, lower half athleticism. He's got a chance to play middle infield at the next level. So we want to see each of the players challenged. That's why they all play at shortstop during the drills.
Trey Jackson hails from Decatur, Georgia. 6'3", 200 pounds. Also listed as a third baseman. And Cash Money. So if Cash Money makes it to the big leagues, no?
This is Ethan Holiday, the number one player. Number one player. Class looks like his brother Jackson in the face, but it's a completely different body. 6'4", 195 pounds. But yes, Ethan Holiday, as I said, his brother Jackson, the first pick in last year's draft. And a lot of people think Ethan Holiday is a better prospect than his brother, if that's possible. And right
was he
now,
a late ad?
Yes, he's on the roster. He was a late ad.
Okay.
I'm not sure how much work he's going to do here. I was very happy to see him take infield. But yeah, just it's a great story. You know, Father Matt Holliday, the longtime big league outfielder. You know, the Holloway family, you know, one of the top real families in baseball with the different college coaches.
Donovan Arroyo up.
Yes, the name I think we're going to be seeing in big league baseball between the two brothers for the next generation. As
So
you said,
Ethan
Donovan
scheduled
Arroyo
to play
there.
in the games? Is
I do
Ethan
not know
scheduled to
that.
play in the games over the? Okay.
I do not know that. You know, it's sort of a special appearance type thing. I think they had some other commitments, and we're just trying to work them in here and get to see Ethan, you know, play, and we're just glad he's here. We appreciate it.
R.J. Holmes up next from Menifee, California, Oregon State commit. Listed at 6'1", 180 pounds. And I believe one player we saw last year, Dave, Noah Franco, has reclassified, yes?
Yes, Noah Frank.
Originally class of 2025?
Yeah, there's been a number of top players. Connor Griffin, you know, Caminetti, Franco, who have committed, who are top prospects in the 25 class, who've recommitted to the 24 class. And I think all of them made the right decisions. Very advanced athletes. Not only that, you know, pretty advanced, you know, with their whole character, their development, the ability to take on things at maybe a younger age that, you know, can be, you know, a challenge for older kids. But the three of those, Caminetti, Franco, and Griffin, are all top 10 players now in the 2024 class.
Owen Gregg up next, touted as the #1 shortstop prospect for the class of 2025 out of Ontario, Canada. .6'1", 170. College interest. Name the school: SEC schools, ACC schools, Clemson, Florida, Georgia, Kentucky. Carson Ramos up next from Wentzville, Missouri, a catcher. Perfect game, top 500 ranking. Again, we'll have our first baseman throw across the diamond after our infielders up the middle are complete. The catchers with their pop times. And then we'll get into the rounds of batting practice each team will go for approximately 30 minutes. Ramos wrapping up, 86 across the diamond. Evan Fernandez from Palm Beach Gardens, Florida, Mississippi State commit. Touched on one earlier, and Fernandez, another guy at the hot corner, listed as a third baseman. Wrapping up Team Orange here. Cameron Odom up next. From Mariana, Florida, right-handed pitcher. Down the road, looking to play in Tallahassee with the Seminoles at Florida State. Odom goes 6', 180. Odom 83. Up next, Riley Brown from Cottonwood Heights, Utah. Utah commit, another third baseman. What goes into release point for a middle infielder and arm slot?
I'm glad you mentioned that, because Riley Brown is a third baseman with second base actions. When you see a player go to his right like that and still throw from the lower arm slot, that's not going to be a third baseman, because picture the basic plays that third basemen have to make, and a lot of them don't involve a lower arm slot. But in that case, all 5 throws were from the lower arm slot. That's a second baseman all day long to me, and not a third baseman. Watching Matt McKnight from Charlotte, North Carolina. I know Matt's father, Mark, very well, a national cross-checker for the Cincinnati Reds. Very proud of his son, Matt, a 6'3", 180-pound infielder. Top velocity, 86 miles an hour.
Team Orange wrapping up, Team Purple up, and Troy Ford. We've seen Ford in the 60 from the outfield and now on the infield.
And really, when you look at an athlete like Ford, primary outfielder, you look at his size, 5'10", 148 pounds. You look at the body type, the athleticism, and to me, that's kind of yelling primary infielder. You know, he's obviously very athletic, and that looks like an infielder to me, if not a little undersized center fielder. But if I were Troy Ford, I'd concentrate as hard as I could on developing those middle infield skills.
Andres Gomez from Mater Academy Lakes High School in Miami, Florida. Shortstop, perfect game, high follow. Players here at the Junior National Showcase, they've been on the Big Diamond 7th, 8th grade, so you're looking at 4+ years making those throws, running the 90-foot bases, seeing pitching from 60 feet 6 inches. Physicality to get the throw across the diamond from that shortstop position. Alfred Rosario now up. Pretty good footwork right there.
Yeah, this is some nice actions. It's certainly a mature, athletic body. A little bit of glove flare there as well. A nice round from Rosario. 90 miles an hour, the top velo on his throws, but again, with game actions, that's what we want to see. Game actions.
Christian De Los Santos, man among boys.
If I remember last year when we saw him, he was a primary third baseman and primary infielder, if I'm not mistaken. Now listed as a primary outfielder. Now there's still, of course, the potential there to develop as a third baseman.
De Los Santos, 84. Yeah.
Yes.
Wade Hartrick now up, IMG Academy from Boulder, Colorado. So making that commitment to go across the country to play at IMG in Florida from his home state of Colorado.
And we've seen a lot of players with that IMG, you know, who play at IMG, And IMG is like its own minor league or professional system. They have their major league team, but they also have a whole level of minor league teams. There are so many players now going to IMG. If you're playing on their A team, that is something really, really special. But there's a whole depth of players. Players that are on their second or third teams can be, starters and standouts at some very good high schools across the United States. But the whole IMG development program is worthwhile for so many young players, even if they aren't playing on maybe the A or the B team.
Grayson Carpenter, 5'11", 175 from Fort Myers, Florida. And they've got a lot of former pro guys. Kason Gabbard's one guy who comes to mind. Saw him a few years ago when IMG was in Cary, North Carolina.
You just need to look at the first-round draft choices every year. The Elijah Greens, Jackson Ferris, James Wood, who was a second-round pick, who's now one of the top prospects in minor league baseball. And I'm just mentioning guys from the last 2 years.
Yeah, the resume continues to build at IMG.
Yeah.
Recently watched the movie with Will Smith as the father of Serena and Venus Williams, and at the time that they were coming up, that's when IMG Academy, I believe, it might have been before that, but the mid-1980s is a tennis academy.
Oh, it was solely a tennis. It was solely a tennis academy, and developed from there. And now, if you look along the list of the top football and basketball prospects in the country, a lot of them are going to have IMG by their name as well.
Ethan Bingaman from Redlands, California Baptist commit. 6'1", 188, right-handed pitcher.
I appreciate the Cal Baptist. Cal Baptist commit there, because Cal Baptist every year seems to have prospects, and to commit to Cal Baptist at this age, shows some commitment, some faith in the program, because that's a very underrated program that just always seems to produce players.
Jake Hiramoto up next for Team Purple. Seeing our final infielders up the middle at shortstop making the throws across. First baseman up next, then our catchers, then we get into batting practice. Jonathan Vasquez up next from Doral Academy Charter, Miami Lakes, Florida. Hear the instruction in the background for the first baseman to get up and warm. Again, the players understand. Juniors who participated in showcases and events like this as middle school players and as freshmen, and now understanding, the standing around, but then all of a sudden the lights go on and it's time to go, whether it's this drill or any drill that they're participating in. And then it all culminates with batting practice, of course, which we'll see in a short time.
And I'm not shy about saying batting practice is my favorite part of any showcase. So looking forward to it.
Cal Johnson up for Team Purple.
Yeah, I go into a different zone during batting practice.
So from the 4 teams that we see here, go through the 60 outfield and infield drills. Who are the couple of hitters that you're looking to see over the next hour plus? Few hours, I should say.
Obviously a couple of those players that we've highlighted that have jumped out with their 60 times their outfield ability. Guys like Orlando Cruz and stuff. But really, it's an open slate for batting practice. You take every player, on his own, because you're going to get different type of athletes that are going to stand out with the bat in their hand. You're going to get some big guys, who have the strength and maybe have that smooth swing. You're going to get the smaller guys who just have barrel skills and twitchy hands. It's a whole different dance. And, you can have players. There's plenty of great hitters in the big leagues, guys making serious bank who don't perform well in a showcase situation. So it kind of comes with its own separate part of the showcase that you're not going to use a lot of those other things as part of your judgment.
Jose Lopez up for Team Purple. I'm just happy that we're talking about Luis Arraez and batting average near 400.
Yes. Because Luis Arraez goes to a perfect game showcase, and he's not going to stand out. You know, and I think about one of my favorite players in the big leagues, Pete Alonso, who I saw at I must have seen him at 5 or 6 different showcases and tournaments. And he would run a 7.2 and throw 83 miles an hour and all that. And all the workout became irrelevant because he could flat rake. You know, and at some point, you're going to get paid on your ability to hit the baseball to varying degrees. Yes, we have our, especially the middle of the field positions where defense is so important. But at the end of the day, you have to be able to hit big league pitching. And the first step to understanding that is simply watching batting practice and looking at the tools players show there.
And still to this day, I scratch my head and wonder why Pete Alonso was a second-round pick out of Florida.
And Pete Alonso is is a player who improved so steadily. He was a guy that when we were talking about All-Americans during his class, he was on the fringes of the conversation. I think he ranked in the 70s or 80s in his high school class. So he's good. He didn't play a lot as a freshman at Florida, one of the top teams in the country. But then his sophomore year and his junior year really improved. And his numbers as a junior, are indicative of a top pick. But he kept improving. And he always had an all-fields approach. And I think in that specific example, by the time he was 22, 23 years old, he finally had the strength with his all-fields approach and the base swing to really, he can hit the ball out from foul pole to foul pole. And that's why he is one of the premier power hitters along with, Aaron Judge and such in the big leagues. Is he can go foul pole to foul pole, but his hitting approach from when he was 15 years old has remained the same. The strength and the ability to recognize pitches is what has changed.
So you brought up something interesting there, that he did not play really at all in his first year at Florida under Kevin O'Sullivan, but trusted the process. And present day, and we're not that far removed from Pete Alonso being in Gainesville with the Gators, Wyatt Langford last year had the Florida Regional Day for ESPN, and he really burst onto the scene. He certainly a well thought of high school prospect, but in his first year didn't get that many at bats. Last year got the opportunity. This year is going to could possibly be a top 10 pick, but didn't go to another program. Just played out the process, and that's what these guys will have to do in the future. They may not play right away, even if they're highly touted out of high school and have had all the rankings. They get on the campus in the fall of 2025, it's a new ballgame.
As we watch I want to expand on that Wyatt Langford in a minute, but I don't want to overlook players like Cam Uzzillia, who went first, Dylan Atkins here at first base. Dylan Atkins, a primary outfielder. But Wyatt Langford might be the most unique player, one of the most unique players I've ever scouted. And I think he's probably going to go third in this draft. That was, kind of you to say top 10. I think he's going to go third. Wyatt Langford has changed athletically more than any player I've ever seen. When he was going into his senior year, he was a dumpy 225-pound below average athlete who was a first baseman at best, who could flat rake. He could always hit, but he was a bad athlete. He was in bad shape, and he didn't play much at Florida as a freshman. I thought maybe he could have DH'd a lot, but he wasn't athletic enough to get on the field, and he turned himself into one of the best athletes in this draft, a 70 runner, a true center fielder, and he did that through strict, hard work. Because he's always been able to hit. But he would say, he's a bad-bodied guy who's going to go to Florida and DH and play first base and rake. Now he's a center fielder with 70 speed who rakes. And it's just an amazing transformation. And hats off to the young man who's going to get rewarded for all that hard work here next month and far into the future.
Brandon Gonzalez, right-handed thrower at the first base position.
Brandon Gonzalez, so athletic. I talked about him when he was playing shortstop. I wish he'd just pitch, because that's going to, just going through all these throws is just going to wear out his arm potentially. But I'm really looking forward to him and how he throws tomorrow.
Tomorrow morning, Brett and Dave Ronsley, Brett Dolan, Dave Ronsley will have 5 versus 6, 7 versus 8. So that is maroon and navy, and then orange and purple will play. And then the 4 teams will play again on Tuesday to wrap up. We need to get the pronunciation here for FaZe.
FaZe Bayig?
I believe so. 83 across the diamond. Don't know that we saw him run the 60 earlier. Jake Collier now up. So we've talked about throwing from the outfield, throwing from the infield. What are we as a scout, and from your perspective, what are you getting from the first baseman? Is it actions? Is it it's the throws, and we're getting the velocity? But what else are we looking at?
Velocity is basically irrelevant. The most important things that you're seeing, from my perspective at least, on first base, is the footwork and the accuracy, the ability to throw to second base, because that's the action you're going to be called upon to make in games. The throw to first base, third base that we do right here is simply for a raw test of arm strength. But the plays you're going to have to make in the game are coming off the bag, your athleticism, how cleanly you field the ball, and the ability to get your body turned quickly and athletically to make that accurate throw to second base.
We see that here with Nick Diaz.
Yeah, and that's part of the reason why being left-handed is an advantage defensively at first, because you can make that throw so much more naturally to second base, whether it be on a pickoff play where the runner goes, or whether it's on a ground ball to first with a runner on first to throw to second to get the force, because that's really the challenge here that you're looking at. But I really, you watch first basemen in games, and it gives you a lot more test of their ability, I think, than the drills. And even watching the first baseman, and we do this, all those infielders are making throws to first during drills. You see, dozens of infielders, and the first basemen are there. They're catching errant throws. You're watching their glove work, and we do watch, especially the guys that stand out while doing that. If a guy's over there just picking everything like a vacuum cleaner at first base, that goes into the notes, that goes into the evaluation.
Rizzo, Votto, present day, and over the last decade come to mind for first baseman at the big league level. I go back to Don Mattingly being a left-handed thrower and being as smooth can be.
Yeah. Don't forget your Gold Glove winner, Doug Mankiewicz, though.
There you go.
Who did win one Golden Glove with the Twins. We were talking about Mankiewicz yesterday, if you missed that.
Evan Hankins rounding out, has thrown from the outfield and now his primary position at first base. Marcus Harris up next. Our catchers will throw from behind home plate, get their pop times, and then we'll wrap up with the workouts and then batting practice to follow.
I was just sort of smiling at myself about your mention of Anthony Rizzo, because Rizzo, not to the degree of Anthony Langford, or Wyatt Langford, excuse me. Rizzo was a young man I saw frequently in high school, and he also is a player who became much better athletically, from when he was 17 years old to when he was, in college to when he's a professional, and lost a lot of the baby fat that he had when he was young, and in essence made himself into a very high level professional athlete just by his work ethic.
So most of the players that we see for the class of 2025 have at least a year. Most have 2 years of varsity baseball experience now under their belt. Where is the improvement now from the summer going into their junior year to 2 years from now when they're looking at eyeing and being on college campuses, and some guys will be potential first-round picks, top-round picks that will have to make that consideration?
Well, first of all, I'm going to modify your comment a bit about playing 1 or 2 years of varsity. So many of these players attend high-level schools. You know, if you're at Calvary Christian or J. Sarah or Bishop Gorman or Hamilton High School, you're not playing varsity as a freshman or sophomore. And if you do, it's an exception. You know, so these guys are if they are, it's a real challenge and a testament to how mature they are. But some of these players get better, to answer your base question, simply because they physically mature. They get stronger. You know, we see the very talented players throwing 95 from the outfield, running 6.4s, but there's still so much physical development for all these players still to have. We're going to take a little run through some of the infielders. We have Angel Santos here from the Maroon team, Puerto Rican native. Another 90-mile-an-hour arm, and Henry Jackson from Lexington, South Carolina. 92 miles an hour from R.J. Machado. We talked a bit about the Florida State commit during Infield. You always love an infielder named Machado as well. Another 92-mile-an-hour arm, and Matthew Boughton, the fine Texas middle infielder, Texas A&M commit. We did a quick turnaround here to get the catcher pop times ready.
And a wonderful job by our crew, Steve Banta, putting together the infielders, and now the pop times from the catchers. Then we'll get into batting practice following. The catchers behind the plate. Now this is one that is much talked about, just in terms of what you're getting. This is not game action for catchers. You can see the actions of the infielders and the first baseman and the outfielders with the footwork that you've touched on, Dave. What do you get at most from the catchers here?
Well, there are two. Some catchers try to cheat the drill and you know, stand up early, the big side saddle, and that lowers your grade. I mean, that's almost being, you know, I'm not going to get too hard about it. But the pop time in this is largely irrelevant. And I'm telling that to all the young catchers out here and everything. What we're watching, we get the arm strength from the radar gun reading. I'm watching lower half athleticism because there's nothing more important than a young catcher than your lower half athleticism. And by that I mean how quickly you come out of your crouch. You know, how light you are on your feet. Do you have that lower half creep that you can move smoothly while you're in that crouch? And if you're standing up early trying to cheat the time to think you get a better pop time, you're cheating the evaluation, really, and not letting us do that. The pop times are going to be important in the game when we're in live game actions.
Thought about this last night after you and I wrapped, Dave, and I was going to pose it to Jeremy Brown today, but I'll pose it to you. The catching position right now at the high school level, how do you finish that sentence off?
I think it's evolved. I think you're seeing more athletic catchers, you know, certainly at the upper levels of high school baseball. You know, I think the old-fashioned, you know, power bat, power arm, you know, your biggest guy on the team with the strongest arm, I think that's kind of gone out of style. You're getting a lot more young athletic players, you know, who could maybe be that middle infielder who just doesn't quite run well enough. You know, and I'm a big fan of the smaller athletic catchers.
So when you say smaller athletic, are you saying 5'8", 5'9", or are you saying 6 foot 6'1"?
I'm more 6 foot 6'1". You know, I'm just being realistic about it. But guys who are athletes, you know, I'm just looking at I'm going to use Joey Senstock, a Nebraska commit right here. He's doing a good drill here. He set up a little side saddle, but I get to see how he comes out of his crouch. And watch your hips. Your hips, are a very important part of the catching position because your hips control how you shift and how quickly you stand up. And doing it this way, I get to see some of his hip action when he's going through this drill.
So is there a bugaboo for you, whether it's a travel coach or a coach for a catcher right now, when they come to a showcase and what they're trying to impress upon their catchers to do? You mentioned, you don't want to cheat the drill. But are there certain things that you're hearing from travel coaches or coaches throughout the game with their catchers that you would rather not have implemented?
I certainly don't want to, and this isn't something I hear from travel coaches, it's just from watching the players. I don't want to see the standing up early, the huge side saddle, the creeping up on the plate, the non-game actions. I don't want to see a one-kneed catcher. And I know, the one knee down is a big thing in games for the benefit of framing pitches that I think is going to go away real quickly, because you're not going to throw well with one knee on the ground. It's just not as possible. So if you're here, you're showing your ability, to create a pop time. You're showing your lower half athleticism. Don't get down on that one knee game setup, and then think you're going to do this drill well. Here's Sebastian Burr. I think we watched Sebastian in the outfield where he had a 6'2", 170 athletic body, a primary catcher. And see, Sebastian's playing on his toes. You want to see that. He's cheating up. I'm not fond of that, but he's playing on his toes, and you can see the flexibility in his hips, and that's a positive there. Corbin Reynolds is a young man I'm looking forward to seeing in the game. The last time I saw him play, he threw out multiple base runners during the games. Very quick on his release. Very compact. Already a Vanderbilt commit, and there's been a lot of high-level catchers at Vanderbilt, certainly in the last 10 years. Here's Cash Money, 6'2", 215-pound, extra strong catcher. We know there's arm strength in the family. His brother Blake, a mid to upper 90s right-hander with LSU.
So from your perspective, we do the pop times here, game action tomorrow. What do you want to see initially from catchers? What's going to be make an impression on you?
This is lower half athleticism.
Okay.
How you move your hips, how lively your lower half is, and that relates to what I think catchers are getting away from. Sometimes you have the big, strong athletes who aren't athletic enough to move their hips and come out of their crouch quickly. They may have the strong arm and the power bat, but that doesn't translate to next level catching skills, because that lower half athleticism, whether it's in your shifting, your transitioning from catching to throwing, is so important. And as we get base running and stealing bases back into the game of baseball through the rule changes, it's just going to become that much more important.
What are the intangibles for a catcher for you?
Those don't come out in the drills at all. The intangibles, you've got to watch games, generally multiple games, to really starting getting a feel for the intangibles. And sometimes that's when you have to, especially if you're a professional scout or college coach, you've got to trust what the travel and high school coaches are saying, and say, hey, this guy is my team leader. This is an intelligent guy. This guy's already calling his own game. This guy wants to win more than anybody else on my team. All those cliches, need to apply.
How they handle a pitcher, how they handle a pitcher's pitching staff.
Yeah, exactly. Those are the things that you have to learn from either trusting somebody you've seen him play a lot or simply seeing him play a lot yourself. And if he's athletic enough, though, if you're a college coach, if you're recruiting a high-level athlete, and let's say he doesn't have all those intangibles, not in a negative sense, but he just can't lead a pitching staff, whatever, then he's athletic enough to go put him in the outfield, put him at third base, put him at first base, and let his athleticism contribute to your team. Henry Davis, who was the number 1 pick in the draft 3 years ago, now top AAA with the Pirates, part of their future, was ranked in the 200s in high school, had great arm strength, couldn't hit, couldn't catch, and everything, and really developed as a player. But he had some base level athleticism that he really built into, and catchers tend to be developed later than any other players. I bet you if you look around the teams that are in the super regionals, most of them have junior, senior, even super senior catchers, because it's a position that just takes so long to develop that quote makeup, that extra tool to succeed.
Catchers wrapping up here. Workouts on the field complete over the next few minutes. Then we'll get into our rounds of batting practice.
I like this round from Reagan McCluskey so far. He's got some lower half creep. He's got quickness. He gains ground on his throws. He's been coached up in his footwork. Game actions. Let's see what the pop times were. That was a nice round there to conclude our catching drills. Reagan McCluskey from Brentwood, Tennessee. 185, and I believe that. Those were solid game actions for the most part, too. Nice round from the young man, ranked 214th in the current PGA class rankings.
It's a solid baseball area where he hails from.
There's a lot of good baseball in Tennessee, and obviously you have two of the premier college programs in the country, and of course in Tennessee and Vanderbilt, but a lot of other solid programs, and every year we have PG All-Americans from the state of Tennessee, so I'm sure that will continue.
Perfect game crew putting things together in terms of setting up for batting practice. And we'll take a look at some of the highlights from the workouts for these 4 teams on day number 2 of the 2023 Junior National Showcase.
Of course, we have big William Patrick from Monroe, Louisiana in the outfield.
Right there, Mr. Bill.
I will definitely be looking for him in batting practice.
Yeah.
Cason Hill from Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Strong-bodied outfielder with a strong arm. The toolsiest players so far at the showcase, Orlando Cruz. And you're talking about what do you look to improve? Orlando Cruz, 6'2", 155 pounds with that baby face. It's another year or two from shaving. That's what's going to improve over the next few years, is just the physical maturity. Now, Evan Hankins doesn't need
run
much.
Its course.
Yeah, Evan Hankins didn't need much physical maturity. We'll just watch and see how he hits. Troy Ford, a twitchy athlete. Picking out catchers' numbers is so hard. That equipment just does not help. I think that was Braden Mann, actually. And that's Joey Sandstock behind the plate. A secondary catcher, but I appreciated his skills behind the plate just watching. I think we have Jaden Walton there on the Navy team.
That one got away.
Occupational hazard. Oh, he overcompensated. Got Kenny Gardner on the radar gun getting hazardous pay today. Angel Santos in the middle of the infield. A Puerto Rican middle infielder. Why am I not surprised? Strong-armed Henry Jackson. A South Carolina native who's heading north to the University of Connecticut.
He's actually a Northeast native.
Ah, okay.
Read up on him this morning. We'll get into that during his round of BP. But he is from the Elmira area of New York originally.
Okay.
And is a UConn commit, but in recent years moving down to South Carolina with family. And is always, in his player bio, sharing that he's always enjoyed. Because I did see that South Carolina originally, and I'm a huge Jim Penders fan at UConn. And reading up on him today, and I actually reached out to a friend from that Elmira, New York area, and he was familiar with Henry Jackson. Good athlete, and future in stores, perhaps.
Hey, we watched a couple 60s, and hard to believe the 60s were started over 2 hours ago. We've been pretty much solid baseball for over the last 2 hours. Of course, the 60s always the first thing to be done at a perfect game showcase.
Batting practice will have the rounds and will continue in the same order with maroon, navy, orange, and purple, I believe. See off in the distance, beyond the diamond. This complex, baseball heavy. Day in, day out, Dave Ronsley.
Oh, day in and day out, East Cobb, especially with these turf fields. And there are the three big fields up top. There are multiple youth fields down below. And it's such an iconic place over the last 2+ decades in the history of youth baseball and amateur baseball. It's really astounding. I don't even want to think about I don't know whether it's hundreds. I think it's thousands of games I've seen at the East Cobb complex in the last 2 decades. And everybody, especially on the East Coast, who is somebody in baseball, virtually everybody, has played at the East Cobb complex. It's much like when you talk to people on the West Coast, whether they're 60 years old or 40 years old or 20 years old, they have all played at Blair Field in Long Beach. It's an iconic location for amateur baseball, and Field 1 at the East Cobb complex is iconic as it gets in this part of the country.
And we are underway. Angel Santos, our first hitter. Saw him in our highlight package just a few minutes ago, taking balls up the middle at shortstop. Underway with BP, Dave Ronsley, a happy man.
Oh, yes. You get in, there's a ritual about BP, whether you're on a big league field, whether you're, watching minor league baseball, as you've done so much of, at this level, there's just a rhythm about it that is so satisfying. Each one of these hitters is going to get 10 pitches, or 10 swings, I should say. 10 swings, and, the process for the scout is you're kind of working down a checklist. You're starting with body type. You're going to stance, swing mechanics, where he's hitting the ball, the results. But at the end of the day, a lot of it is just bat speed. You recognize swings that project, but at the end of the day, your evaluation is going to go real heavy on bat speed. And I mean relative bat speed to your age and your body type. How quick your hands are, how much you're driving the barrel of the bat, especially as opposed to pulling the barrel through. And often, most of the time, the results are going to show you what that bat speed is. How's the ball coming out of the bat? We traditionally measure that by exit velocity. But you're watching it, the old-time scouts will say, I can hear bat speed, just how the ball comes off the bat. It comes off louder, and that's a real thing.
And as we saw earlier, Dave, a couple of players from day one sprinkled in here, getting their workouts in. And we see Diego Cruz, 5'8", 146, from Carolina in Puerto Rico. Young man, 17 years old, as you see. Bats from the left side, throws right.
And for all those young players out there who may not have been to a perfect game showcase, maybe making their plans to go to the first one sometime this summer, developing what we want to see in batting practice is your swing. Do not change your swing for batting practice thinking that we want to see something that isn't you. We want to see who you are as a hitter. If you're a guy who works gap to gap, hits balls hard in the middle of the field, that's what we want to see. If you're a big guy like Cameron Uzzillia, who weighs 220 pounds and is left-handed and takes a big hack, that's what we want to see. We want to see you trying to hit the ball into the trees in right field. Go up there, take 10 good swings and be yourself as hitter. Show us as evaluators your hitting identity.
Uzzillia we saw in game action yesterday and earlier today from Tampa, Florida. First baseman, right-handed pitcher.
Yeah, now that's a swing right there that has a lot of natural lift to it. He's not exaggerating anything to get the ball in the air. It's a natural uphill plane that's going to impact the ball, for that launch position that so many hitters today are looking forward to. That's a nice plane for his type of hitter. Doesn't mean it's the right plane for every type of hitter, but for Uzzillia, that's a good plane to build from.
That was not his first round of batting practice.
No. Oh, and that's very observant of you. Very observant, Steve, because that will get into my notes sometime. Because you'll say, does this a lot? And sometimes you can see kids, especially when you do a lot of scouting of the younger age groups, as we do at showcases, you can tell kids that really haven't taken enough BP. Maybe they've done a lot of tee work or soft toss. They haven't done a lot of this style open field batting practice, and they don't feel comfortable. And you can tell when somebody is just locked in.
Nico Taylor from Team Gray, 6 foot, 165. Again, we touched on him earlier. Cal commit, did not grow up that far from the Berkeley campus. I believe Dad and Grandpa both attended Cal Berkeley. Just recently turned 16 years old. So would you consider turning 16 in the spring of your sophomore year young for your class?
Yeah, if you're right now, I mean, yeah, and scouts and college coaches pay a lot of attention to your age. And if you're young 16 now, if you just turned 16, if you're 16-3 or something, that is definitely young for the class. And we do have some 17-year-olds here. And I'm tempted to make sweeping statements about, when you hold your kids back or they're younger or older, but so much of that is just up to the parents' judgment on where a kid is developmentally. Holding a kid back so he can be better, is, I think, 100% the wrong decision. You should be making
Dave, it's like you've been at my dinner table in recent weeks.
Yeah, you make that decision based on the emotional and intellectual, academic ability of your kid. You don't make a decision on what class he's in based on his physical ability to achieve, because his physical ability to achieve in the long run is not nearly as relevant as his other skills in life. And holding your kid back so he can, be better in sports. I don't go out on a limb too often. I'll go out on a limb on that one. I'm sorry.
Michael Olender from the Hun School in Flemington, New Jersey, goes to the Hun School. Says from January of this year, what's improved most about his game, and biggest part of his game that's grown, his hitting. Swing about a year ago, high leg kick, was long with his bottom arm. He's worked to shorten things up.
Oh, he's still got a little bit of leg kick there. And it's not so much the kick, it's the distance he brings back his front foot. And that creates a huge variable in swings, especially with young hitters. You know, that the size of that leg kick, you know, a hanging load, unless you are an elite level at timing things, that hanging load, the big leg raise, it's hard to work that when you're 16 years old.
JP App, Hartfield Academy out of Mississippi, looking at schools like Alabama, Auburn, and Troy. Plays for the East Coast Scout team, the East Coast Sox. Mentioned him earlier. JP, his younger brother, Henry, who is 14, 15 years old, number 5 in the state of Mississippi for the class of 2026. We'll see him at the Sophomore Showcase, which gets underway here in Marietta on Wednesday. JP App, perfect game All-American, 2025 All-American game, top prospect and main event prospect on his resume.
You know, I'll get this
started on his varsity team as a sophomore at his school. Go ahead.
I was going to say, because going to get this out of the way early, the batting practice pitcher, you know, you don't notice who a batting practice pitcher is. But the batting practice pitcher on the mound right now, Lloyd Thompson, is, I consider, the all-time, the GOAT of batting practice pitchers. You will not see a ball, there's a good chance, during this, you know, this entire, however many pitches he throws. Lloyd is the GOAT. Everybody at Perfect Game knows it, and one of the most joyous people I have ever met in my life. So wanted to get out there as a testament right away to Lloyd Thompson.
How many rounds will Lloyd throw?
He'll just throw 2, but he threw 2 yesterday. He'll throw 2 tomorrow. He could throw 6 today and 6 tomorrow. Oh, and Lloyd, by the way, is in his late 60s and loves nothing better than throwing batting practice and being on a baseball field. A magical man.
Had a pitching coach in the minors, I won't tell you his name, Bill Slack, who regaled in being able to break bats in batting practice. To the point where the manager would say, hey, I need these guys in about an hour and a half to be ready to go, and not still mad at you.
Well, people like Lloyd Thompson, Rico Billups, who we'll see next, they're happy by finding barrels.
There you go.
You know, they can be pitching to a 115-pound, 13-year-old, and they're trying to find. They will search out the barrel, and try to make a player look good. You know,
Bill Slack wouldn't do it on purpose. He wasn't going to do it in your first round. But if you homered and maybe, smirked at him or something, going out of the cage your next round, you weren't getting in the ribs, but he was going to come in on your hands.
It's competitive BP. This is showcase BP.
Yeah. Julian Carter plays for the Exposure 16U national team. That's his travel team under Brandon Turner. Schools he's considering and being looked at by Missouri, Georgia Tech, Oregon, Pitt, and Alabama. And he's part of the consensus. One of the questions asked on the player profile for the Perfect Game event, if you were the MLB commissioner, what would you like to change about the game? Right now, everyone, their first sentence, the pitch clock.
I'm selling on that because Left Unsaid is they want to change the pitch clock, and that means they want to go back to not having a pitch clock. And I'm sorry, that's not going to happen. The pitch clock is here to stay. Maybe there'll be some modifications. There are already some differences between the pitch clock in the minor leagues and the pitch clock in the big leagues. But especially as more players enter the big leagues with experience on the pitch clock, that flat isn't changing. It's here to stay.
Dave, you see William Johnson here, back foot, almost in line with the back of the plate, front foot up front in the box. What do you make of where a guy stands in the box during batting practice?
I do.
Is that something you consider?
Oh, yeah. It's the first thing I'm looking at that, it's balanced. It's not overly spread or overly narrow. What is very unusual about Johnson's setup is he's closed with his front foot. He's about maybe 3 or 4 inches closed, and most hitters today start with their foot open. In fact, he almost his stride almost took him outside the batter's box to the inside. So his is an unusual approach because kids usually like being a little bit open because that enables them to turn their hips and pull the ball more effectively. I'd be thinking and I haven't seen where the contact's going, but I'm betting his contact is more to left center field just based on how he lines up at the plate.
So often we'll hear, Dave, about a hitter and they get to the next level, they're going to have failure, they're going to change an approach, whether it's them as an individual or with a batting coach. When you see guys at showcases from year to year, how much do you take into consideration? How much are you putting down in terms of their approach from year to year? And if you see something that is substantial in the way they might have changed their hands, their feet, their spread at the plate?
I think for the top players, the players you see over and over that you see at the national events that are on, festival teams when they're 13, 14 years old, you note changes. But a lot of what you're doing in batting practice, you're seeing players for the first time. You're hoping that what their BP approach is their game approach. And that's why I said earlier, I want to see your swing in batting practice. It's called a batting practice. So whatever you do in the game, show me. But, to focus back on your question, yeah, we'll see it, but it's really on those players you see often enough to really note.
So we see Logan Mortimer here. He shared something interesting in his player bio. Big fan of the Braves and Ronald Acuna. His dad, Mark, played in the Atlanta Braves system, late 90s, early 2000s. In fact, had several stints over several years in Myrtle Beach in the Carolina League. He was a catcher in the Braves system. So Mark has used his connections, I guess you could say, being a former Braves farmhand, where they've gone to spring training, and his son, he's been able to introduce his son to Atlanta Brave players. But in 99, he played in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, and for several years in Myrtle Beach, played for Brian Snitker. And as a catcher, his pitching coach was a guy that I remember and speak very highly of, the late Bruce Del Canton. He was one of my absolute favorites to talk baseball with.
Yeah, and that, I think baseball more than any other sport, more than the NFL, more than the NBA, the importance of the legacies of players that have played, that fraternity of players that have played. And you don't need to have played in the big leagues, although that's obviously a huge, very exclusive fraternity. But if you've played, if you've been teammates, if you've been coached by Brian Snitker, that's something that you carry on to your next generation, and it's always heartwarming. Some people may think, well, that gives them an advantage. No, it gives them an advantage, but that's not relevant to the equation. It's a wonderful thing that you're handing down your abilities as a player, both genetically and in your experiences and in your contacts, to your sons, to maybe your grandsons, and down on the line.
And to your communities, if you're at the lower levels, if you're at that little league level, the 5, 6, 7, 8-year-olds. Will Toomey at the plate from Washington, D.C., third baseman, perfect game, top 500 ranking, plays at Georgetown Prep. He's one of several players from Georgetown Preparatory.
Kind of like that swing there. And it's a nice athletic body, 6'4", 195. Had some looseness to the swing.
Dylan Atkins. Favorite player, Bryce Harper. So Atkins is from Leonardton, Maryland, and he's a Tennessee commit. He's actually attending boarding school at the Baylor School in Chattanooga, Tennessee.
Number of players.
So he's already away from home. Yep.
That's an advantage. And Atkins just exudes strength there in the batter's box. The swing's a little long, the barrel path is long because he tilts the bat to start the swing. But it's a strong swing. It's a power-oriented swing. You can tell he has a little more physical maturity than maybe some of his peers here. Not being on the field, it's hard to, I can't hear. I can almost hear, even over the audio here, how the ball's coming off his bat a little different than everybody who's hit so far.
So I'll tell you, I'd sent, and Steve Panta's ears are going to perk up here just a little bit, but I'd sent Steve a text saying, hey, I don't have the natural sound from the ballpark right now, and I just got it with Atkins. And I was thinking similar. There's a sound there. A little different off the bat, as we hear.
It'll be interesting to look at the exit velos and the diamond kinetics numbers, and of course in the game action, see how that plays against live pitching.
Connor Blue from O'Fallon, Illinois, right-handed pitcher, perfect game, top 500 ranking. O'Fallon Township High School for Joe Bauer. Blue shared on his perfect game profile. Playing travel ball and the experience of travel ball, it's helped him become more versatile with the ability to now play more positions.
Blue plays for the Specs National Platinum team. Secondary first baseman, tertiary third baseman.
Team Maroon, our first of 4 groups, taking batting practice. And the players are being introduced for their rounds of BP. Here is Henry Jackson. We touched on him earlier. Originally from Elmira, New York, UConn commit in the Big East, and now making his home in Lexington, South Carolina. Likes watching Bo Bichette and how he approaches the game. What part of the game has grown for Jackson the most since January of 23? Well, he says it's his ability to hit for power.
We talked earlier about athletes like Wyatt Langford. If there was a player, the next player I'd have to mention after Wyatt Langford, who completely changed himself athletically between when he was 15, 16, 17 years old and when he was in his mid-20s, would be Bo Bichette. I would have given Bo Bichette about a 2% chance of playing shortstop when he was in high school. He was a hitter. The body wasn't developed. He wasn't quick twitch except for in the batter's box, and he improved himself athletically so much, in his late teen years, that he's obviously now one of the best shortstops in Major League Baseball, and it was because of a combination of his natural athleticism, but just as much the hard work he put into, improving his body, improving his tools.
Henry Jackson mentioned UConn commit, originally committed to Xavier. Austin Musso. Musso sharing part of the game that has grown, talks about his hitting. As a sophomore, starting the season batting number 7 in the order. By the time the late stages of the season rolled around, he moved from 7 in the lineup as a sophomore at the varsity level with his high school team to number 3 in the lineup. That's pretty impressive. Austin shares that his father, Brandon, played baseball at the collegiate level. Musso taking his round of BP. Perfect game ranking, top 1,000.
We'll see what he does on the mound. likely tomorrow.
William Patrick stands in. Young man from Monroe, Louisiana.
There'll be some of the PG scouts right down there on the field really focused on this BP after Patrick's shown his tools, including that 6'4", 260.
We touched on yesterday, there used to be a lot more players that would try to play both football and baseball at the college level, go pro out of high school if they were drafted where they wanted to be drafted, then try to play college football. And this is a young man right here, William Patrick, who has football offers already. Northwestern, Louisiana Tech, ULM.
Very good to know.
Also
By the
has
way,
baseball offers.
We'll have more baseball offers after August the 1st, I'm sure. But
South Carolina, Southern Miss, Northwestern on his list, Dave.
But if you are a parent, a fan of any individual players here, a coach, the 10 and 60 times are starting to populate up on the database, so check in there. We've got the whole Maroon team listed, and all those times and numbers will be posted in pretty much in the next half hour to hour, I would bet. Their PG employees hard at work getting those entered into the database. So some of these players I can update you on their 60 times now as they come up.
And after they're posted, they'll be on social media and spread across the nation.
Yes, R.J. Machado, for instance, who we saw with that 92-mile-an-hour arm from shortstop, ran a 6.75, a very impressive number in his 60.
His high school American Heritage head coach Mike Macy plays for the TBT Phillies, and Steve Klein, Florida State commit.
I'm liking this swing fundamentally a lot. It's a nice lower half shift. You know, where your hips go, the hips drive the swing. The hips are the most important part of your swing. If you're getting them into your swing, if they're the first things that should be driving your hands. Your hands are following your swing. You know, they've got to have some power, but Machado does a nice job of sequencing the swing, meaning he starts at the ground, builds his swing from the ground up. The hips fire the hands, and then the bat speed's created. So that was a very well synchronized swing by the young middle infielder.
Fabian Bonilla Huertas at the plate, Christian Military Academy, Vega Baja, Puerto Rico, listed as a primary third baseman. To the left and to the right of the catcher, are those cameras?
Yes, those they're not. I think I can't tell you exactly what they are because I am definitely not a technological baseball guy. The fact that I saw PG scouting director Jared Goodwin setting them up just before BP tells me that they are some sort of advanced metric measuring device.
Okay.
That is measuring various exit velocities, swing planes, and everything. Jared is a fanatical expert at that. I am not. So, and I have learned a lot from Jared over the last few years, really the last 10 years, you know, about those sort of things, but I can't tell exactly what those are.
But more for taking in data rather than taking in images.
Yeah, I think that's part of the whole analytical package. Those are tools that we would not have at a typical regional showcase, sunshine showcase that, you know, in the last month. And something though for this event with the top players in the country, we're going to, you know, have the access to the advanced analytics and try to collect as much data as possible on those players, because quite honestly, that's the data that the colleges and the pro teams want right now, is that advanced analytical data.
Elias Alvarado at the plate, young man from Chicago, Illinois. Primary right-handed pitcher. Perfect game ranking, top 500.
And Steve,
Alvarado, go ahead.
that those two devices on both sides of the plate are only two of many. I counted, before everything started yesterday, 7 different devices on both sides, hung up on the backstop infrastructure that are recording different things. Whether it be basic TrackMan, whether they be cameras, other things to analyze everything. And that's just where we are in baseball today. It's not every field, every event at it, but such a high-profile space as, Perfect Games home at East Cobb 1 has those advanced things. So you're looking at so many different ways to analyze, hitting, pitching today, and all those things are mounted and measured all over this ballpark right now.
So all the data taken in, are the players privy to that after completing a showcase like this?
A lot of them are posted in different ways on the website. A lot of it is internal data, and a lot of it, quite frankly, at this level is still in the to be determined, avenue of things, where we will get requests from whether it's colleges or especially pro teams. Hey, do you have this kind of data on this pitcher? It's more relevant to maybe the national showcase when we're talking about players going into their draft year. But that kind of information, is there to be made available to colleges and pro scouts.
We're going to look now at Brock Benningfield from Brentwood, Tennessee. Benningfield, if he were Major League Baseball's commissioner for the day, he wants to go back to pitchers hitting. Brock's my buddy. I miss National League Baseball.
I will
what are
admit,
you taking away from his round?
I was listening more to his comments and your follow-up about pitchers hitting. Because on one hand, I've always been a traditionalist, and I grew up in National League cities and rooting for National League teams. But I have to admit, the ability to have really good Major League hitters, whether they're just taking a day off from a position or older, DH in the National League, sort of opens up, instead of having the pitcher hit, you're putting another really high-quality Major League player in the lineup every day. And I admit that I have found that pretty satisfying.
Agree or disagree? As we get a look at Peyton Ganda, considering Ohio University, Coastal Carolina, and Xavier. Agree or disagree with this statement? There are National League teams who still do not quite understand how to use a full-time DH.
I would challenge the question with, why do you need a full-time DH? If you have one, that is a wonderful thing in and of itself. But a DH can be used in very imaginative ways. I mean, you're the Los Angeles Dodgers. You have Will Smith as your primary catcher. He's one of the best hitting players, let alone catchers, in Major League Baseball. You don't want him catching 140 games. You want to maximize his value. They use him as a DH frequently. Salvador Perez with the Royals, who's their best player, played in 158 games last year. He obviously can't do that as a 33-year-old catcher. So he DHs 40, 50 games a year. You use the DH as a mechanism to manage your roster and manage the strengths and weaknesses of it, I think. So just thinking of things as a full-time DH, is not something that every team, can use. If you have that athlete who's a bad fielder, that's wonderful. You have a guy who can put up an 850 OPS as a full-time DH, go for it. But that player doesn't exist, too often in the baseball world.
So when a young hitter gets to the big leagues and they played a position in the minors, Billy Butler, I don't know if that's the right example, but Billy Butler was drafted almost without a position. He was drafted almost as a designated hitter. But there are teams at the big league level who will say, well, we don't want this guy coming up and taking at bats just as a designated hitter.
I don't think they do that anymore.
I still feel like there are a couple of National League teams who are still have that under consideration. No, he's up here to catch. He's up here to play third. He's not up here to DH. I still feel like there are National League teams who struggle with that.
Well,
and these guys have DH'd before.
Yeah, and those are teams, though, that do not think creatively enough to necessarily be successful. I think you can measure a team's, the progressive level of thinking in a team's front office by whether they entertain things like that.
Brayden Rosenthal from Williamsburg, Virginia, wrapping up his round here.
And outstanding reference in Billy Butler. I challenge how many people are listening remember Billy Butler, who could flat rake, and I think he's actually listed on Baseball Reference at maybe 6'1", 260 or something.
Nicholas Deacon from Tampa Jesuit High School in Odessa, Florida. Primary position, first base.
Deskin listed at 6'5", 210. Watch his hips and watch the hip shift that he has. He shifts back real early, gets loaded onto his backside, but moves into that his swing real well and gets some good whip out of those hips. I bet you he can hit a baseball a long way when he catches it out front, just from that hip action.
And he's getting some reaction from the fans in the seats, and the players also participating.
Now, I have no idea where these baseballs are going, because I can't see on the full. But looking at the hip action and the size and the strength, I bet you those baseballs are jumping pretty well and traveling.
Nicholas Deacon, solid round of batting practice. Day 2 of workouts, day 2 of games, wrapping up this afternoon in Marietta, Georgia. Day 3 of the Junior National Showcase, games on Monday. For these 4 teams doing their workouts today. They'll play games on Monday, games again on Tuesday. As Dave said yesterday, with the first 4 teams coming through, 12 teams total, approximately 300 plus players. We see our first view of Darren Sutton in the background there. I want to get that mention in there. Darren was over on the warning track. But Dave, you mentioned yesterday, 4 teams have already completed their National Showcase program here in Marietta. They're on their way to upcoming tournaments at the start and throughout the duration of the upcoming week.
Yeah, it's hard to believe how busy these young men are during their summers. I've actually looked at spreadsheets that parents have shown me about how they are scheduled all summer, and it's mind-boggling for some of them. They might only be home a week or two in a 12-week period. They're definitely going to spend more time in Atlanta, Georgia, probably during the summer than they are wherever their home is. And it's part of the maturation process. I think a lot of these kids will head off to college with an advantage over their previous generation at that they have lived and traveled, experienced the road, experienced roommates, hotels, having to discipline yourself a bit on what you eat, when you sleep, just from their experiences now with travel baseball.
Josh Hammond from High Point, North Carolina, Wake Forest commit. Plays for the O-Stingers travel team under Chris Wilkin. I believe Chris Wilkin played at Wake. So when we hear the number of barrels, I worked with former big leaguer, former LSU stud Todd Walker during this past college baseball regular season, and talk about barreling up the ball. And now it's one of the things that you can put out there. It's out there in terms of barrels. Statcast has it at the big league level. What are you taking into that? And where are they barreling up the ball? Has it changed over the last decade or so?
Well, I think I'm going to answer your question with a little teaching moment again to young players and maybe some of their batting coaches. We've seen an evolution in hitting mechanics to uphill planes, to different swing planes to maximize hitting ability. And I think that does a disservice to young hitters because in order to barrel up a baseball, you have to be well timed. And what we should be teaching our young hitters is not swing playing. It's not what we're doing with older, more mature hitters. The most important thing is teaching hitters to be timed and barrel up the baseball. Once a young hitter has established the ability to barrel up a baseball, then you can start making adjustments to swing playing. But that ability to square up a baseball, it's always been said to be one of the hardest things in all of athletics. Hitting the round ball with the round bat. And I think an emphasis on barrels is healthy because it's going to teach kids, not to try to do this, not to try to do that, but just try to square up the baseball, and good things happen from that.
We see Joey Senstock, Nebraska commit. He's had a busy day.
He has. I like his hands there. He sets up kind of awkwardly for me with the high back elbow and the spread open, but you watch his hands work, and that's a pure and direct hand path. And I think I'm seeing a lot of barrels there as well with that swing. It's a good shift, load back, get into the back hip. That back hip is so important in creating a good swing and creating bat speed. Also like it, when you're watching the side view, follow the hitter's eyes. That last one, he watched it go deep to left field. He's barreling up those balls pretty hard.
Joey Senstock wrapping up his round of batting practice.
And a very good round it was. I bet you that's going to grade out really well when I look at the notes later and look at Vinny Cervino, Jeremy Brown, I'm sure down there taking the BP notes.
So we move from Team Maroon to Team Navy, and this is one I wanted to bring you up with. And we get the same list the players get, and they'll take a look at, okay, this is my group, this is when I'm hitting. They'll go out, they'll shag for a group as well. PG Tech Cage, describe that for a hitter.
That's where a lot of the analytics are held, are done. It's measuring a lot of things that technically you can see, but it's quantifying it. It's putting in an analytical form. It's measuring acceleration. It's measuring, the sequence that you are firing things from your hips to your shoulders to your hands. It's measuring maximum bat speed, and what that ratio is, bat speed to contact speed. It's doing all sorts of things that in a very base sense you can see with your eye, but really bring it into focus. And of course there's correlations to what hitters who become established big league hitters are doing at the same point. So it's just one of those advanced tools that really didn't exist 5 years ago, maybe not even really in the mainstream 3 years ago, that now it's just an accepted part of the baseball community.
Cameron Sirocco, two-sport star in high school, NEC All-State in soccer and baseball.
At the end of the day, the videographer rules now. Big John, one of the PGTV videographers, making himself at home with next to Lloyd Thompson behind the screen. Doesn't bother Lloyd in the least, I can tell you that.
We get a look at Jaden Walton for Team Navy. Walton from Buford, Georgia. Chester High School. Or Buford High School, pardon me. Plays for the FTB Philly Scout team. Young man shares greatest challenge for him has been dealing with a poor mindset from time to time. Has built that mindset with focus and with maturity as he has gotten older. Jaden Walton wrapping up his round. Early stages for Team Navy. And here is Blake Burdine.
I mentioned before the 60s list are slowly being populated on the PG website, and the times for Navy are up, and Blake Burdine and his twin brother Brooks up here, and there's always a sibling rivalry, which I'm sure is really heightened when it's a twin brother sibling rivalry. But I had to note the 60 and 10 times for Blake and his brother Brooks. Blake Burdine, a 1.63.10 and a 6.6 160. Outstanding times. Very noteworthy of himself. Brooks Burdine, 1.62.10, 6.6 360. Within 2 100ths on both times in the 60. Pretty remarkable, kind of fun, but both showing very excellent speed in the 60.
Dave just shared, Steve Bantha just shared with us that there's a possibility that we're going to see Max Clark take a round of batting practice here.
That will be fun. I don't think it will carry a lot of scouting value for the teams at the top of the draft, but it sure will be a heck of a lot of fun for these young athletes down on the field with them. It'll be fun to watch, certainly. I look forward to that very much. And I'm sure there will be social media coverage of it.
We saw Ethan Holliday take infield earlier.
And again, this is the number one prospect in the 2025 class. The numbers that Holliday has put up the last 2 years at Stillwater High School are absolutely mind-boggling in all respects. And very similar swing to his brother at the same age. There's not a lot of, this is all gap to gap. And, there's no selling out to pull. It's easy. It's smooth. It's natural. It's just a pleasure to watch as a baseball person, how easy all these components flow together, how in sync the swing is. And again, when I say in sync, think of the swing building from the ground up, from the feet to the hips, to the shoulders, to the hands.
Connor Berman standing in, about to take his round of batting practice from Boca Raton, Florida. Connor Berman, St. Andrews High School in Boca Raton, Florida area. Says since January he's gained strength and speed. He's opened up his swing and has learned new things with his hitting, which includes turning his hands over, staying inside the ball better.
Learning to turn the barrel, often a skill that's learned as you get stronger. You simply have the hand strength to turn the barrel, and of course when you turn the barrel, you're going to pull the ball and you're powering it with your top hand. You see that very consistently now. This looks like a hard barrel round from Berman. He's staying very well timed. It's a very simple swing. Like a good round. Kind of swing that's going to keep improving. Berman only listed at 150 pounds, and that swing's just going to keep becoming more and more effective, more bat speed as he gets stronger.
Faye's big, and again, we'll get the pronunciation for games tomorrow. Young man from Connecticut. Rom High School from Marlborough, Connecticut. Touted as the #2 left-handed pitcher in the state of Connecticut by Perfect Game, uncommitted at this point. Listed at 6'3", 200 pounds. Faze Beg wrapping up his round. Team Navy will have two more groups after Navy completes its round of batting practice. Orange and purple to follow. Sebastian Barrera, Texas Rio Grande Valley commit. Young man from Texas. What do you like from Barrera?
The hands work. There's looseness and extension in the swing. He's getting virtually nothing from his lower half right now. There's some little bit of hip shift, but he starts spread. He has no shift at all. And I think as he gets stronger, he's going to learn that getting a strengthened lower half into his swing is just going to result in more bat speed.
Jake Collier now up from Pacific, Missouri. Plays for Jeff Reed at Pacific High School. Schools of interest include Missouri, Missouri State, and Lindenwood University. Shares that he's really just starting the recruiting process. Young man, how about this one? Greatest challenge that he's overcome? Cancer survivor. When he was 6 years old, he was diagnosed with leukemia. Overcame his illness with the support of family and friends. Parents are Jeffrey and Erica, only child.
That's an eye-opener right there.
Certainly is.
I looked at as as you can too, from the perspective of a parent and thinking about having your 6-year-old child be diagnosed with leukemia. That's obviously a life changer right there, but it certainly makes overcoming challenges like I need to learn to throw a better curveball seem a little more less challenging.
Yeah, you live with that, and you live with something that you've overcome, and makes those obstacles that you face in the future sometimes perhaps not as relevant. I've never liked the word perspective. I share that in my house from time to time, but Mr. Collier right there, he's certainly got that going for him in the future, and likely understood it at a very young age, even now as a teenager, having that and understanding of that for years. Here's Riley Six from Niceville, Florida.
Riley Six, a primary right-handed pitcher. 6'2", 190 pounds. I'm liking this swing. I'm liking the way the ball comes off the bat. He's keeping the mechanics really simple. It's a good direct swing and a lot of hard barrels.
If Riley were commissioner for the day, word for word, you ready? Yep. This is something I have not read before. I would like to be able to punish umpires for bad decisions in the way they act, just like they do for players. We could spend an hour on that alone.
Well, young man, you are a primary pitcher. I suggest you behave around umpires because they have a huge influence on your ability to be successful on the baseball field.
We saw Blake, now we see Brooks Burdine, twin brothers. So who has the upper hand with the numbers from earlier?
Oh, I think that was sort of there was a 1/100th difference in the 10 split, and there was a 2/100th split in the 60, with Blake having a 2/100ths advantage in that 60 over Brooks. I'd call it a wash and say both a 6-1-1 and a 6-6-3 are outstanding.
No.
They should bury that difference.
Whoever had the 1/10 or 2/10 of a second difference in the advantage,
we're talking
they
hundreds.
won the day.
We're talking about hundreds of a second.
Hundredths of a second. Talked about it. Brooks and Blake both would like the possibility of playing college baseball together in the future. They shared that with me last year when I had the privilege of meeting both of them at LSU for the Baton Rouge event with Perfect Game. Matthew Bowden from Colleyville, Texas, Texas A&M commit. Young man, 6'1", 155. And we talked earlier, young for the class, older for the class, and Bowden is one of those guys who is older for the class. He'll actually turn 18 later this year.
And one of the impacts with that for a player, especially, as highly ranked as he already is, and it impacts especially for college coaches, is if he continues to develop at the rate he has and becomes a draft prospect, if he goes to college at Texas A&M as he's committed to do, he'll be draft eligible after his sophomore year. And that can be a big thing with college coaches because, usually they're locked in, for 3 years. They're confident, at least transfer portal, they'd have 3 years. But for a player like Bowden, who only has 2 years, puts a little different slant on the whole process.
So, Dave, told you yesterday I had a chance to talk with Nick Diaz, head coach Todd Fitzgerald at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School this week. Todd and I talked a bit. And Nick is 6'4" hitter, projects to be a pro guy down the road as he adds physically and can put on a show in batting practice. And Diaz is also here with Bennett Gary. We saw him yesterday with Team Black, and Andrew Freeman, who was on Team Orange as well from Marjorie Stoneman High School. It's a team that won its third straight state title in 2023.
Diaz, 6'4", 175 pounds. Not a huge frame, but certainly a frame that you can see ending up, 6'5", 210.
Nick Diaz wrapping up his round. Alex Barr up next for Team Navy. Young man from Indiana and an Indiana commit in the Big Ten. Left-handed pitcher primarily. Barr goes 6'2", 205. Alex Barr wrapping up his round of 10. Carter Bentley stands in. Touched on him earlier during the workout session. From Hopkinton, Massachusetts, Virginia Tech commit, outfielder. Favorite player, Mike Trout. We still see Mike Trout listed as favorite players for guys who are 15, 16, 17-year-olds, although Ronald Acuna Jr., I would dare say, is catching up in popularity.
My thoughts exactly. That's something that PGTV and Darren Sutton have been doing for years, the who's my favorite player, and it's been a great topic to listen to players. You get a couple of obscure choices, but I completely agree with you that there's been a gradual shifting from Trout to Acuna, and you can almost your biggest praise of Acuna can be is that this year, now that he's healthy and stuff, is putting up Mike Trout numbers for the Atlanta Braves.
Video game numbers. Yeah, it's keep thinking anytime Acuna comes up in conversation, it's just stay healthy, stay healthy. Trout really the same right now. Corbin Reynolds, Vanderbilt commit from Clarksville, Tennessee. Dave, I believe you touched on him earlier with that Vandy commit, and Tim Corbin with the Commodores.
Yeah, it's
perhaps
so vitally,
a future Vandy boy.
Yeah, it's so vitally important, and I know Coach Corbin and his staff realizes this. It's so vitally important for Vanderbilt to have a high-level defensive catcher because they are able to recruit, because of the reputation of the program and their coaches, such talented pitchers. I mean, every year they have PG All-American pitchers on the staff. They have, top-round draft choices and stuff, and to be able to recruit catchers who are able to handle that staff is vitally important to make that work. And I think Reynolds, from what I've seen about him, up to this point, could very well have that potential to be one of the top defensive catchers in college baseball. And then his pro potential really focuses on how he hits.
So we hear launch angle, and I think you alluded to that earlier in the plane and the swing path, but with exit velocity right now for someone who is 16, 17 years old, and catchers and their pop times and players and their family members and travel ball teams might put the numbers up on social media that are accumulated today and over the next couple of days, but in terms of exit velocity for a 16, 17-year-old and some swinging the wood bat for the first time, what are those numbers telling you? What do you tell a player about their exit velocity?
I think exit velocity is an important thing. I think these players do swing wood bats, often more frequently than the metal bats now. So I don't think that's as much a question. But exit velocities, can be a matter of just pure strength. You can have a bad swing, and in a controlled environment, have high exit velocities just because of pure strength. When you look at the game exit velocities, I think that tells you how you're translating your swing mechanics and your bat speed into the ability to drive the ball in the game. And those game exit velocities, rather than the PG tech cage, are the real ones that evaluators want to see. Just in the same way that a scout wants to see a game pop time over a drill pop time as being really the true ability of the catcher, to create that measurement.
Kaysen Hill from Murfreesboro, Tennessee, outfielder. Perfect game ranking, 195 nationally.
And I'll go back and say, if you're 16 years old and there are people talking to you about launch angle, go talk to somebody else, because they're talking to you about the wrong thing. Your launch angle when you're 16 years old is not relevant to your development as a baseball player. I think it's as simple as that. Your ability to square up a baseball, to time a baseball, to have good fundamental swing mechanics is what's important. And you can look at any number of baseball players, not the Mike Trouts and Ronald Acuñas, but people like the Justin Turners and Mitch Garvers who've completely changed their baseball careers by making swing adjustments in their late 20s, early 30s. Mature baseball players who already know the game, who can square up a baseball, but improve so much because of those swing adjustments. Launch angle is a very advanced skill to change. Get the basics done first, young guys.
I always preface it, say, Dave, when we've had these conversations and we've done this events now 2 years in a row, and I always appreciate your candor and where you're coming from. Don, impressed upon me working in minor league baseball for many years of, when I would talk to the rover, the hitting coordinator who would come to town, that hit tool would always be the last thing that a player would develop. That's what they would say. And sometimes it would come at the major league level where all of a sudden that power would come at a later stage. Is there something to be made of in conversation right now? What the St. Louis Cardinals did with one of their top prospects and one of the top prospects in all of professional baseball right now, Jordan Walker. He started in the big leagues this year as a rookie. They sent him down saying you need to elevate the ball more. Is that part of the conversation that we're having now?
It's part of the conversation, I think, in the context of Jordan Walker. First of all, I want to interrupt this by saying Caleb Barnett from Mountain Brook, Alabama, smoked some balls there. I didn't see where they went, but that's on a 6'5", 210-pound athlete. he smoked some baseballs there. It's going to be fun to see his numbers and the report on him from the PG scouts. Getting back to your question on Jordan.
Go right ahead.
Trey Jackson here. Jordan Walker's 20 years old. I think he has less than 200 games of minor league experience. My opinion would be that while he is a phenomenal athlete, I've seen him play 50 times before he signed with the Cardinals, I bet. Take it in context. He's 20 years old. He's 2 years after he was facing high school pitching, he's facing big league pitching. And he still is learning his swing, learning how to hit that kind of big league stuff in a big league environment in that whole context. I wouldn't get too rushed about it, if I were the Cardinals or if you were looking at Jordan Walker and trying to make an evaluation. Because most players, the players that we are looking at, the Dylan Cruzes and Wyatt Langfords down the line for this year's draft at college, are probably older than Jordan Walker is right now.
Right. And I've liked some of his recent comments since he got promoted again from the minor leagues of saying, I'm going to do along the lines of what has helped me get here to this point of being a top prospect. And that power will come. That adjustment will come. Learning that swing doesn't happen at 16, 17 years old. And as you said earlier, guys like Mike Trout and other hitters, it can come in your mid-20s. These young men could be a decade away from understanding that.
Yeah, and learning power is so much about learning what pitches and recognizing what pitches you can lift, what pitches you can hit to the part of the ballpark where your power comes from. And Jordan Walker's power spot may be different than Pete Alonso's power spot or Aaron Judge's power spot or J.D. Martinez's power spot. And that takes learning, that takes repetitions.
Cash Money shared that during his baseball offseason, developed in improving his strength and agility. Favorite player, JT Realmuto. Considers him one of the top catchers in baseball. Cash Money works with the Miracle Challenger Little League programs in his community. Also works with his sister, who started an event when she was 8 years old with the annual family Ronald McDonald gift-giving event. They gather gifts from around local businesses with their classmates and friends, and they give to their local Ronald McDonald House for families.
And I congratulate the Money family, especially the parents, because those are one of those things, giving back to the community, that as a teenager, if you're doing that, you've learned it from your parents, and it's a life lesson that you'll carry with you onto your family as well when you're older.
Team Navy wrapping up. We are through our first two groups, two more to go, Team Orange and Team Purple. We're one batter away from Orlando Cruz. And a great day here at the Junior National Showcase, because Cruz opened up eyes early on with his time in the 60, and then outfield throws from right. Aiden Aragon will be the first batter, and I believe we have a new BP pitcher, yes?
Yes, Rico Billups, one of my favorite human beings in this world. Any showcase that has Rico at it is going to be a better event. Rico's a teacher here in the Atlanta area, played in PG events when he was in high school. And now if Lloyd Thompson isn't the best BP pitcher in the country, I would nominate Rico Billups to be there. Both outstanding and great human beings as well. Part of the Perfect Game family.
Aiden Aragon from Albuquerque, New Mexico. Aragon 5'11", 180. Ranked number 2 overall in the state of New Mexico and the number 1 outfield prospect according to Perfect Game.
We have a description in the Perfect Game scouting jargon of that hitting approach. We call that the SoCal glide. You watch the hip action, that big hip action into contact. It's very, very common amongst hitters from Southern California. I'm not saying New Mexico is comparable to Southern California, but it's kind of geographically similar. But it's that big hip shift into thing, and the key to that is keeping your hands, not bringing your hands with you or not leaving them too far back. It really is a hand thing, and Bryce Harper was maybe the biggest SoCal glide guy, especially from when he was young. He had such a big hip shift into contact.
And here is Orlando Cruz.
As we mentioned, Cruz has sort of been the tool monster of the event so far. 6'4" in the 60, 93 outfielder. I should say the tool monster of these two teams, a very projectable 6'2", 155-pound build. Kind of an early shift there to the front side. You look at the early stride with the foot. So that foot's definitely going to be down when he fires his hands. Maybe a little early. Swing that's going to keep improving as Cruz gets stronger. That's going to be the biggest challenge is how he gets stronger and how much work he's going to be able to put into it, and then how much more strength he's going to be able to gain. The physical tools are going to be outstanding.
Ryan Lopez gets his cuts. Lopez, like Orlando Cruz from the Puerto Rico Baseball Academy. Have your journeys in the scouting world taken you to Puerto Rico?
Oh, many times, 7 or 8 times at least. Perfect Game has lots of events in Puerto Rico, showcases and tournaments. Really haven't been since, the pre-COVID and really pre-hurricane. The
yes.
Hurricane, what was it, Maria, affected baseball, left such an impact there for years that a lot of the best players in Puerto Rico actually, if they were able to with their families, at least move their schooling up to Florida, because it impacted, not only were the fields destroyed, but they became staging areas for the needy, for equipment to repair the damage. So I really haven't been back since I believe it was Hurricane Maria, but certainly a wonderful, wonderful place to visit. The culture there, different than anything you'll find in the United States, and some great baseball players as well.
Donovan Arroyo, young man from Houston, Texas, Jersey Village High School. 5'10", 180. He has been 81 off the bat with his exit velocity in past events. Go ahead, Dave.
Excuse me, Steve. If you go on the Perfect Game website now, you will be able to see all the workout numbers. Go to live events and workout results. They will all be there. You'll get to see things like Donovan Arroyo, throwing 87 from both the infield and the outfield, and the numbers for everybody else as well. I'll try to mention some of them as we go through the last couple teams of batting practice.
R.J. Holmes, Oregon State commit, taking his round of batting practice.
Looking at Holmes, an Oregon State commit, 6'1", 180. A lot of strength in those hips. Those hips are going to create bat speed, but also a 6.55 runner in the 60, 89 mile an hour outfield arm strength. Finding some barrels here too. This is not Blake Fields, who I don't believe is healed. Yeah, R.J. Holmes. Menifee, California.
Favorite player, Mookie Betts. We touched on Mike Trout earlier, and being a Northeast guy, I miss watching Betts on a nightly basis when he was with the Red Sox. Now I have to wait up late at night, catch him when I'm in work, and I can get the Dodgers on my TV.
Well, I will say one thing about Mookie Betts. The Dodgers shortstop situation this year is, if you're a Dodger fan, been very unfortunate with Gavin Lux, suffering the season-ending injury in spring training. But just giving the baseball world a chance to see Mookie Betts play shortstop is such a wonderful thing. He's already a Golden Glove outfielder. If you put him at short or second base, he might end up being a Gold Glove there too. And it makes you fully appreciate, the man as an athlete and an all-around just baseball player.
C.J. Oxendine, Virginia Tech commit from the Myrtle Beach, South Carolina area. Oxendine shares on his player bio. Now, a 4.0 is impressive. A 4.8 is off the charts. 4.8 GPA in all honors classes.
That's the only way to get a 4.8. When I see a 4.8 GPA, I think, are they on a 5-point scale? Because nobody can get a 4.8. That's my hat's off to the young man for really taking care of it in the classroom.
Dave, I got a 4.8 in college.
Okay, provide the punchline.
Yeah. You take all 5 years of my college, and I equaled out to just above 4.8. You knew where I was going there. We've worked long enough together. Owen Gregg at the plate. We're in our third group. I had to go there. Owen Gregg from Ontario, Canada. Getting looks at from schools like Florida, Clemson, Oregon, Oregon State. Touched on the number of players from Canada participating in this year's Junior National Showcase. Part of Team Ontario for 2023. As Owen Gregg wraps up his round. Carson Ramos out of Wentzville, Missouri. Backstop. Listed at 6'1", 195. Number 2 catcher in the state of Missouri. And number 18 overall. There's some very good baseball programs in and around the St. Louis area. Ramos getting interest from Mizzou, K-State, Missouri State, Florida, and Miami. Ramos lists his favorite player as Javi Baez, someone who plays the game with flair. Ramos wrapping up his round. Team Purple to follow. And Team Purple will be our final group of the 4 here today for the workouts and batting practice rounds at the 2023 Junior National Showcase. Evan Fernandez. American Heritage High School, one of the two. Rated number 36 overall in the state of Florida by Perfect Game. Fernandez, 6'3", 215, Mississippi State commit.
Looking at Fernandez's build, 6'3", 205. I imagine he just overpowers the ball at times at the high school level, just with his strength and ability to put the barrel on the ball.
Andrew Freeman. Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida. A couple of his teammates are here as well, participating in the National Showcase.
Yeah, we talked earlier about Vanderbilt catchers. I've got to highlight catchers who've gone to Louisville lately, and it's a reflection on Freeman here, who has shown some obvious athleticism in his running and his defensive work so far. But the last two catchers at Louisville have been Henry Davis, who was the first pick in the draft and is one of the better catching prospects in baseball, obviously about to break in with the Pirates, and then Dalton Rushing, who was the Dodgers' second round pick last year, who has just overwhelmed minor league baseball, especially as a hitter, in his first year as a pro. And Louisville is quickly becoming the home of the high ceiling catcher in college baseball. And if you're Andrew Freeman, you're probably aware of this, saying, hey, I got a good thing going. Let's keep building on it.
Freeman considered to be real strong behind the plate with good arm strength. Ability to handle the pitching staff. Mention his other two teammates, Nick Diaz, playing for Todd Fitzgerald. They were part of the third straight state championship team in 2023. Remo Indomenico at the plate. Comes in with a very wide stance, spread out.
And the first thing I look at if I see a wide stance like that is what are they doing with their hips? And Indomenico's doing a really good job of a little subtle back shift there and getting that 6 to 8 inches of hip shift and a little bit of hip whip that you really need. And if you're going to hit, if you're a young hitter and you want to hit with that spread stance and get the benefit of the balance and simplicity of the spread stance, go watch side angle views of Albert Pujols hit. And that's all you'll need to know. Watch Albert Pujols, how he uses his lower half and specifically his hips, and that will teach you a lot about what your swing should look like and how you should use your lower half to drive your swing.
Cameron Odom stands in for Team Orange. Odom touched on it earlier, Florida State commit. 6 foot 180. Got some reaction there. Believe that was for him off the bat. He has been 84 off the bat. That rating and velocity off the bat, the exit velocity from last August. Perfect game event. Odom wrapping up his round. Now we get a look at Riley Brown. Nickname, Root Beer.
Root beer.
Root beer.
Does he include the story behind that?
No, just nickname.
Okay, we're gonna have to think it up ourselves.
There's got to be a root beer float in there, right?
Yeah, I guess it could be.
Favorite player, Freddie Freeman. I think I like Freddie now more than he's out of Atlanta and in Los Angeles.
Which would
But
be
I've
the
always been a
exact
big fan.
opposite. It would be the exact opposite you would have thought a while ago. But Freddie Freeman in his year and a half in Los Angeles has really started to make people think, hey, this is a future Hall of Famer right here. Because he's getting better as he gets into his, what is he, 33 years old now? And he just keeps getting better and better and better. And pretty soon, the counting numbers, he already has his MVP and everything. Those counting numbers are going to be obvious counting numbers for a modern-day Hall of Famer.
Jacob Martin will stand in for Team Orange. They've got a few hitters left. From Leesburg, Virginia.
Martin ran a 6.7, 660 through 86 from the outfield.
Credits his dad Saber and his mom Lisa as being very supportive in his pursuits on the diamond with the game of baseball. Players from Virginia, there are a lot of them, I believe, that are participating here in Marietta for the class of 2025 in that Potomac region just outside of Washington, D.C. Evan Hankins. We'll get a look at Evan from Bristol, Virginia.
I've been looking forward to this round. You've talked about him. I know he's the 71st ranked player in the country, a Tennessee commit, and we know players who go to Tennessee tend to rake. And such a big, strong young man and left-handed hitter. Looks like his shoes take up about half the batter's box right there.
Perhaps still room to grow. Young man who plays for Jimmy Gobble, who was a first-round draft pick out of Evans High School, John S. Battle High School in Bristol, Virginia. So there's Bristol, Virginia, and there's Bristol, Tennessee, right across the border. Got the NASCAR racetrack down in that area, the Bristol race every year. And if I get a chance to speak with Evan in the future, I'm going to ask, were you born in Tennessee or were you born in Virginia? Because when Jimmy Gobble was born, the main hospital, and you're going back quite a ways now, was in Bristol, Tennessee. So he was actually a Tennessee native, even though he grew up across the border in Virginia, in Bristol. What'd you think of that round?
I liked it. I think it was a well-controlled round. It was kind of a professional round. He didn't show any hesitation to go in the opposite way, go in the left center field gap, but without the benefit of seeing where some of those balls landed. I think he might have launched a few in the scoreboard area in right center field. It's a strong, well-controlled swing. It's got natural loft, and I've talked about launch angle, and that's when you artificially create it. He has natural loft that's through extension through the ball rather than any forced, leading into the ball changes. It's an extension, length-generated lift to his swing.
Marcus Harris from the state of Texas, 6'3", 223. I believe we saw him at first base earlier. taking throws across the diamond. Harris wrapping up his round, and Dave, our last hitter for Team Orange, I believe. Again, you alluded to it earlier, Matt McKnight, someone you're very familiar with.
Very familiar with, and I'm always very, empathetic with sons of scouts, because the reality is you think, oh, my dad's a scout, I get to work him with a lot, and the exact opposite is true. If your dad is a scout, he's probably not home very much. You can work with him in the off season, you can get some genetic benefits, and you can talk baseball at home all you want during the winter, but the dad scouts have to go through, jump through some hoops to see their sons play a lot, especially in the spring when they're doing their hardest work, scouting the seniors and juniors of the world. First time I saw Matt play, I think 18 months ago, I believe he was listed at 5'10", 140 pounds. Now he's 6'3", 180 pounds. And it's been kind of fun just to watch his physical development, just over a short period of time and see him growing into his baseball skills.
Team Orange wrapping up our final group of the day. Team Purple and Troy Ford will be the first to stand in.
I believe this is our first switch hitter of the round. Switch hitters.
You and Brett had several yesterday.
Yeah, I believe that's the first day. They get 6 swings from each side. In fact, Andres Gomez, the next hitter, is also listed as a switch hitter.
But you and Brett had several yesterday, I believe, yes?
Yeah. And to be quite honest, I don't see as many switch hitters as I used to, whether it be at the younger level or this level. I think switch hitting is maybe phased out a little bit in the game as a whole. I don't have any empirical numbers to back that up, but just a sense I get from watching thousands of batting practices a year. Ford showed his athleticism well in the drills, ran a 6'8", 160 through 88 from the outfield, 87 from the infield. Primary outfielder. I look at it a little more as an infielder right now in his development and athleticism.
What are you seeing from the left side compared to the right side?
I think it's a more natural swing from the left side. He really hits through the ball a little better. You can see how he's contacting the ball out front, getting good extension through the ball. And that's, where you are a natural, almost all switch hitters are a natural left-hander or a natural right-hander. It's really rare to see a hitter, even at the big league level, who you look at their swing, you grade it out, and it's identical both ways. When you see that, though, when you see an identical guy, that's somebody you really take note of, because he's going to have the platoon advantage for his whole career.
Here is Andres Gomez, Dave. Dave, the difference between top 1,000 and high follow.
It's probably more based on how much we've seen you play. There are categories that we'll just drop players into when we've got a hint, but maybe we haven't got a full evaluation lately. It's largely meaningless until we get a good evaluation on you. Gomez, we see doing his switch hitting.
Andres Gomez wrapping up his round. Young man from Miami, Florida. Primary position shortstop. Benjamin Godoy stands in from California, UCLA commit. Lefty bat.
Yeah, one more thought on switch hitters, the difference between right-handed and left-handed. You tend to see the natural side you hit through the ball. For your unnatural side, the one you picked up later or really haven't developed, you're hitting to the ball. And the key to being comfortable as a switch hitter is really hitting through the ball from both sides of the plate in a natural way. Instead of just focusing on that, I'm going to get the barrel to the ball, you're looking to get the barrel through the ball.
Godoy taking his swings in his round of batting practice. Again, we'll remind you, these 4 teams will be in action on Monday and again on Tuesday to wrap up their 3 days at the Junior National Showcase. Games tomorrow. Brett Dolan and Dave will be on board beginning at 8 a.m. Eastern. Their second game will be at 11 a.m. Eastern. Then we'll have workouts tomorrow for Red, Royal, Vegas Gold, and White. And then these 4 teams will play again on Tuesday, wrapping up with 8 a.m. and 11 a.m. games. The 4 teams who have their workouts tomorrow will play games on Tuesday and Wednesday. And then the workouts for the 2023 Sophomore National Showcase underway Wednesday afternoon with games Thursday and Friday. There'll be 6 teams total. And about 150 players, I would say, Dave, for the Sophomore Showcase.
To tell you the truth, things are coming so fast at me right now, I haven't even looked at the roster for the Sophomore Showcase. I'm just going to be honest there. I have not even looked at them. So that's something to do in another day or two after I've had a chance to digest this. This is my 5th showcase in less than 3 weeks, so things are coming pretty fast right here.
Alfred Rosario. Alejandro Abreu. Little more of a breeze. Early evening in Marietta. You can hear the wind in our microphones.
This is a nice swing here. Abreu, a 6'3", 195-pound left-handed hitter. And that's a smooth, well-sequenced, loose swing. I'm liking what I see here a lot. Abreu's good athlete for that size, ran a 6'9", 360. But he's meeting the ball out front. Nice extension.
Alejandro Abreu wrapping up his round.
Looks like a nice round of barrels as well.
Christian De Los Santos.
This should be fun.
There's Dave's side view, and you can see he fills up the right side of the batter's box. Dave, looking at Christian De Los Santos, quiet comes to mind at the plate. You don't see a lot of players that are twitchy, that might be flexing the back elbow to go to an extreme. We haven't seen a Gary Sheffield at the plate.
No, what I'm seeing is two parts here. I'm seeing the upper body, the hands, the ability to repeat the path. Now I'm seeing the lower half, and I am not a big fan of that big back tap like that. What you're doing is creating a significant variable in the timing of your swing when you have a guy on the mound throwing with intent. And that big 1.5-foot back tap creates a variable that's going to be very hard to repeat in a game. The swing itself, from there, was really solid, really repeated the path well. Nice extension through contact, obviously strengthened the swing. I'm a little worried about that big back tap, really a two-part start to a swing, which is just unnecessary and a variable.
So Wade Hartrick from Boulder, Colorado, mentioned earlier he is on the road now. He plays at IMG Academy in Florida. One of the perfect game profile questions: when we run into you in 10 years, what will your life look like? Please describe, be creative. So Wade shares there are two potential paths. Baseball in 2033. I've started my 4th year in Major League Baseball, and I'm playing for the Nashville Stars.
Okay, that's somebody who's well educated on his baseball.
If he's not playing pro ball in 2033, I've just completed my 2nd year of teaching applied mathematics at a major research university after earning a master's and a doctorate in mathematics. That's impressive.
You ever wish there was an investment fund where you could invest in teenage kids and see what becomes of your money? It sounds like I would want to. This would be a young man I want to invest in.
We want to get to Wade. We want to get with Wade right now. Buy high, buy young. Grayson Carpenter, young man from Fort Myers, Florida. Carpenter 5'11", 175. Cash Strayer will stand in and take his hacks. HB Plant High School. Plays for Dennis Braun, plays for the Florida Panthers. That's his travel baseball program for Greg Jones. And a Florida commit. From the Tampa area, loves watching Wander Franco of the Rays play.
There's a name that might be on the ascendance for the favorite player here in the next few years. Maybe not so much now, but in the next few years as the Rays continue with their success on the field, and Franco with not only his success as a player, but with the flair and the way he plays the game is going to really appeal to young athletes.
Well, if the Nashville Sounds are an expansion franchise in 10 years, according to Wade Hartrick, and he might be playing for them, then if that's the case and Nashville has a big league ball club, then the Rays have their new ballpark, and Wander Franco is going to open up that new ballpark, right?
That would be a wonderful development for baseball. A well-placed, good Major League ballpark in Tampa, I think, is one of those things that everybody in baseball roots for, because the leadership of the Tampa franchise, the success they have on a yearly basis with what they spend, makes them one of the standout franchises in baseball, with everything to show for it. But really, the money, they achieve so much over what they spend. Think of what some of those big wallet franchises could do with that baseball expertise, and to continuously come up with, not only the great prospects like Wander Franco, but have so many like him in your minor league system right now. They are just a wonderful franchise, and I'd love to see him stay in Tampa.
What they have signed, what they have drafted, what they have developed, what they have lost and replaced. It's sort of rinse and repeat. Okay, it's next up. We're not going to, along those lines.
I will say that I worked in the Astrodome in the 1990s for 8 years, and Tropicana Field is about the Astrodome 1990s level. That's not a major league stadium, and that's no reflection on the franchise, just a reality.
So Friday night was the series opener for the Rangers and Rays, 2 division leaders right now. So at work, privy to put it on either broadcast. So I put it on the Rangers broadcast, and watching Rays games of late, usually, on occasion, I might only have the visiting broadcast available to me. That's the life I lead. I might, only have the one available. But, with that, they were talking about Tropicana Field, and you've got the rings above, and if it hits this ring, it's a double. If it hits this ring, the ball's in play, and all these different things. And they basically, the Texas Rangers broadcasters the other night basically came to the same conclusion that you just drew, Dave.
Now, having said that, we've had, dating back to the early 2000s, 7 or 8 PG National Showcases at Tropicana, and it is a wonderful place to hold a national showcase. Just wonderful. And the Rays have been very generous with the use of their facility over the years. So I'm very familiar with the building and the organization, but yeah, as a big league ballpark, time to take the next step.
Ethan Bingaman. Arrow Christian Academy in California. Plays for Clint Toth. Jake Hiramoto will stand in and take his swings. Again, these 4 teams that we've seen with the workouts this afternoon and the rounds of batting practice will be in game action tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. and 11 a.m. Brett Dolan, Dave will have the call of those 2 games. And then the other 4 teams will be making their way in. They'll have their workouts on Monday afternoon, play games on Tuesday and Wednesday. 4 games total on perfectgame.tv Tuesday. Hiramoto, 6'2", 185. Turned 17 later in the fall. Schools of interest: San Diego, Texas, Hawaii, Arizona, Miami, Grand Canyon. Hiramoto shares in his perfect game player profile, playing on travel teams and coming stateside from Hawaii. Opportunity to play against different competition, as you can imagine, playing against the same players year in, year out on the islands. Jaden Nunez, North Carolina commit, Doral Academy Charter High School in Florida.
Shout out to Nunez's coach at Doral Academy, Ralph Suarez, great friend of Perfect Game, who has thrown batting practice at many a junior national and national showcase over the last 2 decades. A very, very high achievement coach with numerous state titles in Florida, both in girls softball and in baseball. Doral Academy, a top 50 program in the country, all year this year in the PG National rankings.
What comes to mind when you see the leg kick of Jaden Nunez?
Well, what always happens is he getting it down on time? You know, a leg kick can be a very positive thing for any hitter, building momentum into your swing. But if you don't get that front foot down on time, you're just not going to consistently barrel up the ball. So anytime I see that, I'm just thinking timing. If he's mishitting a lot of balls, you know, a lot of pop-ups opposite field, it's telling me he's not getting his foot down on time. And if he's not getting his foot down on time in batting practice, he has a near zero chance of getting his foot down in the game.
Is a 15, 16-year-old baseball player that has a high leg kick like we just saw from Jaden Nunez, is that from them emulating a big league player that they've seen before?
I think that's a very good question, Steve. I think there is a big connection to it. You know, I think sometimes kids are comfortable with that. Sometimes it's coached up, but, you know, and I really haven't even thought about it in that context. But when you see players in the big leagues who have that leg raised, it's often something that they adopted as they got older and already had learned how to time their swings and what they're physically capable of. You know, that's a really good point. I think you're onto something there.
I thought about that, and one of my best baseball highlights was going to the World Baseball Classic and covering it for satellite radio, the inaugural World Baseball Classic, and being there for Ichiro back in 2005. But watching the World Baseball Classic this year and watching Japanese hitters, I saw a lot of Ichiro connections, impressions, not impersonations, but just his sort of imprint on the game with Japanese hitters, where they took his style of hitting, which is a style of hitting in Japan.
Yeah, I was about to say that's not an Ichiro approach so much. You know, it's a Japanese approach, and just watching Ohtani hit, you know, is not a way that you're going to see a lot of, you know, American-based hitters hit. But on the same way, you know, your typical Latin swing is not going to be the same sort of base swing in general as a Japanese swing or an American swing. They're different. There's a cultural imprint on those styles of hitting, and sometimes looking at one of the greats of the game, an Ichiro or an Ohtani, you know, a Mike Trout, everything like that, and emulating their swing is not realistically a good way to base your swing, because we're talking about the very best, and emulating them is something that most people in the world are not physically capable of doing.
A look at Cal Johnson. If you could take a Latin American hitting coordinator that you've come across over the years, someone from Japan, someone in the States, and just listen to the baseball conversations, I think it would be amazing to hear all the different philosophies that they have when it comes to hitting, because they may be different, but there's also a lot of similarities and same mindset in terms of thinking that would probably go into the approach as well.
You could edit that down to an hour-long program and have a best for baseball. People would eat that up, because there would be so many similarities, so many, and the differences would be fascinating, and the videos you'd get of different hitters executing those would, for a baseball person, be the most fascinating part of it.
Diesel Toth from Highland, California. Dave's favorite name so far here in the Junior National Showcase, and we have two cashes and one cash money.
And don't forget Riley 6.
That's right.
That's a good name too. I love names like that.
Diesel Toth wrapping up his round. Jack Fuller from Southlake, Texas, left-handed pitcher, primary position. Perfect game follow right now with the recommendation.
Southlake Carroll, one of the sports powerhouses in the state of Texas. Probably better known as a football school. But certainly a baseball powerhouse as well.
Jack Fuller, one of the final hitters for Team Purple. And Reagan McCluskey from Brentwood, Tennessee. Catcher, perfect game ranking, number 214 nationally for the class of 2025. Number 1 catcher in the state of Tennessee right now, and number 7 overall. McCluskey goes 6 foot, 200.
Interestingly, we didn't see McCluskey in the 60 or in the catching drills. I think he'll be one of those players, as we saw earlier, that participates in the workout section at the end here with the next group of players from the final 4 teams.
Plays for Larry Nesbitt at Christ Presbyterian Academy in Tennessee, and plays for the Mad Mavericks Dickey. His coach there, R.A. Dickey.
The legendary R.A. Dickey.
I have a stack of books right now, but in terms of reading biographies or autobiographies, I would put him on my list. I don't currently possess it, but I believe he's written one book. He may have written a second. But someone that it's nice to see the name pop up, and that R.A. Dickey is involved with the game at some level. I'll look at Cooper Poe. We've got the state of Tennessee well represented here with Team Purple with our final hitters.
And if you're listening in the audience today and you're not familiar with R.A. Dickey, do a little bit of I recommend you do a little bit of research on R.A. Dickey's career. You know, we don't have nearly long enough to talk about it, but really an amazing baseball career.
And I believe prior to winning a Cy Young Award with the New York Mets was at one point close to giving up on the game in pro ball.
Oh yes, when you can know, when you've been a high level first round draft choice power pitcher and your last chance to stay in the game is to throw knuckleballs, you know, unless you're a completely unrealistic person, you're saying my career is done. And to come all the way back and win a Cy Young after completely changing the path of your career, it's unprecedented is what it really is.
You know, you talked about switch hitters and perhaps seeing less and less. Again, going back to my minor league days, the Red Sox for 2 years. It seemed like the Red Sox for a time when they had Tim Wakefield and other guys throwing the knuckleball, it seemed like they were trying to develop knuckleball pitchers in the minor leagues to have one on staff. And that's sort of, I don't remember the last time I saw a knuckleball pitcher in the minor leagues or at the big league level for that matter.
Stephen Wright would be another
full
one
years.
With the Red Sox, but no,
he might be the last.
I don't think they exist. They might be extinct. If they're not, they're deep on that endangered species list.
Right, because at this point, who in an organization is going to teach it?
And realistically, you look R.A. Dickey, injured, can't throw anymore. Tim Wakefield, minor league AA ceiling first baseman. Mark Lemke almost was getting serious about rebuilding his career as a knuckleballer and almost started that. But we have Jose Lopez here, our final hitter, I believe, of the day. Ran a 6.9 60 through 92 from the infield. Westminster Christian, and Miami area.
6'1", 195, 16 years old, 8 months. What was his 60 time?
6.90.
Okay. So improved on from 7.08 in late December, which is on his perfect game page. Dave, as we're wrapping up here, what do you take away from day 2? You had games earlier this morning with Brett Dolan, and now the workouts for our second group of 3.
No, they're definitely, the thing to look for, I said at the top of the broadcast, is this group generally doesn't have the high-ranked players moving in as the other 2 groups, and we're going to have players that jump out and make their names for themselves. I mean, and I think we've seen that in a couple incidences. We're going to have to dig deeper. Players like Orlando Cruz with his 6'4" and his 93-mile-an-hour arm. Jaden Nunez from Doral. Some athletes like that, as we get into the numbers, get into the scouting reports, I think we saw these players that have taken a step forward since the last time we've had them. Might be in that 500 ranking now, but realistically, they're top 100, 150 players with how they're improved. And watching the games over the next 2 days are just going to accentuate the talent that we saw today.
And Dave, we take a look at some of the results from earlier today from the 60-yard dash and some of the top times from the day on day 2 of the 2023 Junior National Showcase here in Marietta.
Yeah, and again, you can go to the Perfect Game website, go to the workout results, and it's going to show you, all 8 of the teams that have run so far, mixing those in together, see the rankings, pick out your favorite players, pick out the players that maybe you've seen, aside, just not your son, just not your grandson. Look at some of these players, and I've mentioned before, these are the big leaguers of the future, the next generation of the big leaguers. What they look like when they're 16 years old, the players that are going to be playing in the Super Regionals and College World Series of the future. So enjoy and learn from what they're doing now, and we're going to see a lot more of it the rest of the week here at the Perfect Game Junior National Showcase.
Dave, we'll be working together during the upcoming week, but I've enjoyed the last couple of days, and you'll be with Brett tomorrow morning as you see these 4 teams in action with games at 8 a.m. and 11 a.m. Eastern start times.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, Steve. We're only 2 days into a five-day event, and then we've got another couple days of the sophomore. So this is a time of baseball at this level to celebrate and to remember and to build on for the future of baseball.
Again, Brett Dolan and Dave Ronsley will have the games tomorrow morning beginning at 8 a.m. as we'll see these 4 teams in action, maroon, navy, orange, and purple. And the games tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. and 11 a.m. Eastern. Then our last 4 teams will come in. Team Red, Royal, Vegas Gold, and White. Their workouts will get underway tomorrow afternoon at 2:30 p.m. Eastern. Then those 8 teams will play 4 games total on Tuesday. And then those 4 teams that I just mentioned, Red, Royal, Vegas Gold, and White, will play on Wednesday to wrap up the 5 days here at the East Cobb Baseball Complex. We thank you for joining us, and we appreciate you taking the time with us today on this Sunday. We'll be back at it again tomorrow morning with game number 1. Brett Dolan, Dave Ronsley on the call at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. For Steve Banta, our entire PG crew, and Dave Ronsley, I'm Steve Lennox saying so long from the East Cobb Baseball Complex.